Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Had Massive and Wet Harem with Ginny. So do for blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Ginny, time to get up and have some breakfast. Ginny's eyes popped open. As she looked around the room, she smiled. She was home, in her own room, in her own bed, even though there was still a week of school remaining. While she was sad to leave her family and the few friends she had, she couldn't deny the excitement that coursed through her at the thought of the adventure that awaited her in just over 2 months' time. She and Harry weren't returning to Hogwarts next year. In fact, they weren't even going to be anywhere in the United Kingdom. They were leaving for America the day after her birthday. But Ginny still didn't know exactly where. Sirius wouldn't say, "Are you up? I'm not hearing anything. I'd really like to go before it gets too hot." That's right. She and her mum were walking down to the village this morning. Her mum needed more knitting supplies for this year's jumpers. Ginny hoped she'd be able to talk her mum into letting her wander some of the shops. Harry's birthday was next month, and she had no idea what to get him. Jumping out of bed, Ginny threw on her dressing gown and dashed downstairs. It seemed a bit odd to be home from school and to have the house be so quiet. "Oh, there you are. I was about to come up there and haul you out of bed." Ginny sat at the table, pulling the full plate of eggs, toast, and bacon towards her. "Mum, Harry's birthday is next month, and I need to find something for him. May I please wander some of the shops while you're getting your supplies?" "Oh, I don't know, Ginny," Molly said, obviously not comfortable with the idea. "Something could happen. Mum, it's a Muggle village. Nothing's going to happen. I have to find something for Harry. Please, you don't have to get him anything. You could make him something. I'm sure he'd like that just as much." Ginny stifled the urge to roll her eyes. That would be a surefire way to not get what she wanted. "Mum, I made him something for Valentine's Day. This time I'd like to actually buy him something. Please, Mum, you know he's going to get me something for my birthday." "Ginevra, I did not raise you to expect things from others. It's not like that. I don't expect anything, but I know Harry. He gave me a Christmas present simply for being his friend, and gave you and Dad presents for letting him stay here. Doesn't that tell you he's the type of person to get gifts for birthdays?" Seeing her mum was almost convinced, Ginny threw out another example of Harry's propensity towards generosity. "The first Hogsmeade weekend, I practically had to shove Harry out of the castle. He didn't want to go because I couldn't go. I gave him some of my pocket change and asked him to get me a couple of sweets. He came back with what I asked for and a few others, just for me." Ginny's mum sighed in resignation, then smiled. "All right, Ginny, you can look around the shops. I'm not going to have much money for you, though." "That's okay, Mum. I've been saving all my Muggle money. I don't have much, but I should be able to find something." "Thanks, Mum. Well, it's like you pointed out, Harry is very generous, almost to a fault. I suppose it wouldn't be right for him to get you things and not return the favor." Molly looked sternly at her daughter. "As long as you're not asking for things, or hinting for them." "Of course not, Mum." "All right, then. Finish your breakfast and get changed. The longer we wait, the hotter it's going to be." "Yes, Mum." Oh 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 oh. The village of Ottery Street. Catchpole wasn't big by any stretch of the imagination. In Ginny's estimation, it was comparable to Hogsmeade. Perhaps a little bigger, definitely with more shops. After getting the little bit of money her mum could spare, Ginny wandered the shop windows, hoping something would catch her eye. Ginny quickly bypassed a bookshop and a stationery shop. Harry didn't mind reading, he just wasn't an avid reader like Hermione, and he'd have no real use for stationery. The next shop she came to was a music store. Not knowing what kind of music he'd actually like, Ginny decided to pass on that, as well. The shop after that looked promising. There were little statuettes in the window, along with displays of leather crafts and jewelry. Figuring a once-over wouldn't hurt, Ginny wandered inside. Maiden M. Haith. "Good morning," called a lilting, heavily Irish-accented voice. Ginny L. ooked around and found the greeting coming from behind the counter. The woman was petite with medium-length, caramel brown hair. She had light-colored eyes, though Ginny couldn't see what color they were from where she stood. She wore a deep chocolate brown sleeveless top and flowing skirt colored with multiple shades of brown. Her sandaled feet were quiet on the hard floor. The woman had a friendly smile. "Can I help you with something?" "Well, I'm hoping to find something for my boyfriend's birthday, but I don't have a clue what to get him." Embarrassed, she looked away from the shopkeeper. "I only have a few pounds." "Well, that's my favorite kind of customer. I'm willing to negotiate prices. My name is Aisling." She pronounced it as Aisling. "Let's see what we can find for this lucky young fella of yours. Tell me about him. What does he like? What does he not like?" Ginny paused, choosing her words carefully. "He's athletic. He's smart. He's generous." Ginny grinned. "He likes dogs. He has money. But you'd never know it just by looking at him or listening to him." Sounds like a fine young fella." The shopkeeper led Ginny over to an array of leather crafts. "I have some fine items here. Would anything here be suitable?" Ginny tried not to wince for fear of insulting the woman. "They are all really nice, but I made him a leather bracelet for Valentine's Day in." Aisling held up a hand. "Say no more. Leather twice in a row is not a good idea. Let's see." She looked around a moment, then walked over to a display of realistically carved stone statuettes. "I don't have any dogs, but I do have some wolves." Quote. The shopkeeper picked up a standing statuette made of shiny black obsidian. Again, Ginny had to fight the urge to cringe. The little wolf looked remarkably like Harry's wolf form. And for that reason, Ginny rejected the idea. She just wasn't sure how to explain it to the woman. "I can see it in your eyes that it's not what you're looking for. It's nice and all, but my boyfriend had been, well, attacked by a wolf when he was very little. It was also the day he lost his parents." Aisling immediately replaced the carving. "Well, it wouldn't do to be reminding him of such a tragic moment. Would it? I'm so sorry to be such a bother. Your things are really very nice." Aisling waved away Ginny's concern. "You're no bother, young Juan. I want you walking away with the right gift. I assume he isn't opposed to jewelry since you made him a bracelet. Let's look in that section." As Ginny entered the jewelry section of the shop, her eyes skimmed an arrangement of silver rings on a shelf just below eye level. Her steps faltering, she locked onto one design in particular. She loved it immediately. It couldn't have been more perfect. She sighed in disappointment. It was just her luck that the most perfect gift was made of silver. Harry would never be able to wear it. "Find something you like, did you?" "Yes, but I can't get it. My boyfriend, Ginny quickly remembered Hermione's explanation to her parents on Christmas Day, has a rare allergy to silver. He wouldn't be able to wear it. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't be able to afford it even if he could wear it." "Oh, now, let's see which one has caught your eye." Ginny pointed out the one she liked once Aisling joined her. Really, she didn't see the point. There was no way her few pounds would cover something as nice as that ring. "Oh, that's a nice one, for sure. A silver allergy, you say? Well, you're in luck. Nothing on that shelf contains any silver. Those are made of stainless steel. Lots of pieces are being made of stainless steel due to its ability to imitate silver, but at a much cheaper price. 'Tis a sturdy material, and won't tarnish or stain. Here." Aisling plucked the ring Ginny had indicated off the shelf and handed it to her. "What do you think? Is it perfect for your young fella?" Ginny stared longingly at the ring in her hand. "Yes, it is, but like I said before, I don't have enough money for it." Ginny replaced it on the shelf. "Best to look for something else." Aisling picked it up again. "Nonsense. If this is perfect, then you shall have it. We'll work something out. How much money do you have right now?" Ginny bowed her head. She'd saved every little bit of Muggle money she'd gotten over the years, and it still didn't amount to much. "I only have 5 pounds. "Oh, that's not so bad. You're not that far off the price. Perhaps a few extra chores at home could make up for the rest." Ginny shook her head. "We really don't have much money. Let me just look for something else." "No, young Juan, I believe this ring was meant to be bought by you." Aisling smiled knowingly. "Trust me, I know these things." She eyed Ginny a moment. "How are your organizational skills?" Puzzled at the sudden jump in topics, Ginny stumbled over her response. Fine, I suppose." "Good. I'm needin' some help, truth be told. I have inventory that needs sortin', and my displays need rearrangin'. Think you could handle that?" Most likely, Ginny said, still not sure why the woman was asking her that. Fantastic. You help me with those things, and I'll be considering it payment for the ring. Ginny stared at the woman before her, unable to believe what she'd just heard. You'd actually do that? But why? Surely, you can't make much money that way. For me, 'tis not about making money. 'Tis about making my customers happy and going home with the right pieces. I'm not needin' much money to live. I'll need to ask my mum. She's here in town. Let me go find her. Bring her here. She and I can discuss things. All right, thanks. Excitement rushed through Ginny as she darted outside. There was a real chance she could get that ring. It really was perfect. All she had to do now was convince her mum. That would be a monumental task, she knew, but if she couldn't do it, then surely Aisling could. The woman had been so friendly and wouldn't take no for an answer. Ginny couldn't wait to see her mum worn down by someone so cheerful. Ginny spent 10 minutes searching, finally found her mum at a produce stand, and explained the situation. As she had expected, her mum had immediately refused the offer, and advised Ginny to look elsewhere for her gift for Harry. After a bit of begging, she convinced her mum to at least go by the shop and speak to Aisling. And it was everything Ginny had hoped it would be. Every point her mum made against Ginny working in the shop, Aisling countered easily. In the end, her mum, having no arguments left, agreed on a trial basis. As Ginny and her mum left Aisling's shop, Ginny glanced back over her shoulder and mouthed, "Thank you." She received a wink in response. Filled with excitement, she couldn't simply walk home. No, Ginny hop-walked, trotted, jogged, and otherwise begged her mum to hurry up because she wanted to tell Harry the good news. Naturally, she wasn't going to tell him why she was working. Eventually, they made it home. And Ginny dashed upstairs to her mirror, falling onto her bed as she called Harry's name. It took a minute or two before Harry appeared in her mirror, his hair damp, flushed with sweat running down his cheeks, and breathing heavily. It made for a surprisingly nice view. Then, she realized why Harry looked the way he did. "Oh, no, I interrupted your workout. I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't even think." "It's all right, Ginny." Harry swiped at his brow and accepted a bottle of water that appeared from his right side. "Is something wrong?" he asked before take a drink. "No, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to tell you about what happened for me earlier. It can wait, though, until after you're done." Ginny studied the area behind him. "Where are you? Are you at home?" "No, I'm at a play park." "You'll see. Ginny, I want to hear your news. Besides, Sirius is being awful this morning. I could use a little break." Ginny could hear Sirius' muted voice in the background. But she couldn't make out what he said. She chuckled when Harry groaned. Whatever Sirius had said, it must not have been pleasant. Harry faced her again and pressed the bottle against his cheek. Condensation covered the clear plastic. "You think it's funny?" Harry groused half-heartedly. "You just wait. You'll be over here in a couple of days, and then we'll see how funny you think it is." He swallowed another mouthful of water. "So, what happened this morning? Mum and I went into the village near here, and I was offered a bit of work in the afternoons. Better yet, the shopkeeper wouldn't take no for an answer and easily met each of Mum's protests with reasons why I should be able to. It was brilliant." "That's fantastic. What will you be doing?" "Simple stuff, like rearranging displays and checking inventory." Ginny shrugged. "I don't much care. I'll be making my own money." "That's really great, Ginny. That actually sounds like it could be fun." Harry's expression turned wistful. "I wish I could join you. I miss being with you." "I miss you, too, Harry, but like you said, I'll be there in a couple of days. Maybe we can convince Sirius to let us have a little time together before I have come back home." "I hope so. Well, I should let you go. Tell Sirius I'm sorry for interrupting." The view in the mirror tilted, then Sirius appeared, smiling. "No harm done, Ginny. Ely was pushing Harry a bit harder today, so he did need the break." He chuckled. "And yes, I think I might be able to make it so that you and Harry can spend some time together. Be warned, I'll make you earn it. And it may only be half an hour." Ginny blushed at having been overheard stating her hope. "Okay. Sounds fair, I suppose, and half an hour is better than nothing." The view shifted again, and Harry reappeared. "I love you, Harry," she said softly, and watched as his eyes lit up, mouth stretching wide with his smile. I love you, too, Ginny. Bye, for now. Bye. The mirror went dark, and Ginny remained on her bed, thinking. Harry had looked, well, gorgeous, all hot and sweaty, and it surprised her to think so. Her stomach fluttered as her brain conjured up the image of Harry in her mirror. Ginny had the sudden urge to run her fingers through his hair, regardless of its dampness, and wipe the sweat from his face, but what she really wanted was to kiss him. The flutter in her stomach grew as she pictured herself kissing Harry. Her eyes widened when she realized what it was she felt. Her mum had warned her that particular feeling could lead her down a path she wasn't ready to go down. Ginny didn't believe there was anything to worry about. Harry wouldn't push her to do things she didn't want to do. For all she knew, this feeling inside was only one-sided. Her mind recalled a few instances where Harry had suddenly pulled away from her or had ended a kiss abruptly. Each time, he'd stuttered out some excuse, barely meeting her eyes. He'd done the same thing yesterday when they'd argued. Well, there hadn't been an excuse, but he'd scrambled away from her pretty quickly, and he wouldn't look at her, either. Ginny gasped as she put it together. While her mum had skimmed over any information about boys during their talk, Ginny had figured enough out. Having caught her brothers in various states or activities, she quickly shut down that thought before any visuals popped up, to realize that Harry probably was having similar feelings, and was just horribly embarrassed about it. Relieved she wasn't alone, she smiled. She was going to have to find some way to let Harry know that how he responded to her didn't bother her, that in fact, it made her happy. She couldn't very well just walk up to him and say it. She didn't want to embarrass him further. This was going to take some heavy thought. Ginny rolled onto her back, her hands tucked under her head. She didn't move again until it was time for lunch. Early Monday morning found Ginny at Harry's house, stretching her leg muscles in preparation for their run. They'd started the day with sit-ups. Well, Ginny had just finished. Harry had completed his while Sirius had gone to the burrow. Ginny wore a dark blue top with matching blue shorts, and Harry had a hard time keeping his eyes off her. She looked really good, but he wasn't sure why she looked better now than she had at school. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen her in shorts or a t-shirt before. He forced his eyes away from her as she looked up. The last thing he wanted was to be caught staring. During their run, as they rounded the corner, Harry glanced at Ginny from the corner of his eye. She was keeping up, barely. Her flushed face glistened with sweat, her breath shallow and rushed. He slowed to a stop. Sirius, who had been following them at a short distance, produced a couple of cold water bottles for them, and took one for himself. "You all right, Ginny?" Harry asked after taking a few gulps of his water. "Fine," Ginny panted, swiping beads of sweat from her forehead. "It helps to find a rhythm, trust me. I know it's easy to forget, but try concentrating on it. Inhale for a certain number of steps, then exhale for the same number of steps. I learned that the hard way, even after Sirius tried to tell me." "Because you're stubborn," Sirius put in. Harry shrugged. What could he say? It was true. "I use the 3-step pattern. Try it and see if it works for you. It may or may not. If you don't breathe enough, you'll get this awful pain in your side. Believe me, I know from personal experience." Ginny nodded, indicating she'd try it. They handed Sirius the water bottles and, while he put them into the messenger bag slung across his body, Harry and Ginny resumed jogging. Several minutes later, the three of them reached the play park. Ginny collapsed against a tree, gasping, but not as badly as she had been. Sirius made sure they stretched their muscles again to avoid cramps or stiffness. "Okay, Harry, you know what to do. I want 3 sets of 10. While Harry began to climb to the crossbar of the swing set, Sirius turned to Ginny. "Chin-ups. Can you do any?" "I don't know," she said, watching in fascination as Harry climbed with practiced ease. "I've never done any before." "Well, let's find out. Climb up to the top the way Harry did." By that time, Harry reached the bar and dangled himself from it. Trying his hardest to concentrate on what he was doing instead of on his girlfriend watching him, Harry drew his lower legs up to nearly horizontal with the ground, and began his first set of 10 chin-ups. After having done them every day for the past 3 weeks, Sirius had even forced him to do them last week before going to Hogwarts. It had become a little easier. He still struggled with the last set, however. Harry barely raised his chin above the bar before his strength gave out and he dropped to the ground, arms trembling. He looked up to find Ginny watching him, apparently having already finished, with something in her eyes. Appreciation, maybe. Whatever it was, it caused a funny, swooping sensation in his stomach. He closed his eyes on the pretense of wiping the sweat from them. Oh, please, not now. There'd be no hiding anything. Not bad, Harry. You're getting better every day. It won't be long before you'll be able to finish that last set. Sirius walked off toward another piece of equipment, motioning for them to follow. Harry followed without glancing at Ginny. Sirius stopped beside a pair of seesaws. Harry, you first. I want you up on the first one. Try to get it evenly balanced. Harry exchanged a confused glance with Ginny. He felt normal again. Sirius' request didn't seem all that difficult. Shrugging, Harry stepped onto the long wooden plank. Keeping his own balance, CE turned out to be more difficult than he imagined. Having to put one foot directly in front of the other caused him to be terribly wobbly. Before he could do anything to stop it, the other end of the seesaw banged onto the ground. So he had to retrace his steps. But then, the first end hit the ground, and Harry let out a frustrated growl. Several tries later, he finally had the thing balanced. The sound of sniffles caught his attention and Harry's head jerked up, his eyes searching for the source. What's wrong, Harry? Sirius asked, suddenly wary. Someone's crying. The three of them paused, listening. I don't hear anything, Sirius said. I must have let my guard down, Harry said, still scanning the area. I usually keep it up or I'd be hearing all kinds of stuff. It's enough to give me a headache sometimes. Concentrating more on sound than sight, Harry slowly turned around on his perch in the center of the seesaw, unaware he managed to keep either end from hitting the ground. He turned back the other way slowly. There, he announced, pointing towards a stand of trees off to their right. All right, you two stay here, I'll go check it out. Why should we stay here? Harry asked, annoyed at Sirius coddling. Sirius grinned and quipped, because you have that thing so perfectly balanced right now. Harry looked down in surprise. Sure enough, neither end was higher than the other. Guess it wasn't so hard after all. Feeling a bit smug, Harry grinned at the two of them. Well, guess your challenge wasn't much of a challenge. What else do you have for me? The extras. Scion that stole over his godfather's face melted Harry's cheeky grin. Oh, he was in for it now. He should have known better than to prod a marauder. Since you seem to need more of a challenge, try this. Balance it with Ginny on one end. Quote, what? Ginny asked, surprise and worry evident on her face and in her voice. It'll be good for you. You'll have to work together to do it. I'll be right back. Harry watched Sirius cautiously move off in the general direction of the crying. He turned to Ginny. She was eyeing the seesaw as if she expected it to suddenly toss him off. As slowly as he could, he lowered the end closest to her until it touched the ground. You don't have to, Ginny, if you don't want to. No, he's right. We do need to learn how to work together. If this will help, then I say we do it. With that, Ginny stepped onto her end. Once she looked ready, Harry slowly began backing away, lifting her end inch by inch. Ginny lost her balance several times and had to step off. RRY wanted to grin at her frustration because he knew it only made her that much more determined to get it right. Then, on the 7th try, she managed to hold her balance while he lifted her. Keeping the seesaw balanced was trickier than it had been with just himself. One end insisted on hitting the ground with a thud. Now, it was Harry's turn to get frustrated. No matter what he did, he couldn't get the thing to balance. Too far on his side and the end went down. Too far on Ginny's side and her end hit the earth. There has to be a way to do this, he grumbled. He looked over at Ginny, an idea occurring to him. Ginny, move a little closer to the middle. She took a few steps, then stopped. Okay, now let me see if that helped. Eventually, it took the both of them moving back and forth. Before they found the sweet spot, and balanced the seesaw almost perfectly. Ginny beamed at him. We did it, Harry. She all but jumped in her excitement, sending both of them scrambling to find their balance again. Sorry. Harry laughed. It's all right, Ginny. You're right, though. We did it. Ginny's expression turned mischievous and she stepped backward along her side of the seesaw, causing her end to dip towards the ground. Not wanting to ruin the streak they had going, Harry deftly moved toward his end to counterbalance. Just as he got them fairly balanced, Ginny moved again, snickering, sending him scrambling, again. To balance them, she did it a few times, until he mentioned how tired his legs were feeling. "Nice work, you two," Sirius said as he approached, a hand on the shoulder of a scraped-up, bruised and mildly bleeding boy who looked to be about 10 years old. "This is Mark. He lives a few houses down. I'm going to walk him home. Will you two be all right? It shouldn't take me long." "Yeah, sure," Harry affirmed. "Go ahead. One thing, can I be done now? My legs are killing me." "Sure." Switch places with Ginny. Harry grinned wolfishly at Ginny. "My turn." He had every intention of getting her back for all that moving around she did, making him work extra hard to keep either end of the seesaw from hitting the ground. As Sirius walked away, Harry lowered Ginny's end. Nd walked far enough to step down to the dirt. He rubbed his thighs and flexed his calf muscles as much as he could while Ginny practiced balancing on her own. Oh, he was going to be sore tomorrow. He watched her, amused slightly at her difficulty. "This is unfair," Ginny complained. "My legs aren't as long as yours." "Maybe not, but they were certainly nice to look at." Harry shook that thought out of his head and kept his mouth shut. "What are you doing here? This is my play park." Harry turned around and faced a very large blond boy and a few scrawnier boys behind him, all looking mean. Behind him, the seesaw hit the ground with a loud thump. He held up a hand to her, hoping she would stay put for the moment. He hoped he could buy them some time to give Sirius a chance to return before anything happened. He wasn't intimidated by any of them, Harry just didn't want to pull his wand, for obvious reasons. The big one looked to be more fat than muscle, and the others seemed wiry, but Harry would take them on if he had to. "Oh, I must have missed your name on it, then. Funny how my godfather and I have been coming here for the past 3 weeks, and yet, you've not been here. That doesn't mean anything. Everyone around here knows this place is mine. That's why I wrapped the swings around the top." "Oh, that was your handiwork, was it? My godfather had a bit of a time unraveling those. You don't have my permission to be here. Since you're new around here, I'll let you go with a warning, but if I catch you here again, you'll regret it." The other boys clenched their fists or crossed their arms over their chests. Harry had to work to keep the irritation out of his voice. "This is a public place. You have no say in where I go or what I do." "Hey, Piers," the blonde called to the rat-faced boy on his right. "You want to have a little fun. Always, Big D. Maybe I'll get a kiss from the girl when I'm done." A sudden cold rage filled Harry. Ginny was his, and no one was ever going to touch her. He stepped toward the one who'd spoken, fists clenched and fire burning in his eyes. "Don't you dare touch her," he warned in a low, soft voice. The one called Piers laughed. "Or you'll do what?" He raked his gaze over Harry's slighter stature. "One punch would knock you out. Leave him alone," Ginny warned in a soft, steely voice, coming to stand beside Harry. All the bullies laughed. The lead one snorted derisively. "Letting a girl fight your battles for you?" "No," Harry said calmly, "but she'll fight them with me." The big blonde gestured with his head, and Harry found himself and Ginny more or less surrounded. Piers moved to stand beside Harry, looking eager to get physical. Harry kept his gaze locked on him, instinct screaming that this one wouldn't waste time with minor blows. Suddenly, the boy took a swing. Faster than he looked, he managed to land a glancing blow to Harry's ear as Harry ducked. "Stop it, right now." All the boys fled except for the large one who had been grabbed by Sirius. Harry held a hand against his ear and checked it, just a little blood. It throbbed mercilessly with each beat of his heart. Ginny wrapped her trembling arms around him, whether to comfort him or herself. He wasn't sure. "You all right, Harry?" Sirius inspected Harry's ear, while keeping a firm grip on the bully, who tried to dislodge Sirius' grip. "It's cut a little and you'll be sore for a bit. But I don't think there's any lasting damage. Come on, let's take this kid home. He and his little gang have been terrorizing the neighborhood, or so I hear. Let go of me. Not until you're home. Now, let's go." Harry wondered if that kid, Mark, had told Sirius about the bullies. When Sirius stopped in front of a house and led the blonde to the door, Harry figured Mark must have said something. Sirius wouldn't have known where to go, otherwise. Why didn't the parents of the other kids do something? Surely, they could. The door opened and Harry wanted to groan. There stood his aunt, which meant the giant blonde bully was his cousin. The woman opened her mouth in outrage at the way Sirius gripped her son, but Sirius spoke angrily before she could say a word. Your son, he spat. Contempt heavy in his voice, is a bully. He's beaten up at least one child today, and stood by while one of his friends attacked my godson. Sirius reached over, gently took Harry's chin in his free hand and turned Harry's injured ear toward Harry's aunt. Get control of your son or I will. I don't want him near me, Harry, or Ginny again. How dare you come here and threaten me? Sirius shoved Harry's cousin toward the door. I mean it, Petunia. I won't hesitate to do something the next time. Come on, Harry, Ginny, let's go home. As they walked away, Harry could hear his aunt shrieking. Though Harry figured it had nothing to do with her son's bullying. He couldn't make out her words, they were all garbled and ran together, but he really didn't care to know what she was saying. His ear gave a painful throb and he winced, bringing his hand up to cover his ear. He could feel Ginny's eyes on him periodically, no doubt putting together exactly how Sirius knew the woman's name. Back at home, Sirius immediately pulled his wand. Here, Harry, let's take care of your ear. You two can have the rest of the morning off. Ginny, Sirius nodded up the stairs, there's a loo at the end of the corridor if you'd like to take a quick shower. All right. Ginny picked up the bag that contained her change of clothes and headed up the stairs. Harry cleaned up once Ginny was done. Then, the two spent the remaining hour and 20 minutes either in the sitting room chatting about the job Ginny started that afternoon or outside on the back porch, quiet and comfortable, sitting on a swing Sirius had conjured. Getting in the occasional kisses. Ginny didn't bring up the subject of Harry's aunt and cousin, and he was relieved. He'd just as soon forget they even existed. 30 minutes before noon, Harry and Ginny said their goodbyes, with a little demonstration from Ginny of her appreciation of Harry stating she'd fight with him during that confrontation at the play park. Sirius took Ginny back to the burrow and Harry pulled out sandwich fixings for lunch. After he ate, Harry went up to his room to read another chapter in the book Sirius had bought for him about defensive magic. Oh. Ginny ate a quick lunch, then ran upstairs, hoping to catch Hermione before the girl went to lunch. It had been agreed upon that Hermione, Ron, and Neville would always carry their mirrors with them, just in case. When Hermione answered, Ginny nearly squealed in excitement. Hi, Ginny. Is there anything wrong? No, I just needed to talk to you for a minute. Are you completely alone, Ron and Neville gone? Yes, I'm alone. I'm in my dorm room. There was a slight edge to Hermione's voice that Ginny picked up on instantly. Is something wrong, Hermione? You sound upset. It's nothing. Just your brother being a stupid prat again. What did he do this time? Hermione shook her head and smiled, though Ginny could tell it was forced. Nothing. Don't worry about it. You called me, sounding excited about something. What is it? Ginny hesitated, not sure if she should say anything now. She didn't want to gush about something when her friend was clearly not happy. One assured Ginny that everything was fine and that she wanted to hear what her friend had been going to tell her, so Ginny talked about her morning, leaving out the part about Harry's relatives, as certain that had been Harry's aunt and cousin. Oh, Hermione, Ginny sighed dreamily. Harry wore shorts and a t-shirt, and let me just say, he looked really good. The exercise is doing him a lot of good. He doesn't have a lot of muscle definition yet, but it's getting there. Ginny, Hermione exclaimed, blushing and looking scandalized. You shouldn't be talking like that. You're only 12, almost 13, Ginny pointed out, a little annoyed. Then, she shrugged. I can't help it. He hadn't worn shorts at school. Watching Harry do his chin-ups, I couldn't help but appreciate how he's starting to look. I got all tingly, sort of. I had to talk to someone, and I certainly couldn't talk to Mum. She'd have a litter of measles and forbid me to ever see Harry again. Apparently. That statement softened Hermione's attitude, for she grinned. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. You and Harry have otherwise defied all normalities. Just be careful, okay? Don't get ahead of yourselves. Ginny wanted to roll her eyes, so she did so mentally. Don't worry. We won't. Deciding it was time to divert Hermione's attention from that particular subject, Ginny told her about her job. It's not much. But at least I'll be able to afford Harry's birthday gift. You should see it, Hermione. It's perfect. Will you be able to come by for Harry's birthday? I know Mum is planning a dinner for him. I'm not sure if Sirius has something else planned, although, I'd bet he does. I don't know if I can. My parents want to travel a bit after the end of term. I'll try to be there. Alright, I'll let you know more later. I should go so you can get to lunch. I'll be leaving soon anyway. Thanks for talking with me. Sure, Ginny. You can talk to me anytime, about anything. Hermione grinned knowingly. Even if it's about how much you fancy Harry, or like looking at him. Ginny blushed. Thanks. You're a great friend, Hermione. I'm so glad my brother stopped being a git and became friends with you. The two friends said their goodbyes. Ginny's mum called her back downstairs to prepare for their walk into the village, as there really wasn't a good place for apparating. A short time later, Ginny was on her way to her first job, her mum switching between lecturing and worrying. Now, Ginny, you be on your best behavior. You do whatever you're supposed to do. This is a real job, so you need to take it seriously. Ginny wanted badly to roll her eyes. Did her mother really think she had to lecture about how to behave? Especially since she'd already given the lecture to Ginny that morning, though granted. It was about a different type of behavior. Still, her mother ought to know her own daughter by now. Oh, I'm just not sure this is a good idea, Mrs. Weasley fretted. What if something happens? You're going to be unprotected. Mum, nothing is going to happen, and even if it did, I have my wand and the mirror Harry gave me. You do? Molly asked, looking over Ginny's outfit of t-shirt, shorts, and trainers. Where? You probably shouldn't be carrying your wand. Don't worry, Mum, both are hidden well. It's going to be fine. I'll work hard and listen to Aisling, okay. Ginny sighed in relief when her mum smiled. For a moment, Ginny feared her mum would change her mind and take back her permission. On the other hand, her mum wouldn't likely do that. Ginny knew her mum concerned herself. To a certain extent, with what others thought of her, and reneging on an agreement would definitely not paint her in a good light. Alright, dear, you're growing up so quickly. I suppose I'm just not ready to think of you as being old enough to be doing any kind of work. I know, Mum, but I am old enough. I'll prove it. Aisling has a really nice shop. There's little stone figurines, and jewelry, and leather crafts, and everything is well made. Ginny filled the rest of their walk with more detailed descriptions of some of the items she had seen in the shop. By the time they arrived, Ginny had her mum interested enough to want to browse through Aisling's wares. Ginny opened the shop door, and was instantly greeted by Aisling herself. Dia Dhuit. Hello. Ginny, you're here. Excellent. Aisling walked over, clipboard in hand, and briefly hugged Ginny. Then, she addressed Mrs. Weasley. Thank you, again, for lettin' her work for me. She really will be doin' me a favor. Oh, of course, Mrs. Weasley said, waving away the thanks as if she hadn't earlier worried about Ginny doing a good job. Do you mind if I look around while you start Ginny on whatever it is she'll be doing? Aisling waved her hand, encompassing the store. Please do. She turned and motioned for Ginny to follow her to a back room filled with open boxes. She showed Ginny the papers on the clipboard. Everything back here is listed on one of these pages. I need you to mark down how much I have of each item. Simple tally marks will do. Then, total each item's marks. Alright, I can do that. Ginny set right to work. Thankfully, it wasn't going to be overly physically demanding. She still felt a little sore from her morning workout. A silly grin spread across her heated face as she remembered how appealing Harry had looked, and how much fun they'd had balancing that seesaw together. No doubt, the exercise was doing some good. Ginny hoped she'd catch up to his level quickly. Felt as if she was holding him back at the moment. Shoving those thoughts away, she concentrated on her task. Oh. Harry's pocket buzzed, and he quickly dropped his book on the bedside table to pull out his mirror. He'd had it in his pocket while downstairs, and had neglected to remove it once he'd come up to his room. Seeing Ginny waiting for him to respond, he smiled. The Weasleys had gone RLIER to pick up the rest of her brothers at King's Cross. Hey, Ginny. Everyone get home all right, then. Everyone's fine, but you won't believe it. Ron said all of the girls involved in the attack on us were expelled and arrested. Aurors came to the school and led them out. Percy said they were being charged with assault and reckless endangerment. He also said that Draco was also charged with the same crimes. It looks like some families are suing them. Wow, I have to say, I'm a little surprised. I never would have thought Dumbledore would actually call the Aurors. I'm glad he did, though. I'm also glad Parkinson and Malfoy are getting sued, though I'm not sure it's going to change either of their opinions. At least they'll have to part with some gold. Why did it take so long for the arrest on Malfoy? That attack happened at Easter. Percy thinks Malfoy had been arrested soon after his expulsion, but it had been hushed up. As for Pansy and Friend's attack on you, well, to hear Percy tell it. Dumbledore didn't call the Aurors. Professor McGonagall did, and Madame Pomfrey supported her, telling them about the state you were in after Parkinson and those girls attacked, and of course. She restated what happened when Draco attacked you. Harry's heart warmed at their support. Professor McGonagall had easily become his favorite staff member, second only to Madame Pomfrey. His head of house had always treated him fairly and had never made his lycanthropy a big issue. He'd found it surprisingly easy to talk to the outwardly stern professor about many things. In fact, he almost thought of her in a grandmotherly role. Though he'd never actually tell her that. With a little jolt, Harry realized Ginny had moved on to another topic, something about having kissed a bloke in the village. All the warmth he felt a moment ago drained away as if being sucked out by a dementor, leaving him cold and trembling, unable to move or speak. His brain furiously worked to put together what she was really saying. Ginny wouldn't say she loved him, then take up with another bloke. He refused to believe it. His heart rate skyrocketed until he heard the word in relation to him that he'd been looking for. She was still calling him her boyfriend. Harry slowly let out a huge sigh of relief. He hoped Ginny hadn't noticed. After all, he'd promised her he wouldn't jump to conclusions again. Of course, he should have known he couldn't hide anything from her. Harry, are you okay? You looked peaky a moment ago. I'm fine, Ginny. Ginny simply looked at him, brows raised, as if she knew he hadn't been fine a moment ago. Harry sighed in resignation, ducking his head. He didn't want to see her expression when he told her. The way you were talking about that bloke, I suddenly thought you didn't want me anymore. He cringed when she gasped. I didn't mean to. I know I promised I wouldn't jump to conclusions like that, but it's so automatic. I'm trying really hard not to do that. I did realize that you hadn't meant that at all. Though, if that counts for anything. Please don't be mad at me. Oh, Harry, I'm not mad at you. I didn't realize you weren't paying any attention to me when I changed the subject. I'll start over. Remember, up on the astronomy tower, when I told you about my first kiss? Harry nodded. Now, it all made sense. I saw him today. He came into the shop looking for a gift for his girlfriend. His family had moved not long after our shared kiss, and just recently returned. Ginny's voice turned tender, and she asked him to look at her. When he did, she continued. It was nice to chat with him. But you have nothing to worry about. You're the only one I want to be with. A ghost of a smile graced Harry's lips. Thanks, Ginny, for not being mad at me. It takes time to change automatic reactions. I know. Now, if we'd been together for several years and you were still doing it, then, I would be upset. At first, anyway. After I calmed down, I'd probably wonder what I was doing wrong. Or not doing enough of, to make you feel that way. No, Harry rushed to reassure her, it's not like that. You've been incredible, Ginny, telling me every day that you love me. And proving it by listening to me when I need to talk, or by giving me time to think things through before talking about them. I see it when you look at me, and I feel it when you take my hand. You'll never know how much that means to me. Ginny gave him a tearful smile. I try, Harry. I tell you that every day because I need to say it nearly as much as you need to hear it. I love hearing you say it. I wish you were here with me so I could hold you. I wish I was, too, but we'll be together in the morning. Maybe we can convince Sirius to take it easy. The full moon is only a few days away. I know you haven't been feeling all that well. No, I haven't, but the exercise helps. What about you? How are you feeling? Ginny shrugged. A little achy, but that's all. That's good, I guess. Harry couldn't help the guilty feeling that arose in his chest. I really wish you didn't have to feel any of it. No guilt, Harry. There's no point in it. I've learned to believe that things happen for a reason. Who knows? Maybe I'm in a position now where I can help someone at the new school, perhaps to understand better what werewolves go through. We just don't know, yet. Harry nodded, reluctantly accepting her point. He heard Mrs. Weasley call Ginny down for a late dinner. You should go. I'll see you in the morning. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I love you, Harry. Harry smiled softly. I love you, too. Good night. 0000. On Wednesday and Thursday, Sirius let them take it easy, making them simply fast walk around the block after their sit-ups and warm-ups. The rest of the morning as theirs to spend it however they wanted, which was usually on the swing on the back porch, relaxing and enjoying being in the others' company. The day after the full moon, Sirius had mercy on the teens again and, after a few sit-ups and stretches, took them to a forest to practice their spellwork. Harry was thankful. Even though the exercise helped to loosen him up, it still hurt, and he wasn't sure he would have lasted for an entire morning. Since he'd started reading the book Sirius had given him on defensive magic, he'd been anxious to try out some of the spells. It appeared he was going to get to do so now. Though how they were going to remain undetected, Harry hadn't a clue. Where are we? Not far from London. Burnham Beeches, to be exact. It's certainly pretty, Ginny commented. Harry looked around. They were in a forested area with tall skinny deciduous trees making up most of the woods. Maybe 10 meters away in all directions, the woods became denser with more deciduous trees with thick trunks whose roots resembled splayed bony fingers half buried in the ground. As he studied the thicker trees, he realized that many of the trunks looked to be made up of several thinner ones twisted around each other. Some trees leaned, others grew in a curvy manner. One or two even reminded Harry of the Whomping Willow. Are you sure we won't get in trouble with the Ministry for underage magic use? Ginny asked. I'm certain, Ginny. I've filed the appropriate paperwork directly with Mafalda Hopkirk, who is the head of that department. Sirius grinned mischievously. You see, Hat no one wants to tell you kids is that a parent or guardian can file for a temporary release of the trace, and pay a fee, of course. So, rest assured, Ginny, that you are free to do magic this morning. Harry's case is a little different. Sirius turned to address Harry. Harry, I've paid a sizable fee to break the trace on you completely. Wicked. The teens exclaimed simultaneously, sharing excited glances and smiles. I'm sorry I didn't get that done sooner, Harry. That's okay, Sirius. Things have just begun to settle. What about the Muggles, though? Do we have to worry about them coming along? They're only allowed in certain sections of the forest, and only at certain times of the year. This part of the forest is not one of the areas they're allowed in. If, by some chance, Muggles do come wandering by, I've put up some repelling charms so they'll wander away again, none the wiser. Harry was impressed. It seemed as if Sirius had done some real planning on this. First, we'll start on some simple spells for you. Ginny, I want to see exactly where your talents lie, and just how powerful you are. Ginny ducked her head, one foot shuffling in the dirt at her feet. I'm not very powerful. Yes, you are, Harry asserted. That bat bogey hex you hit me with that day was strong. Only because I was angry with you. Harry shook his head. I don't believe that for a second. Yo, you fought off Voldemort for an entire year. That took strength and power. Harry shrugged. But then, what do I know? I learned a lot of spells fairly quickly. You probably won't beat my record. Harry nearly smiled when Ginny's eyes narrowed dangerously. You think I can't? Harry simply shrugged, pasting an unconcerned expression on his face. I'll show you just how powerful I can be. She whirled to face Sirius. What are we starting with? Give me something hard. Sirius conjured a boulder the size of a small car, placing it several feet from them, and set Ginny to work on the blasting curse, which she enthusiastically fired time and again, chipping away at the huge rock. Once he saw that she was set, Sirius joined Harry and grinned. Well played, kiddo, he said softly. Harry shrugged, sheepishly smiling. It worked before. I figured it would again. Ginny loves to prove people wrong about her. Sirius barked out a laugh and mussed Harry's hair. All right, as for you, I think you need to work on your shield charm some more. Let's see if we can get it stronger. It's not going to do you much good if it won't stand up to some strong hexes. Harry worked on Protega for 2 straight hours. Sirius throwing increasingly stronger hexes. After those 2 hours, Sirius halted Ginny's work and conjured a humanoid clay statue with a raised fist. Looking around, he spotted a stick the length of a wand, and stuck one end into the fist so that it pointed in Ginny's general direction. Try to disarm the figure. The incantation is Expelliarmus. While she technically performed the spell, stick only fell at the clay figure's feet. Ginny huffed in frustration. Sirius picked up the stick and replaced it in the clay fist. Keep it. You'll get it. You want your opponent's wand to end up as far away as possible. Sirius watched her attempts, gave her a few tips, then had her continue. Turning to Harry, he said, "Now, for you. If you're feeling up to it, I have another spell for you to practice." Yes, he hurt, and yes. He was fairly tired, okay, extremely tired, but Harry was interested in finding out what other spell Sirius had in mind. Running a hand down his face and stifling a yawn, Harry nodded. Sirius eyed him closely. Maybe it can wait. Oh, come on, Sirius. I'm okay. What's this other? There was no fighting the yawn this time. This other spell you have in mind. Well, it's the Patronus charm. It helps to repel dementors. I don't think you're up to trying it today. It takes a lot of concentration, a lot of willpower, and a lot of energy to get it to work, and even then, there's no guarantee. A vast majority of adults have trouble with it, some unable to conjure any sort of protection at all. Harry, reluctantly, agreed with Sirius. Now that his adrenaline high was gone, he felt ready to drop. It was too bad, too, because he had looked forward to trying out that one. According to the book, the Patronus was fueled by a powerful, emotional memory, and Rai had a few in mind he wanted to experiment with, which would conjure the strongest Patronus. When Ginny learned of his lycanthropy and accepted him anyway. When she agreed to be his girlfriend. If he had to guess, he'd say his strongest Patronus would be fueled by the memory of Ginny first telling him she loved him, even though she'd said it unintentionally. Still, it would be interesting to see if he was right. He supposed he'd have to wait a little longer. Sirius transfigured a log into a bench. Have a seat, Harry. He pulled out his pocket watch. We'll be going back soon. Yawning again, Harry nodded and dropped onto the seat. After activating the charm to hide his wand, he settled in to watch Ginny. From what he could see, she was definitely improving. Expelliarmus. Harry watched. In awe as the stick went flying into the air, tracing a perfect arc over all their heads to land several meters away. Stunned silence echoed among them as the three of them exchanged glances. Then, all at once, Sirius laughed. Ginny squealed in delight, and Harry stood to give her a hug and congratulate her. I told you, he whispered in her ear. You're one powerful witch. At this moment, I feel like I am. Good. And on that note, Sirius said, walking up to the two, it's time to go back. Harry, here, could use some rest. Ginny nodded, looking up at him. She gave him a sympathetic smile. I'm surprised you're still standing, to be honest. Reaching up to rub at his eyes, Harry stifled another yawn. I may not be for much longer. Let's get back to the house. Harry, you can sleep while I take Ginny home. Ginny clutched Sirius' left elbow, Harry grabbed Sirius' right. Sirius gripped Harry's wrist. In case you lose your grip, he explained. Sirius vanished the boulder and clay figure before apparating the three of them to little whinging. Once there, Sirius helped Harry to lie down on the sofa. Ginny gave him a quick kiss. I won't be gone long, Harry. If you need me, call me on your mirror. I made one for myself and connected it to yours. Too tired to even be surprised at that, Harry nodded, rolled to his side and fell asleep. Oh. Between the workouts in the mornings and learning new spells in the afternoons, with the occasional fun activity thrown in, the days flew by for Harry. Except the weekends. Those seemed to drag simply because Ginny wasn't with him. She spent that time with her family. Not that he begrudged her that time with them. It was already July and, in a few short weeks, she would be saying goodbye to them, leaving with himself and Sirius to go to a new school in America. Sirius still wouldn't say where exactly. Ginny had said she was excited to go, but Harry had to believe she was also sad to leave. He felt responsible for her leaving. After all, if it wasn't for him, she'd still be attending Hogwarts next year. If he hadn't shown up there, Ginny could have gone about her life, staying close to her family. No matter how guilty he felt about it, however, he couldn't deny that he was glad he had gone. Thanks to Ginny, his life had metamorphosed into a life not only worth living, but also worth enjoying. Oh. Well, we've put this off long enough. Ginny's stomach clenched. She didn't have to look up at her father to know what was coming. Truthfully, she'd wondered when her parents were going to say something. Apparently, now was the time. She exchanged a brief glance with Ron. He, too, looked as if he dreaded what was coming. What do you mean, Dad? Charlie asked, having showed up just yesterday. There's something you boys need to know. It concerns Ginny. Ginny stared at her plate, but she could feel 8 sets of eyes focus on her. She almost wished she wasn't present for this discussion. Right now, she would love to be at Harry's house. He would hold her and worry with her. He wouldn't tell her not to worry. He wouldn't even tell her that things would turn out okay. No, he'd simply wrap his arms around her and apologize for her pain. Ginny's dad sighed. Ginny won't be going to Hogwarts next year. What? 4 voices yelled. Why? Because Harry won't be there, either. Silence met that declaration. Ginny chanced to look at her brothers. Charlie wore an expression of confusion mixed with wariness. Percy, not surprisingly, was eyeing her as if she'd done something shameful. Fred and George gaped at her. But she could see mirth dancing in their eyes. Bill, she noticed, didn't appear surprised at all, so she assumed Sirius had told him already. Ginny knew her oldest brother had been helping Sirius, therefore, it made sense Bill would have been told. She needed to remember to thank Bill for aiding Sirius and Harry, and also for his silent support of her impending trip. Bill, you don't seem surprised, Mr. Weasley noted. That's because I'm not, Dad. I helped Sirius ward his house with lots of protections. He told me before the end of the school year. With everything that's happened, I can't say that I blame Harry for not wanting to go back. But, Ginny, Charlie questioned, and where will they be going? Remember the prophecy we heard over Christmas, the one that involved Harry and Ginny? Yes, but Dad, do you really want to experience the dire consequences that prophecy outlined if they were separated? So, where are they going, then? Charlie asked. Sirius hasn't told us specifically where yet. Ginny admitted. I think he's wanting to keep it as much of a secret as possible. He did tell us he was taking us to America, though. America, Charlie said, disbelievingly. Wicked. The twins breathed. And you're okay with this? Charlie asked of his mother. Mrs. Weasley looked sad. Of course I don't like Ginny running off to another country with a boy, but I don't want her taking off on her own. Either. It's not as if she'd get far, Charlie argued. Ginny sent an annoyed glare at her second oldest brother. Before she could say a word, her father spoke. Something tells me she'd find a way. Regardless, paperwork has been filed naming Sirius as her temporary guardian. Ginny will be with us until after her birthday. Jin, come talk to us later, Fred Stage whispered. Oh, no you don't. Mrs. Weasley warned unequivocally. There's to be none of that. Ginny caught George's wink and grinned. Charlie shook his head, still looking as if he didn't agree with the decision that had been made. Ron, you didn't look surprised, either, Mr. Weasley said. Ron's ears flushed at the sudden attention. He squirmed a little in his chair. That's because I already knew, Dad. Harry and Ginny told me, Hermione, and Neville weeks ago, back when you first gave Ginny permission to go with Harry. And what do you think about it? Ron exchanged a glance with Ginny before answering with a shrug. I was upset at first, but I can't really blame Harry for wanting to leave, either. Hogwarts hasn't exactly been the safest of places lately. Harry needs to be a BLE to focus on learning as much as he can, so that when he faces you-know-who, he'll be ready. He can't do that if he's worrying about where the next attack is coming from. As for Ginny, she's meant to help him somehow. So she has to be ready, too. Ginny thanked her youngest brother for his support. 4 out of her 6 brothers supported her, and really, that was better than she had expected. Percy, do you have anything to say? Well, Father, it seems inappropriate to me. People will think the worst when they learn Ginny has taken off somewhere with Harry. Her reputation will be ruined. Who cares? Blurted Ginny. There's always going to be people who want to believe the worst about you. The only ones who count are the ones who won't believe every little thing they read or hear. Well said, Ginny, Mr. Weasley praised. Thanks, Dad. May I be excused, now? Yes, sweetheart, you may. Ginny pushed away from the table and disappeared into her room. Pulling out her magical mirror, she called Harry's name. Once he answered, she told him how the family meeting had gone, and how they had the support of 4 of her brothers. She even mentioned the twins' request to visit them later in their room and what she suspected they would ask. Harry laughed at that. They chatted a bit longer before saying goodnight. Ginny put on her pajamas, brushed her hair, and slipped into bed, awaiting Fred and George to come upstairs. Harry's birthday fell on a Sunday. Sirius woke him up early for his daily exercise, then took him out to have some fun. Sirius ended up taking Harry to an amusement park. Harry looked around at the visible roller coasters twisting and looping tracks. Another ride he could see was a tower that lifted a circular module containing seats, and then dropped it, letting it free fall. Periodically, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a pirate ship rocking back and forth, each swing reaching higher and higher until it looked as if it would make a full loop, but it never did. Once Sirius had paid their entrance fees, the 2 of them headed straight for the first roller coaster in which the train dangled under the track. The line was long, but moved quickly. Before he knew it, Harry was at the front of the line. He and Sirius chose to sit at the front of the train. He, Sirius, and the next 2 in line climbed into the waiting car and fastened their safety belts. You might want to take off your glasses, Harry. You're not going to want to lose them. Leaning close to Harry's ear, he whispered, use the charm described in that book, the one that prevents one's glasses from being removed. Do it quickly. Pretending to use his arm to rub his cheek, Harry muttered the incantation. When his glasses tightened a bit against his face, he knew he'd been successful. Harry laughed and responded to Sirius' suggestion for the benefit of those around him. They're tight enough. I won't lose them. The safety bars lowered over their shoulders and locked into place. The ride operator double-checked each car's safety and the occupants' safety belts. Harry clenched the bars at his shoulders, feeling a little nervous but mostly excited. He had no doubt his broom was faster. But he'd never attempted to hang from it and zip through the air, performing corkscrews, loops, or rolls, either. The ride operator returned and pushed a button that started the train on its way. Just over a minute later, the train pulled back to the station. The safety bars rose, everyone unbuckled, and disembarked. Well, what did you think about your first roller coaster ride, Harry? That was fantastic. The way it twisted and turned. At one point, I felt like I was floating. Sirius laughed heartily. Good to hear. He pointed to a posted map of the park. Let's talk. Look at the map and see where we want to go next. In the end, they decided to go to the tower ride next, then the pirate ship Harry had glimpsed at the entrance. The 2 of them wandered through some shops before getting on the next ride, a spinning disc with cage-like compartments for the riders all around the disc. Each compartment could hold 2 people. Once the disc reached a certain speed, it rose up on an arm until the riders were spinning vertically and upside down. By the time the ride was over, both Sirius and Harry felt a bit sick to their stomachs and decided it was time to slow it down. What about this one? Harry asked, pointing on another posted map of a river rapid-style ride. It's getting a little warm. This one will cool us off a bit. Sounds good to me. I'll take anything right now that doesn't spin, dip, or twist. From what little Harry could see as they moved along the line, the round boats with yellow plastic seats and black rubber inflatable bottoms mean Duret along a river trail at varying speeds, sometimes dipping under waterfalls and drenching the riders. To Harry, it looked rather refreshing. He hoped they would get wet, too. Then, it was his and Sirius' turn. 4 other people joined them. 2 inches of water covered the bottom of the boat, and Harry thought that was promising. With all the safety belts fastened, the boat was pushed and they were off to make their way through the course. 6 minutes later, a nicely splashed Harry and Sirius left the ride feeling much better and looking for food. Choosing pizza, chips, and cokes, the pair sat at a picnic table and scarfed down their lunches. Having a good birthday, Harry. It's brilliant. This has been a lot of fun. We'll have to bring Ginny the next time. She'd have lots of fun. We certainly will. They polished off their food. We're going to want to let that settle before we do another ride. Let's wander some shops again. The last shop they visited, Harry ended up getting a t-shirt to commemorate their outing. To further let their food settle, Sirius and Harry joined the line for the Dodgems ride. When it was their turn, Harry chose a red bumper car, while Sirius chose a black one. 15 other people chose their cars, which made for a crowded floor to move around, but Harry knew the whole point was to bump into each other. Sirius was on the opposite side Harry was, and that made it difficult to catch him, but Harry managed, slamming into his godfather with enough force to rattle their teeth. "Where did you come from? You were across the floor from me." "Surprise," Harry called out, laughing. He laughed even harder when he was spun away by someone else. When that was over, they decided it was time for another roller coaster. The one they chose had 2 trains with 7 rows of 4 seats each. Harry discovered that the last 2 rows of seats faced backwards rather than forwards and insisted they sit in one of those 2 rows. In each row, the seats were divided into pairs on each side of the track and sat slightly below the track, attached to it by a short arm, making the train look as if it had wings. All safety gear in place, the ride began. At the top of the very tall lift hill. The track completely inverted, so now all the riders were upside down. The train plunged, twisted, corkscrewed, looped, and zero gravity rolled its way around the track. Harry lost his sense of direction. Had no clue which way was up, but he yelled and laughed in delight the entire time. "That was wicked," Harry exclaimed as they walked away from the ride. "I think I like that one the best." "That one was rather fun, wasn't it?" Sirius agreed. A few rides later, one of which was simply a mirror maze, Sirius pulled out his pocket watch. "We have time for one more ride, I think. Before we're due at Molly's for dinner." Harry's wandering gaze flew to his godfather. "You didn't tell me we were going over there today." Sirius grinned. "Surprise. Brilliant. I see. Can't wait to tell Ginny about everything. I thought you'd like that. So, what are we riding now?" The last hurrah was, naturally, another roller coaster. A wooden one, this time. Passengers sat, 2 per row, inside the train with a lap bar to hold. This one had tall hills and sharp switchbacks in addition to the standard loops, turns, and corkscrews. Harry enjoyed it just as much as he enjoyed the others. He didn't get the sense of weightlessness that he did with the others, but that didn't really matter to him. "So, a good birthday, then?" Sirius asked as he prepared to apparate them back home. They'd walked to an out-of-the-way area outside the park, hidden by some trees. "Absolutely. And even better, I'm going to be seeing Ginny." Moments later, they were back at home. After the requisite pause to settle his stomach, Harry dashed upstairs to take a quick shower as he was certain he smelled horribly. While he waited for Sirius to finish his shower, Harry grew nervous. He was excited to see Ginny. But after how the family meeting had gone, he wasn't so excited to face Percy and Charlie. Harry could only hope they wouldn't hex him. Oh. Harry landed and stumbled, but managed to keep his footing. "All right there, Harry." Harry took a moment before answering, "Yeah, I'm good." Sirius chuckled. "You really need to learn how to stick your landings. Not exactly graceful to stumble and fall, you know." "Shut it, you." Due to the wards around the burrow to keep just anyone from apparating or portkeying in, Sirius landed them in a small copse just outside the protection. As they walked, Harry's stomach began to roll and tumble, and for one brief moment, he feared he'd be sick. Nervous, Harry glanced over at his godfather before returning his attention to his feet. "A little. Ginny told me neither Charlie nor Percy were very supportive of the idea of her leaving with me. I guess I'm just afraid of what they'll say. Or maybe they won't say anything, just glare at me the entire time. They'll come around. You have to look at the silver lining. You have 6 of the Weasley 9 supporting you. That's not bad, kiddo. I suppose. I just don't want to cause any trouble. I know. But there's one thing you should remember. Opinions are like wands, everyone has them and enjoys showing them off." The burrow's front door burst open, drawing their attention. Harry's neigh. Arves instantly disappeared as he watched Ginny run up to him and envelope him in her arms. "Happy birthday, Harry." "Thanks, Ginny." He was a bit surprised when she kissed him in front of Sirius, but he eagerly participated in it. All too aware of being watched, Harry cut it short. "Wow. Now, that's got to be the best birthday greeting I've ever gotten." Ginny beamed up at him and took his hand. "Come on inside. Neville's here. Hermione couldn't come, but she sent your present to me to give to you." She said she definitely should be back in time for my birthday, so we'll be able to see her before we go. That's good. The three of them entered into the sitting room where most of the family and Neville were sitting. Harry happily greeted his friend and thanked him for coming. When Neville admitted that his birthday was the day before, Harry apologized for missing it, which Neville waved away. It's all right, mate, you didn't know. I should have asked. You are my friend, after all. Really, Harry. Don't worry about it. I had an alright time with Gran. So, what did you do today? Harry hesitated a moment. His birthday had been spectacular, but he didn't want to sound boastful in light of how Neville's birthday had been celebrated. Then, he decided it would likely hurt his friend if he tried to downplay how he'd spent his day, so he stood there, surrounded now by Neville, Ginny, Ron, and the twins, and described the amusement park along with the rides he and Sirius had enjoyed. Wicked! Fred and George exclaimed. Fred continued with, we will have to go someday. Yes, dear brother, splendid idea. Come on out into the back garden, you lot. Mrs. Weasley called. It's time for dinner. Harry passed through the house and stepped into the back. A long table was set with dinnerware for 12. Next to that table was another that bowed under the weight of all the food that sat upon it. Harry saw at least 2 sliced hams, potatoes, corn, carrots, green beans, bread and butter, pumpkin juice, some butterbeer, and a large chocolate snitch-shaped cake with green writing and candles. In addition to all of that, there were party decorations in the nearby trees, streamers, banners, and balloons. Leaning close to Ginny, he whispered, is your mum planning to feed the entire ministry? Ginny giggled. Yeah, sometimes she goes overboard with the cooking, Ron will do his best to make sure there aren't many leftovers. Harry snickered at that. The two of them were directed to sit on Mr. Weasley's left with Harry being next to the Weasley patriarch. It's the place of honor, Harry, Mr. Weasley said when Harry tried to sit elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Harry said shyly. That taken care of, everyone grabbed a plate and began serving themselves from the buffet table. Looking over the table, Harry shook his head in disbelief. Stepping over to Ginny's mum, he thanked her for having him over and for going through all the trouble with the meal. Oh, it was no trouble, Harry, dear. With all that exercise you've been doing, you need to give your body plenty of fuel. Still, this. Harry waved a hand to encompass the food table and the party decorations in the trees. It's way more than necessary. I would have been just as happy with a simple meal. Mrs. Weasley patted his cheek affectionately. I know, dear, and that's why I enjoy spoiling you. A person deserves to be spoiled, now and then. Now, off you go. There's presents waiting to be opened after the meal. Presents. As in more than one. I know Hermione sent hers here, but I wasn't expecting. My prior statement applies, Harry. Now, go enjoy yourself. Touched by her generosity and sincerity, Harry hugged her, whispering his thanks in her ear. Mrs. Weasley shooed him away, and he joined Ginny, who had waited for him to return before she filled her plate. After filling his own, Harry followed Ginny back to the table. Feeling the weight of a stare, Harry looked up to find Charlie watching him. A small furrow between his brows. To Harry, he didn't seem angry so much as contemplative. Not knowing what to say or do, Harry simply returned his attention to his meal. Everyone finished stuffing themselves, the food and dishes were cleared away and a stack of 7 brightly wrapped packages were set in front of Harry. Ginny picked one of them up, handed it to Harry and shoved the others to the side to give him space. Harry took the Gryffindor color-wrapped flat rectangular box. Reading the tag, his brows jumped. From Hagrid. Harry hadn't a clue why he'd be getting a present from the enormous professor. It wasn't as if they were well acquainted or anything. Who's it from, Harry? Ron called from 2 spots down and across from Harry. It's from Hagrid. Why would he send me something? I rarely saw him outside of class. Hagrid has a big heart, Sirius explained from his position next to Ron. He must have taken a liking to you. Mind you, if it's food, it's best to leave it alone. Hagrid isn't the best of cooks. Your dad and I cracked our teeth on one of his cakes once. We never touched them again. Harry unwrapped the box. Inside was a note next to a flower. Curious as to why Hagrid would send him a flower, Harry picked up the note, gasping as he read it. Very slowly, he picked up the flower. It was a lily, its star-shaped bloom a peachy orange in color. 2/3 of the way up the petals starting from the center was a deep red star. Overlaying the red star, a yellow one reached from the center to 1/3 of the length of the petals. Harry ran a delicate petal between his fingers. Hagrid sent you a flower, Ron said incredulously before bursting into laughter. Staring at the flower, Harry missed the glare Ginny shot her brother. Hager. It said Mum had given this to him before she left school as a thank you for being so nice to her. He said she spelled it to last. He's kept it all this time, but thought I'd like to have it. Ron instantly looked contrite. Sorry, mate. It's beautiful, Harry, murmured Ginny. But I thought magic failed once a witch or wizard. Ron didn't complete his statement, but he didn't need to. Everyone knew what he had been about to say. Bill looked a bit uncomfortable, but gave an explanation. Eventually, it will, but how quickly depends on the talent and power of the one casting the charm. And Lily was nothing if not talented and powerful, Sirius added softly. Inhaling deeply to gather better control of his emotions, Harry made a mental note to send a very heartfelt note to Hagrid thanking him for the lily. He looked over at Ginny, who watched him sympathetically, and Harry had a sudden impulse, one he followed through on. Reaching up, he tucked the flower over her ear so that she looked like an exotic beauty. He gave her a soft smile, liking seeing the bloom there. He would have loved to have kissed her, but didn't want to do so in front of her family, especially in the presence of the two brothers who weren't so thrilled with Ginny leaving the country. She must have read something in his expression, for she smiled tenderly at him and gently squeezed his hand. Harry returned to opening his gifts. The next one he slid in front of him was the size of a brick but weighed much lighter. Pulling off the gold wrapping paper, Harry opened the box. He tilted it just enough to allow the object inside to slide neatly into his hand. It reminded Harry of a child's spinning top, except this had a sharp point at one end. It's a pocket sneakoscope, Ron explained. It'll spin and GHT up if there's someone nearby that you shouldn't trust. I figured you could use one, you know, new school and all. Thanks, Ron. I'm sure it'll be dead useful. Harry set the glass device onto its point where it balanced perfectly. Rainbows from the refracted evening light painting those closest to it. Ginny moved it so it stood in front of her, then pushed another gift at Harry. By the size and weight of the parcel, Harry guessed it to be Hermione's gift for him. Sure enough, upon unwrapping it, a book greeted him with a note, which Harry read quickly. Let me guess, Ron piped up. That's from Hermione. Harry had to laugh. It was just like Hermione to give someone a book, and everyone knew it. It is. It's a potions book. Most potenti potions. She said in her note it's a book she covered in second year and thought I might find it a challenge. Ron blanched. Yeah, that was the book in which we found the polyjuice potion recipe. It was in the restricted section of the library. Restricted section? Neville asked, incredulous. If it's that dangerous, how in Merlin's name did she manage to find a copy, much less buy it? Someone responded, but Harry paid them no mind. Gee. Ginny had stiffened at the mention of the year she'd been under Riddle's influence. Harry wrapped his arm around her and pulled her close to murmur in her ear. I'm sure she didn't mean to bring up any bad memories. She probably wasn't thinking. Ginny rewarded him with a feeble smile. You're right. I shouldn't let it bother me anymore. That's why we went down there in the first place, so I could get over it. It'll take a little time. Maybe the new school will help. Yeah, Ginny agreed, looking stronger, more relaxed. Maybe it will. Thanks, Harry. Ginny brushed the corner of his mouth with a feather-light kiss. Harry closed his eyes and savored the warmth that washed through him. It was bliss and it was torture. He wanted really badly to turn his head and truly kiss her. It wouldn't take but a slight movement on his part. No more than a millimeter or two. However, he restrained himself. He didn't think her parents or brothers were ready to see that. Reluctantly, he pulled away. Thankful the potions book was still being discussed. Looking down the table in an effort to follow the conversation, he made eye contact with Charlie, whose brows had risen as if he'd been made privy to some huge secret that had shocked him. Again, Harry ignored him. Eventually, the discussion died down, and Harry turned his attention to the still unwrapped gifts he had left. He pulled a gaily wrapped parcel to him. A warning had been scrawled across the top of it in Fred or George's handwriting not to open it in the presence of their mother. Figuring he should follow their wishes, he nodded to them in thanks, before pushing it aside and reaching for another. This one was from Neville, and when Harry opened it, he found a pair of seeker gloves surrounded by a few packages of chocolate frogs. Harry thanked his friend and pulled on the gloves. They fit perfectly. Taking them off again, Harry set them and the chocolate aside. The next to last present contained some treacle fudge and a personal-sized treacle tart from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Popping a piece of fudge into his mouth, Harry delighted in the burst of sweetness particular to the fudge. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. I think yours is better than the fudge at Honeyduke's." "Oh, Harry, dear, you are welcome," Mrs. Weasley said, looking quite pleased. The last parcel came with a note attached to the wrapping paper. Harry recognized the handwriting as belonging to Madame Pomfrey. He read the note with a tinge of sadness. She had planned to attend, but was called away for a special healers' convention to learn some new healing spells and techniques. He grinned at her reasoning for her choice in gifts. Passing Ginny the note, Harry unwrapped the book. "Another book. You reckon people have confused you with Hermione?" Harry snickered. "No, Ron. This is from Madame Pomfrey. It's a book full of general healing spells like Episci and Ferula." He grinned sheepishly. She said in her note that, with my penchant for needing her services, she wanted to be sure I could take care of myself. I don't know why she's so worried. It's not like the new school won't have a matron. "Harry, how long has Poppy been taking care of you?" Sirius asked, obviously trying to make a point. "Ever since I can remember." "Exactly. She's feeling protective, Harry." "Oh," Harry muttered, then smiled. He felt the same affection for the matron. Harry, again, thanked everyone for the gifts. As the others moved away from the table, Fred and George started their fireworks show. Ginny took his hand and slowly drew him away from the preoccupied crowd. Once far enough away, she led him into the house. "I wanted to give you your present in private," she said shyly, leading him up the stairs. Ginny stopped at the first landing and, bypassing the first bedroom door, pulled him down the corridor to her room. Harry hadn't been in her room before, and wasn't sure he should actually go in there now. When he'd stayed here over Christmas, she had always come to his room. His eyes swept the room. It wasn't overly feminine with lacy curtains or flowery things, but it still somehow conveyed it was a girl's room. Perhaps it was the posters of the Hollyhea harpies on the walls that gave it away. "Here, Harry." While he'd been inspecting her room, she'd retrieved his present. In her hand was a very small green and gold-wrapped square box. Ginny seemed a bit nervous as she held it out for him to take. "Ginny, you didn't have to get me anything. I wanted to, now open it." Harry carefully unwrapped the box and lifted the lid. He gasped, then let out a chuckle. Looking up, his merriment died at her hurt expression, her eyes quickly filling with tears. "Ginny," he asked, concerned over her sudden change in mood. "You don't like it," she muttered morosely. "No." It suddenly became clear to him that she thought he had laughed at her gift. Setting the box on her desk, he cupped her face, looking straight into her lovely brown eyes. "I love it. Honestly. It's just, well, you'll see on your birthday. You like it, really." A solitary tear escaped her control, and Harry thumbed it away. "Really. It's perfect. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you think I didn't like it. Really. You'll understand once you see your present." Harry picked up the box again. "This looks expensive, though." Ginny plucked the ring from the box. "Remember that job I told you about?" Harry nodded affirmatively. "Well, it was to pay for this. I saw it in a shop in the village, but didn't have enough money to buy it outright. The shopkeeper was nice enough to let me work for the remainder of the price. I even have money left over." "Wow, I had no idea." Harry eyed the silvery ring in her hand. Without asking what he really wanted to know, he casually asked, "What's it made of?" Ginny gave him a knowing look, then beamed. "That's the best part. It's made of stainless steel. No silver in it at all. Surely you didn't think I'd get you something that had silver in it, did you?" "Not really, no. But I didn't know what, besides silver and gold, they used for jewelry, and that certainly isn't gold." "Well, no worries. Look on the inside." Harry did so and saw T. He words Ijikanai engraved along the bottom section of the looked up at Ginny in confusion. What language is it? What does it mean? It's Irish. The shopkeeper I worked for speaks the language. It means, always. Irish. I thought they just spoke English. Irish, or Gaeilge as they call it, is only spoken as the main language in very small pockets in Ireland, mostly on the west coast. Harry was impressed. You've learned a lot by working there, haven't you? Ginny shrugged shyly. I've picked up a few phrases, mainly greetings. Aisling likes to greet her customers with it. She dropped her gaze to her feet before raising them again to meet Harry's gaze. I also asked her to teach me another phrase. And what's that? Ta gra agam do it. It means, I love you. Harry grinned and held up the ring. Always. Ginny taught him how to pronounce the words inscribed on the ring, then hesitated uncertainly a moment. There's a specific way to wear a claddagh ring, depending on what meaning you want to convey. Harry nodded. Right. On the right-hand ring finger with the point of the heart towards me, so the claddagh symbol is right side up when I look at it. That's the message I want to send. That I'm in a committed relationship with the most wonderful witch in the world. Ginny beamed and threw her arms around his neck in a fierce hug. Then, she leaned away from him just enough to kiss him. This time, Harry didn't hold back and kissed her the way he wanted to earlier, his hands sliding into her hair. The need to breathe eventually overrode his desire to continue, however, and he pulled away. Ginny looked down at the ring still in his hand. So, you'll wear it. Proudly. Harry held out the ring for her to put it on his finger. Watching the ring slide into place gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. The last time she had done so was when he had just received the Potter family sealing ring. It had gone onto his pinky, and he'd thought it intimate then. He'd worn it for a bit, but then took it off for safekeeping. Now, though, the gesture was so profound he almost trembled. His brows rose when the ring self-sized. I thought you found this in a Muggle shop. I did, but I had a sizing charm placed on it. How did you know the way to wear it? I can't tell you just yet. Harry studied the ring. It was masculine without being oversized. On the shoulders leading to the bezel, 3 deep grooves produced 2 decorative bars on each side. Diagonal grooves on the bezel created the hands of the claddagh symbol, along with the sides of the heart, which sat between the hands. A zigzagging groove created the top of the heart, while 2 grooves helped to create 3 short bars for the crown above the heart. Harry loved the idea of having a visible declaration of their relationship. Thanks, Ginny. It's absolutely brilliant. Harry. Sirius called up from the bottom of the staircase. You better not be doing anything up there, or Molly will have my hide. Harry instantly blushed, but rolled his eyes. Leaning forward, he gave Ginny a quick kiss before taking her hand and leading her out of her room. Sirius, relax. Ginny just wanted to give me my present privately. When Sirius came into view, Harry had to laugh. Sirius had this look on his face that clearly said, and that's supposed to make me feel better. Don't worry. Nothing happened. A mischievous grin slid across his face. I'm not like you. Harry snickered at Sirius' expression. If Harry had to guess, it was a cross between relief and disappointment. His hands still clasping Ginny's, Harry descended the stairs. Come on, Harry. Say good night. Have to get up early for the World Cup tomorrow. I've already taken care of your presents. Okay, Sirius. Turning to Ginny, he gave her a hug and a quick kiss. See you tomorrow. Your campsite is next to ours. Good. Good night, Harry. Harry stepped into the garden to bid the others a good night, then rejoined Sirius. The two of them walked on the country lane until they were outside the protective boundary, Harry showing off his present from Ginny. It's so funny that she chose this considering what I bought for her birthday. Best of all, there's not even a little bit of silver in it. It's made of stainless steel. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Hang on, you didn't tell her what I got her, did you? No, Harry, I didn't. Harry thought Sirius sounded slightly amused. What? Sirius chuckled, shaking his head. You sound like your dad right after he was given his first gift from your mom. Oh. Harry felt instant heat in his cheeks. Though he liked being compared to his dad. Then, he shrugged. There were apparently quite a few parallels one could see between him and Ginny and his parents. Not only did they look similar, but their personalities were similar. As well as their talents. Considering his parents defied Voldemort on more than one occasion and sacrificed themselves to protect their son, Harry couldn't think of anyone better to be compared to. Oh. Harry Potter, SIRRRR. Half asleep, Harry attempted to shove away the whispering voice in his ear. They weren't due to leave for the World Cup until mid-morning. He didn't feel as if he'd slept long enough for it to be time to get up yet. The whisper came again and Harry's hand whipped out, this time connecting with flesh. In an instant, Harry was wide awake, calling forth his wand, while simultaneously grabbing his glasses. Standing in the meager light from his wand, stood a house elf with big bat-like ears, huge round green eyes, and a long, thin nose. Even though he knew the creatures weren't evil, Harry still studied it warily, unsure as to why one would be in his bedroom and waking him up. "Who are you and what do you want?" The who. Ge eyes filled with tears as the creature's long, nimble fingers scrunched up in delight. "Oh, Harry Potter, sir, is just as good as Dobby has heard, asking who Dobby is." Harry shifted uncomfortably on his bed, shushing the creature before him. The elf seemed to be overly excitable, and the last thing Harry wanted was to prolong this encounter. Tomorrow was a big day. He didn't want to spend it being grumpy from lack of sleep. Not to mention having to explain to Sirius why he didn't get much sleep. "What do you want?" Harry asked again. "I is Dobby, Harry Potter, sir. I is hearing of bad things. Dobby serves a bad master. Harry Potter, sir, and I is hearing bad master making bad plans to capture the great Harry Potter, sir, and his Weasley. When is this supposed to happen?" Dread began to fill his gut. If this was supposed to happen during the World Cup, Harry Potter, sir, and his Weasley must not go back to Hogwarts. Harry let out a little sigh of relief. "Well, don't worry, Gin. Why and I have taken steps to ensure that doesn't happen. Truly. The great Harry Potter and his Weasley will be safe." Harry nodded, then suddenly found himself accosted by the elf, throwing its spindly arms around Harry. Then, the elf began jumping on the bed in glee. Harry scrambled back against the wall out of self-preservation. Getting jumped upon, especially in certain places, was not on his lee. Of things he wanted to have happened to him. "Stop," he whispered furiously, trying to catch the elf. "Stop. Get down." It was a struggle, but he finally managed to get the elf calm. "Can you tell me who your master is?" The elf's tennis ball-sized eyes looked fearful and darted about. Harry knew what was about to happen, having been around the occasional elf when he was young, and grabbed the arm that reached for the clock on his bedside table. There had been enough noise to wake the dead already. In all honesty, Harry was surprised Sirius hadn't awakened by now, though he supposed having an empty room between them helped. "Okay. So you can't tell me that. It had been worth a try, since you're here and going against your master as it is. Is there anything else you can tell me?" The elf made a distressed sound. "Okay. Never mind. Well, thanks for telling me this, but you really don't have to worry, so you can go on home, now." "Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby will do that. Harry Potter has made Dobby extremely happy, sir. Oh, Dobby cannot wait to see his master's face. Thank you, Harry Potter, sir. Thank you." The elf disappeared. In the sudden silence, Harry shook his head in confusion. What had that been about? Obviously, there was some plan being made to kidnap him and Ginny from Hogwarts. Won't whoever it is get a nasty surprise when the school year starts and neither he nor Ginny showed. Figuring there wasn't any point in saying anything to anyone, Harry lay down to get some more sleep, putting the odd encounter out of his mind. Oh. The Weasleys were already at the IR campsite when Harry and Sirius arrived. Ron had been sent off to get some water. Sirius, thinking that was an excellent idea, sent Harry with 2 large containers to get their own water. Ginny went along with him. "This is unbelievable," Harry said in awe as he looked around at the rows upon rows of tents and people. "Oh, look, there's Seamus and Dean, and Neville," Ginny added, pointing. The couple greeted their friends, chatted for a few minutes, then continued on to the water line. As they stood in line, Ron walked in their direction, clumsily maneuvering his full containers. Ginny told him their containers had been knocked over, spilling the water everywhere. They'd been able to collect some of it, but Mr. Weasley sent Ron for more for cooking. Ron spotted them the same time they spotted him. He stepped up to them and dropped the heavy jugs with a sigh. He grimaced and flexed his hands before turning to his sister, mildly annoyed expression on his face. "Oh, sure. You won't help me, but you'll help him." Don't be an idiot, Ron. You're my brother. He's my boyfriend. Of course I'm going to help him. Besides, I didn't want to miss his arrival. You just saw him yesterday, Ginny. Ginny's hands flew to her hips. And I barely spent 2 minutes alone with him. Now, Harry knew for a fact they'd been in her room for longer than 2 minutes. Their kiss had certainly lasted longer than 2 minutes. And they'd talked before and after it. However, Harry wasn't about to jump into a sibling argument. Ginny, certainly, wouldn't appreciate him getting in the middle of it, and it likely would only draw Ron's fire. Nope. Harry was staying well out of it. Well, you don't need to spend much time alone with him anyway. Ron shot back. Says you. You're just jealous because Hermione isn't here. If she'd been able to come, you'd be thanking your lucky stars that I wanted to spend some time alone with Harry. The argument drew several people's attention. Harry cleared his throat. It looked as if he was going to have to jump in anyway. Hey, how about you finish this back at the campsite? People are starting to stare. The line's moving anyway. Ginny whirled around to face him, looking like she was going to tell him to sod off, but then she looked around them, nodded stiffly, picked up the empty jugs, and stepped forward. Harry had no choice but to step forward, as well. Awkwardly, Harry told Ron he'd see him back at their tents. Ahead of him, Ginny sighed and turned around. Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. He just made me so mad. It's my fault he doesn't have a girlfriend to spend time with. He would, if he'd just open his eyes. But no, he's too thick to see what's right in front of him. There's no telling how long it'll take him before he realizes it. Thank Merlin I'm not left dangling like Hermione is. I think I would have hexed you by now. Harry snickered. You have hexed me, or have you forgotten? Ginny shrugged. True. I would say that you were hexed that time for being a prat, but if you were like Ron and left me hanging and wondering, well, you'd still be a prat, so there wouldn't be any difference. So, no more hexing? Harry asked playfully. For now. Ginny raised her brows in challenge. I'll bear that in mind. Harry laughed. He couldn't help himself. Ginny was too much fun to be around, not to laugh. Wrapping his arm about her shoulders, he settled in to wait his turn at the water station. Oh. Ginny felt for certain she was going to lose control and start dancing. Finally, Harry was here, they could spend some time away from the family, get in at least one snog, preferably more. Ron popped into her head, but she forced him out again. No, her brother wasn't going to ruin this for her. He just didn't understand what it was like to love someone, to want to squeeze as much together time as possible out of every day. Harry's arm draped over her shoulders and she grinned. This time last year, she'd just stopped having nightmares over her school year. Now here she was, dating the most amazing person with delightfully messy hair and the most striking eyes she'd ever seen. Ginny wrapped her arm around his waist. The workouts were definitely paying off. Her stomach swooped, and she felt that tingling sensation again. She took a deep breath to shake it off. Who do you think is going to win, Ginny? My bet is on Ireland. I know Bulgaria has Crumb, but I still say Ireland gets it. You could be right, but I think Bulgaria will get it, thanks to Crumb. I guess we'll find out. She reached up to the hand of the arm around her shoulders and threaded her fingers through his, thrilling at the feel of the ring. He'd said he'd wear it proudly, but she hadn't been 100% certain he'd meant it. Apparently, he truly had. Looking over, she fingered it, liking how it flashed in the sun. What's wrong, Ginny? Harry asked after scooting the water jugs forward with his foot a few steps. Nothing, really. I guess I just wasn't entirely sure you'd wear the ring. I told you I would. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. I'll thank you again for it later, once we get the chance to wander around alone. If she'd had any doubt at all that Harry felt the need to spend time together, just the two of them, as much as she did, well, his words would have dispelled them. Not that she had any doubts about that, but it was always good to get confirmation of it. It's too bad that Hermione couldn't be here, Ginny lamented. The World Cup doesn't happen every year. Now she's not that interested in Quidditch, but it's still a fun event. I'm sure she would have found something of interest. Harry pushed the jugs further up the line. I think she likes Quidditch more than you think she does. I know her parents couldn't take the time off for a holiday until last month, though. It doesn't surprise me that they wanted to make the most of it. I know. I guess I'm Just thinking of Ron and how much of an annoyance he's going to be. I don't think he's going to willingly leave us alone. We'll figure out something. I'm sure Sirius can help with that. Again, Harry whispered in her ear. I have the cloak, too, so we can use that if we have to. That was certainly good to know. A small part of Ginny hoped they had to use it. The few times she'd been under the cloak with Harry. It had been before they'd become a couple. She was sure it would be a completely different experience now. She could only imagine how wonderful it would be to have his arms around her, his mouth on hers. And not have to worry about prying eyes. One of these days, she was going to insist they use the cloak for a snog, whether it was needed or not. The line moved forward a few more steps. Neville had caught sight of them while wandering and came over to chat, which helped in making the wait seem less eternal. Come to find out, Neville's Gran had managed to get them tickets in the top box with the minister. Something about how the name Longbottom was an old name, and so they were given first choice in tickets. Ginny was glad Neville had been able to attend for two reasons. First and foremost being that it was the event of a lifetime, really. Who knew when England would be hosting the World Cup again? The second reason was purely selfish. With Neville around, Ron would have someone to talk to. Leaving her and Harry to go off on their own. At long last, Harry was at the head of the line and filled his water jugs. Neville had gone to find Ron. Ginny's mind wandered back to the conversation she and Harry had overheard between a couple of wizards, and she giggled. One wizard had worn trousers and a shirt, while the other one had worn a nightdress type thing. The one, dressed properly, had been holding a pair of trousers, trying to convince the other wizard to change his clothes. That wasn't so funny. The funny part was what the nightdress-wearing wizard had said. How he liked having air around his privates. Ginny's gaze had flown to Harry, who met her gaze. Both of them had blushed, then snickered. Thankfully, those two were long gone, no doubt the trouser lad wizard still trying to change the other wizard's mind. Since it was quite warm, the wizards overseeing the water station were handing out cups of water to those at the head of the line. Ginny took hers gratefully and gulped it down. The ring she had given Harry flashed in the sunlight again as he took his cup of water. She couldn't help looking at it. She received a little thrill every time she did. It just made her so happy to see it there. His declaration was there for all to see if they simply bothered to look. Ready to go? Harry asked, unknowingly interrupting her thoughts. Sure, I can carry one of those. It's all right, I've got it. You can make a path for us, though. I'm afraid I might bump into someone with these. Ginny nodded. I can do that. Stepping in front of Harry, he led him back in the direction of their campsite. Oh. As Harry followed relatively close behind Ginny, hefting the unwieldy water jugs, he enjoyed the view of the sunlight catching in her hair, making it look like pure fire. With every step she took, the fire that was her hair playfully danced across her lower back. Harry loved her hair, loved all the colors in it, light to dark to everything in between. He'd never come across anyone who had that many shades of color in their hair before, and to have them blend so harmoniously left him nearly breathless. His eyes wanted to wander lower, but he forced himself to look away. He shouldn't be doing that, shouldn't even be thinking it. She'd probably hex him if she knew. Certainly, he'd be hexed if he was caught by any of her brothers or her parents. He couldn't seem to help himself, though. Time and again, while they exercised, he found his gaze on her, and found himself liking what he saw. She was changing, looking older. He suppose. That made sense considering her birthday was just over a week away. Lost in his thoughts, Harry nearly fell over when he collided with someone. Offering a quick apology, he helped the witch pick up her souvenirs before hefting the water and hurrying as best he could to catch up to Ginny. He really needed to pay more attention to what he was doing. Ogling Ginny could wait. No, not ogling. Not ogling. Looking. Yeah, looking. Looking was safe, right? Harry shook his head to clear it. Pay attention to where you're going before you run into someone else. Finally arriving at their tents, Ginny entered her family's tent to check on lunch, so Harry slipped into the one he and Sirius shared, and dropped the containers with a heavy thud before collapsing onto the sofa with a sigh. Their tent had a cooling charm on it, thank Merlin. It also had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, he had no idea how that worked since they had to go get water, and of course, the sitting area. Removing his glasses, he ed his shirt sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow. What took so long? Came an amused voice from Harry's right. Replacing his glasses onto his nose, Harry glared at his godfather. Next time, you can go get the water. It's bloody hot out there, and then the line took forever. You're lucky I didn't collapse out there, lugging those things back. Sirius' grin turned mischievous. Yeah, but I bet you enjoyed being alone with Ginny. Didn't you? Harry snorted. I wouldn't exactly call that alone. Now if, say, we were able to wander around and look at the various stalls, just the two of us, maybe buy a few things. Then you could say we were alone. Sirius barked out a laugh. I figured you'd get around to asking that sooner or later. It's fine with me, but Arthur would have to give his permission. As it turned out, after lunch, Mr. Weasley shooed all three teens away from the tents, telling them to have fun but to behave. Admittedly, Harry was a bit disappointed that he wasn't going to get to spend that time with Ginny. Squeezing Ginny's hand to let her know it would be okay, Harry forced a smile onto his face. Really, he shouldn't be so selfish. It wasn't Ron's fault Hermione couldn't make it. The three of them started to leave the tent when Sirius called Ron back, stating he needed help with something. When they turned back, Harry thought he saw Sirius nod infinitesimally toward the open tent flap. Catching on quickly, Harry led Ginny out in a rush before anyone could change their minds. He would have to find a way to thank Sirius later. I'm so glad Sirius called Ron back. Ginny admitted after they'd walked a few minutes. As much as I love my brother, I was really looking forward to spending some time alone with you. Me too. Right now, I don't even care what Sirius has in mind for Ron. Later, the three of us can wander around or something. The two teens came across a major thoroughfare where it appeared the vast majority of vendors were located. The first STA.ND sold glowing rosettes in each team's colors and squawked out players' names. The cacophony grated on his nerves and hurt his ears. There was only so much he could block out. Luckily for his sanity, the next vendor's wares included pointed hats in Ireland's green color decorated with dancing shamrocks. Do you want one, Ginny? Harry asked, indicating the hats. Oh, I don't know, Harry. Why don't we take a look at everything first? I don't mind getting you one if you want it. I know, but I don't want to find something better somewhere else. So, you can have that, too. Harry, Ginny said with a laugh. I don't want you spending money on me. I have money of my own. I worked this summer, remember? But I like spending money on you, Harry argued, grinning despite his best effort not to. I don't want people thinking I'm with you for your money. Everyone knows my family doesn't have much. Harry's mood instantly darkened, brow furrowed in anger, his eyes hard as jade. Who cares what they think? If I can't spend my money on my girlfriend, then what's the point in having it? Ginny gave him a small smile. Thanks, Harry, but I guess I just don't want to hear about it from Ron or my mom. Dad would be alright, I think, as long as nothing was overly expensive or you weren't constantly buying me things. Harry sighed and took her in his arms, propping his chin on the top of her head. He didn't understand why it was so awful to buy her things. He could easily afford it. What else would he do with his money? It wasn't as if Ginny manipulated things from him, either. However, to keep the peace within her family, he'd curb his impulse. Their departure date was swiftly approaching, and Harry still feared Ginny's parents would change their minds and make her stay. He didn't want Ginny spending her last few days with her family arguing over ultimately trivial things. Leaning back just enough to catch her eye, he suggested, "All right, Ginny, what about this? You find something you really want. No matter what it costs. You use your money, and I'll cover the rest. Does that sound okay?" After a moment, Ginny's small, sad smile brightened. I think that's a good compromise. Returning her smile, Harry nodded. Good. Now, let's see what else is here. He pointed to the noisy stand behind them. That is beginning to give me a headache. Well, we certainly don't want that, Ginny quipped. Come on. They bypassed another noisy stand, this one of Bulgarian scarves, the noise coming from the roaring lions that were knitted on them. Tiny flying firebolt models were sold at the next stand. Harry and Ginny stopped a second or two to watch them. Moving on, they saw collectible figures of famous players that would walk across your palm and stick out their chest somewhat pompously. Next to that stand, were flags that played either Ireland's national anthem or Bulgaria's when they were waved depending on which one you chose. Why must everything make noise? Harry complained, reaching up to massage his forehead where an ache was building. Sympathetically, Ginny let go of his hand to wrap her arm around his waist. Come on, those stalls seem fairly quiet. Indeed, they were, much to Harry's relief. The first sold programs, while the next one sold what looked like a shiny pair of binoculars, except these had a multitude of knobs and dials. The peculiar items, AC. According to the sales wizard, were called omnioculars and could replay the action of the game, slow everything down, or show you a play-by-play breakdown. 10 galleons really did seem like a bargain, so Harry bought himself a pair. Turning to Ginny, he asked, "What do you think? Interested?" "Yes. Those would be wicked." Ginny reached into her money pouch, pulled out 10 galleons, and handed the money to the sales wizard. "It's really odd, but in a good way, to be able to buy things for myself. I should work during the summer again. Anything else you want?" "A program." Harry pointed to several other stalls. "Sweets or something to eat." Quote, "Let's look at the sweets." Honeydukes had set up a larger than average stall to sell their most popular items. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans filled a barrel next to the stall. By mutual agreement, Harry and Ginny skipped those. Also offered were chocolate frogs, Honeydukes best chocolate, sugar quills, licorice wands, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, and jelly slugs. The chocolate frogs and Honeydukes best chocolate had cooling charms placed on them so they wouldn't melt. Ginny paid for 2 chocolate frogs and a sugar quill. Harry bought a chocolate frog, a bar of Honeydukes best chocolate, and a sugar quill. Both teens decided to eat their chocolate frogs, though Ginny only ate one of hers. "Whose card did you get?" Ginny asked. "Mine is Agrippa. I think I'll give it to Ron. He still needs it." Harry hadn't looked at his card. He'd never been one for collecting them. "Oh, mine is Ptolemy. Does Ron need that one?" "He does." Ginny laughed. "He's been trying to get those 2 for ages, and all we did was buy them from Honeydukes' stall." Harry grinned. "Well, it's not our fault." "No, and if he says anything, I swear I will hex him, and take back the cards." Harry, do you mind if we go back to the vendor selling the dancing shamrock hats? I think I might want one." "Sure, Ginny. I'm going to get a program. Do you want one?" Ginny said she didn't, so Harry paid for his. After Ginny bought a hat, the teens meandered around the outskirts of the area until they found a spot that was only slightly less populated. Harry had waited long enough. There obviously wasn't any place that would actually be private, so, after stuffing his purchases into a pocket, he reached into his back pocket and pulled out his invisibility cloak. Making sure no one was paying them any attention, he quickly covered the both of them. Ginny must have figured out what was coming, for she removed her hat, dropping her sweets into it, so the cloak would hide them better. Harry loved the feel of her arms sliding around his waist. His hands wanted to wander into her hair, but he didn't dare move them for fear of becoming visible again. Harry leaned down, she leaned toward him, and their lips met somewhere in the middle. Tasting the remnants of her chocolate frog filled him with tingling pleasure. Harry lost himself in the kiss, the incredible sensations that were flooding him, spurring him into intensifying it. He felt as if he'd been dying of thirst and had finally been given some water. Suddenly, a voice screamed in his head. "Stop! Stop! Stop it, now!" Harry jumped as far away from Ginny as the cloak would allow, breathing labored, unable to look her in the eyes, ashamed of himself for losing control the way he had, and mortified at his bodily reaction. What had he been thinking? He hadn't been, and that was the problem. He never should have let it go that far. Harry made sure to keep a certain amount of distance between them. "Harry, look at me," Ginny requested softly. Placing a hand on either side of his face, she exerted just enough pressure to coax his gaze to hers. "That was an incredible kiss. Don't you dare feel bad about it. I shouldn't lose control like that, Ginny. I could end up pushing you to do something that neither of us are really ready for." "That's nonsense. I'd hex you first. You didn't hex me a few seconds ago. Because you weren't forcing me into something I didn't want. And that's the problem, Ginny. We were both carried away. Where do you think things would have gone if we hadn't stopped?" "Not where you're thinking, I'm sure. I would have stopped you, Harry, one way or another." Seeing he still wasn't convinced, she added, "Trust me. Before Harry could form any sort of response, Ginny kissed him. Afraid of losing control again, Harry stiffly returned her kiss, little to no emotion behind it. It didn't take long before that good intention disappeared, however, and he became a more active participant. This time, it was a leisurely kiss with only a hint of the previous heat. Ginny ended the kiss, then, referring to him finally kissing her back properly, whispered, "That's more like it." Harry planted a kiss on Ginny's forehead, feeling mostly normal once again. Enough, at least, for nothing to be noticeable. It's probably getting late. We should head back. Dinner will likely be ready soon. I guess you're right. Promise me we'll do this again, cloak and all. It was really nice not having to worry about being seen. Harry grinned. You can count on it. Peeking out from the edges of the cloak, Harry checked to see if anyone was looking their way. There didn't appear to be, so he let it pool at their feet. Hurriedly, he folded it up into a tiny square and stuffed it into his back pocket. Taking Ginny's hand, he led her back toward their campsite. Oh 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 oh. Hermione, Harry called out in disbelief. How did you get here? I thought you were still on holiday with your parents. Hermione jumped up from her perch outside the Weasleys, tent to envelope Harry in a hug. When she pulled back, her brows were raised in surprise, and she threw a meaningful look at Ginny, who grinned. Then, she hugged Ginny. Again looking surprised when she drew back. I was on holiday with them until early this morning. They were convinced to let me come. I was home long enough to do some laundry and pack. I used a portkey to get here. I arrived about 40 minutes ago. Where did you get the portkey? Hermione's eyes darted off to a spot over his shoulder. Turning, Harry saw Sirius walking in their direction. He turned back to Hermione. Really? That's brilliant. Surprise, Harry. Sirius called cheekily. How did you do it, Sirius? Ginny asked. Well, being the head of the most ancient and noble house of Black has its perks. I'm so glad you were able to come, Hermione. Have you had a chance to look around? Yes, I have. Ron and I have wandered around and bought some souvenirs. Oh, that's good. I would have hated for you to miss the chance to get something. You two must be thirsty, Mr. Weasley said, holding out a couple of cups filled with water. Thanks, Mr. Weasley, Harry said gratefully. Taking one of the cups and downing its contents. Harry reached into his pocket. Here, Ron, Ginny said you needed this one. Ron took the chocolate frog card, noticed who was on it, and exclaimed. Thanks. I've been looking for that one for ages. It's your lucky day, Ron, Ginny said after finishing her drink. She pulled out the card she'd received and held it out for Ron to take. Agrippa. That's the other one I needed to complete my collection. Ron's gaze jumped between the two of them. How is it that I can't get either one, and you two get them just like that? Harry shrugged. Just lucky, I guess. Where have you two been? Hermione asked, looking more at Ginny than Harry. Around. Ron looked at his sister and Harry suspiciously. We didn't see you. Oh, please, Ron. Ginny derisively shot back. This field isn't exactly the size of Hogwarts, Quidditch pitch. So, you weren't hiding. The way Hermione said, hiding, Harry knew she was hinting at his cloak. But he wasn't going to confirm anything. One look at Ginny told him she wasn't going to say one way or the other, either. At least, not in front of everyone. He watched his bush-haired friend as she tried to read the answer she was looking for in his and Ginny's expressions. When she asked to get caught up with Ginny, Harry wasn't surprised. Oh, he didn't doubt that One wanted to see how Ginny's summer had been, but he knew Hermione well enough to know that she would be plying Ginny with questions. Ginny won't be back anytime soon, Ron said with a snort. I only really wanted to have some girl time, whatever that meant. Want to play some chess? Sure, maybe I'll beat you again. Challenge accepted, Potter. Come on. Harry followed Ron into the sitting area of the tent. He heard giggling coming from behind one of the closed doors. Whatever they were talking about, Ginny sounded as if she was having fun. Happy for her, Harry settled onto one of the sofas, setting his program. Sweets and omnioculars to his right, while Ron set up the chessboard. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up suddenly. Furtively glancing around, he found Charlie staring at him. Harry sighed. It seemed he needed to talk to Ginny's second oldest brother. I'll be back, Ron. What? Where are you going? There's something I need to do. I'll be back. As he walked to the kitchen area where Charlie stood, Harry tried to exude a confidence he didn't much feel. Stepping close so the others couldn't hear, Harry said, "I think you and I need to talk." "I think you're right. Let's go." Harry followed the elder Weasley out of the tent and down the row a short distance. Finding a spot suitable to having a discussion, Charlie stopped abruptly. Harry nearly collided with him, but managed to sidestep just in time. "I'm not sure I like the idea of Ginny leaving the country with you," Charlie said after casting a few spells. Since those around them didn't pay any attention to the newcomers in their midst, Harry assumed Charlie had cast some sort of distraction charm. Harry nodded. "That's what I thought was bothering you. Look, I know it isn't an easy thing to accept. What is it? Is it the fact that she'll be with me? What can I do to ease your mind? Yeah, she's going to be a 13-year-old girl away from home with her 14-year-old boyfriend. Things can happen. Certain liberties can be taken that shouldn't be. It's not as if we'll be without supervision, but that's beside the point. I would never do anything with Ginny that she wasn't ready for. We've not done anything that you need to worry about." Charlie crossed his arms over his chest and scowled. "That's not the impression I got when the two of you showed up. Trust me, I can tell when someone's been snogging. Maybe no one else noticed, but I did, and I think things are going way faster than they should." Harry suspected Charlie hoped his suspicions would be categorically confirmed or denied. But Harry wouldn't say one way or the other. Ginny's brother was entitled to his opinion, but that didn't mean Harry had spill all of his and Ginny's secrets, what little there were, just to appease him. "I'm not going to say what Ginny and I were doing or not doing because, with all due respect, it's not your business. However, you should know better than I do that she'd hex me if I tried to do something she didn't want." The irony of his last statement didn't escape Harry. "And I know just as well as anyone how it feels to get caught up in things, emotions and hormones running wild, making you want to do certain things. Take things too far. I was 14 once, too, with a pretty girlfriend. You said in a letter to me that you were okay with me dating Ginny, that you trusted her with me. Well, now is the time to prove it. If you decide to trust us, then, excellent. If you decide not to, well, that's your choice." Harry slipped his hands into his back pockets. "I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Charlie. Really, I'm not. I can appreciate that you have concerns. I just wish you had talked to me about them. I know you've known of our plans for the school year for at least a week. I also know that you know Bill has been helping Sirius and me. If you had wanted to, you could have contacted me through him." Harry looked around a moment before finishing with, "I won't say anything about this to Ginny. She doesn't need to know. Now, I have a chess game to get back to, and I plan on trouncing Ron." Harry walked away, wondering just what Charlie was going to decide. He just hoped a rift didn't open between family members. Taking Ginny anywhere when there was resentment in her family still to be resolved wouldn't bode well for what the two of them needed to focus on, their studies and their training. Oh. Merlin, Ginny. Hermione squealed, once Ginny had led her to the bedroom and shut the door. "I have to say you're right. Harry is looking quite nice. He's beginning to fill out. I noticed when I hugged him. He's not the only one, though. You're benefiting, too." Ginny giggled, even as she blushed, setting her purchases aside. "Thanks, Hermione. I feel stronger, more powerful. I guess is how I could describe it." Teasingly, she said, "And see, I told you Harry was looking good, but you didn't believe me. I stand corrected. I'm not going to have hex you to keep you from ogling him. Am I?" Ginny asked playfully. "No." Hermione sighed dramatically. "Alas, he's all yours." Her eyes twinkling with mischief, she asked, "So, been out snogging, have we?" Ginny's face flushed beet red. But she couldn't stop from beaming. She really couldn't deny it, so she nodded. "Under the cloak, even. Oh, Hermione, it was amazing. Knowing that we were hidden from everyone just added something to it. You know. And the way Harry." "Stop. Right there." Hermione held both hands out. "I really don't need to hear details." Ginny laughed. "I was just going to say that Harry's a fantastic kisser. Not that I have any other experiences to compare to, mind, but still. He never fails to make my heart race or to make me feel all warm and tingly." "That's the hormones, Ginny." Hermione turned serious. "You have to be really careful." Her cheeks grew pink. She took a deep breath, then continued on. My mum told me that boys can only take so much of that kind of excitement, if you will, before they end up pushing you to go further. You don't have to worry about that, Hermione. Harry isn't going to push me into anything. He won't mean to, certainly, but he also won't be able to help it. He's a 14-year-old boy. Boys his age can lose control as quickly and easily as quickly and easily as a broom can fly. And I can hex him as quickly and easily as a broom can fly. Ginny stated firmly. Don't worry. Wanting to lighten the mood, she joked, wow, that conversation devolved in a hurry. I'm sorry, Ginny. You said your mum hadn't told you much about boys. So I thought it wise to tell you a little. It's okay. I appreciate you wanting to tell me. I do need to know this stuff. If I have any questions, I'll ask you, okay? It's a deal. Hermione grinned. So, tell me about this job you had this summer. The two chatted for a little longer before they decided to join the boys. Ginny walked into the sitting area to find RRY and Ron in the middle of a close game, with Harry currently winning. She and Hermione quietly sat on another sofa, not wanting to disturb the obvious concentration of both players. When Harry moved one of his pieces, Ginny felt her friend tapping on her arm. What, Hermione? Ginny asked, her gaze bouncing between her friend and the game. Is that it? Hermione whispered, covertly pointing toward Harry's right hand. Ginny nodded, also whispering, that's the ring I told you about. Wait until you get a good look at it. I couldn't believe my luck when I saw it. There couldn't have been anything more perfect. The shopkeeper even said she thought I was meant to buy it. You two aren't as quiet as you think you are, Ron grumbled. Feeling cheeky, Ginny quipped, Harry doesn't seem to mind. She laughed when Harry looked over at her winked. Of course Harry isn't going to complain, Ron argued, sounding annoyed. He's too besotted with you to know he should. Harry patted the spot on his left with a smile. And Ginny jumped up to plop herself down next to him. Playing it up, she looped her arms around his elbow, and laid her head on his shoulder, flashing her brother a very wide, very cheeky grin. Harry joined in the fun by tossing his arm about her shoulders and letting his hand dangle. She giggled when Ron's expression morphed from annoyance to disgust. She thought she heard Hermione snickering. Do you have to do that in front of me? I'm trying to concentrate on the game. Oh, grow up, Ron. Irritation colored her voice. It's not my fault you don't have someone to distract you from me and Harry. You could, though, if you just plucked up the courage to ask her out. Ginny. Hermione cried, obviously shocked at Ginny's intimation. Ginny shrugged. She figured her brother needed a bit of a push. So she supplied it. Harry's shoulder started shaking beneath her head. Looking up, she saw he had dropped his head into his right hand, his elbow propped on his knee. The acting had been due to his effort to hold in his laughter. She'd clued him into the fact that Hermione fancied Ron, and he'd told her his suspicions that, just maybe, Ron had begun to notice Hermione was actually a girl. A pretty and interesting one, at that. Things eventually calmed down enough for the boys to finish their game, which Harry won. On the heels of the game's completion, they were all called for dinner. Ginny, from her spot next to Harry and across from Charlie, couldn't help but notice the looks her second oldest brother kept throwing her way. He'd look at her, then at Harry, and frown. She held in a sigh. It appeared she needed to have a chat with him, hopefully before he did or said anything to Harry. Harry felt bad enough about things as it was, he didn't need to have his feelings intensified by a careless statement from her brother. As dinner wound down, a deep-sounding gong echoed across the field, signifying the time to head to the giant stadium-like pitch. As they excitedly filed out of the tent, Ginny noticed lanterns of red and green lighting the way through the trees. I can't believe it's finally time. Ginny exclaimed. Yes, it's time to see if our bold wager pays off, Fred announced. He and George had been with their friend, Lee Jordan, all afternoon. Right you are, brother. Crumb will catch the snitch, but Ireland will win. The odds couldn't be better. The twins shouted together. Ginny rolled her eyes, too excited about the upcoming match to wonder what her prankster brothers were up to. Slipping her hand into Harry's, and carrying her hat with the dancing shamrocks. She followed her family and Hermione into the woods, with Sirius bringing up the rear. She chanced a glance at Harry. The sound of thousands of people trudging through the woods was bad enough. How would he handle it at the match, where the sounds of screaming, booing, and clapping was likely to be near deafening? He looked only slightly unsettled. She decided to just keep an eye on him. He must have felt her stare because he gave her a smile and squeezed her hand. Nodding at his apparent statement that he was okay, she turned her attention back to the path ahead. To everyone's surprise, the match lasted 2 days. After several hours had passed with no winner, Minister Fudge called a halt to the game, explaining it would be easier to keep the Muggles away if they started again in the morning. So, the match began again mid-morning the next day. Even more astounding, Fred and George's bold prediction actually came true. Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Krum, caught the snitch. But Ireland had enough points to still end up winning the game. As everyone ambled back to their tents, Harry overheard a heated disagreement somewhere to their right between an Ireland supporter and a Bulgarian supporter. He groaned inwardly. He had a nasty headache from the effort of blocking as much ambient noise from the match as he could, and it really hadn't worked all that well. He really just wanted to go lie down. Hyper-aware of the angry words being exchanged, Harry tightened his hold on Ginny's hand, ready to move at a moment's notice. His preparedness paid off. Without warning, a spell zoomed by them and blasted a tree right in front of himself and Ginny, peppering them with sharp wooden shrapnel. Witches and wizards began screaming and running. Mr. Weasley ordered his kids and Hermione to return to their tent before pushing through the crowd in search of the dueling wizards, followed by Charlie and Bill. Sirius did the same to Harry, and followed Mr. Weasley, Ducky. As another spell ricocheted off a tree, heading right for him. Harry pulled Ginny close so they wouldn't be separated, and the two of them ran in a crouch, flinching as spells furiously landed all around them or blasted into trees. Harry clutched his wand in his hand, casting the shield charm a few times as they ran. More heated debates broke out on both sides of them, accompanied by spellfire, filling the air with dirt and bits of tree. Harry lost sight of the others and hoped they made it back to the tent in one piece. Choking on the dust in the air, Harry cupped his free hand over his nose and mouth. Ginny, he called over the din. Cover your mouth and nose. It'll be a bit easier to breathe. All right. This was insanity. Harry pulled Ginny behind a tree. How could it have become like this? Minutes ago, everyone had been happy, enjoying themselves. Now, it was as if they had suddenly gone mental. Whatever happened to the tolerance of others? He looked down at the girl beside him. Her eyes were huge. Her complexion unusually pale, but she was holding it together. Pulling her against him, he kissed her forehead, then promptly dodged another spell. Are you all right, Ginny? I'm fine. Just a few scrapes from that first blast. Your shields have worked. I really need to learn that one. You will. Harry scanned their surroundings, ducking as another spell hit the tree just above his head. Good. Because I really hate feeling useless. You're not useless. What about this? I'll keep us shielded while you disarm anyone you see fighting. Ginny briefly kissed him. Thanks for not trying to keep me out of things. That's a great plan. Hunkering down behind their tree, Harry kept an eye on the crisscrossing beams of light, ready to cast a shield if one appeared to be heading their way. Most of the witches and wizards who fled were now gone, allowing Harry and Ginny to get a better view of those who were dueling. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Ginny's spells were direct. T-hits and the wands landed some distance away, blending in with all the branches that had been blasted off the trees. Protega. Harry shielded Ginny just in time to block a yellowish spell from hitting her. Petrificus totalis. Petrificus totalis. There. That'll keep them from finding their wands and starting another fight. Good thinking. Protega. The two of them continued as they were, Why taking out duelers with Harry shielding them, until Charlie and Bill showed up. While Bill finished off what Harry and Ginny had started, Charlie scolded the teens for not following directions, laying much of the blame on Harry. You're becoming a bad influence, Potter. Ginny never would have participated in this if it weren't for you. Don't you dare blame Harry for my choices. Ginny yelled, shoving at her brother. If you think I would have stood by and watched people get hurt or hurt others when I could have done something to prevent it, then you don't know me at all. What is your problem? I saw the looks you were tossing at me and Harry during dinner. Seeing this was going to get very personal, very quickly, Harry surreptitiously cast Muffaliato around them, glad Uncle Remus had taken the time to teach him that one. He watched Charlie's expression darken into blatant refusal to say anything else, and knew Ginny wouldn't take no for an answer. This isn't exactly the time or place, Ginny, Charlie angrily retorted. There's no better time. I wanted to talk to you anyway before you stupidly said something to Harry. What do you have against Harry and me? All right, fine, if you really want to discuss this now. In front of everyone, then I'll tell you. Don't think I don't know what you and Potter were doing yesterday afternoon. I know what to look for. This little relationship of yours is moving way too fast. For Merlin's sake, Ginny, you're only 12. You shouldn't be doing things like that. I don't know why Mum and Dad can't see it, but I'm not going to sit back and let you act inappropriately. What? We haven't done anything. Why can't you lot get that through your thick heads? That's what he said, but I don't believe it. Especially now that I know others have said the same thing to you. If more than one person has mentioned it, Ginny, that should tell you something. Oh, it tells me something all right. It tells me that none of you believe it when I say that I love Harry. And that Harry loves me. Believe it or not, I'm well aware of how old I am, mainly because none of you will let me forget it. For your information, though you really don't have a right to know, Harry's never tried to push things. He's never touched me inappropriately. He's never even looked at me inappropriately. All we've done is a little snogging. Maybe you should try it. Then, you wouldn't be so fixated on us. One of her brother's statements clicked in her mind. And what do you mean? That's what he said. Did you verbally attack Harry like you've done to me? Harry ducked his head, face heating as shame and guilt flooded him. Ginny was wrong. He had looked at her inappropriately, or at least had wanted to, on more than one occasion. He may not have actually looked. But he definitely had some inappropriate thoughts, and he needed to quit that, no matter how much of an automatic response it was. Yes, he and I have talked, Charlie said. And if he hasn't touched you or looked at you like you say, then why is he looking so guilty right now? Harry kept his gaze on the ground, even when Ginny whirled around to face him. She seemed to study him a good long moment before turning back to her brother. What she said next shocked Harry so much, his eyes flew to her to see if she was being honest. Okay, well, maybe he's actually looked, she allowed, but you can't blame him for that. He's a teen-aged boy. Are you saying you didn't look when you were his age? We're not talking about me, Ginny, we're talking about you and Harry. Nice non-answer. Ginny crossed her arms over her chest. So, it's safe to assume, then, that you did indeed look, and probably did more. Is that why you're certain that we're doing other things? Because you did them. Is everything all right? Bill asked, finally having stunned the fighters and returned. I'm sensing some serious anger. What's the matter? Harry opened his mouth to reply, but Ginny beat him to it. Oh, nothing. Unless you count the fact that Charlie has accused Harry of forcing me into doing things and tarnishing my reputation. What? Seriously, Charlie? Do you not know either of them at all? Huh? They you not bothered to watch them when they're together. I'm not blind, Bill. Did you even bother to notice how they looked when they came back yesterday afternoon? Does it not bother you at all that they're doing that? Bill turned away from his brother. Harry, take Ginny, and head back to the tents. I'd like to talk to my brother alone for a moment. Thanks, Bill, Ginny said, rising on tiptoe to kiss her oldest brother's cheek. Bill smiled with obvious affection. Anytime, squirt. Harry chuckled when Ginny reacted to that by smacking Bill's arm. It was a bit of a relief to let someone else deal with Charlie. Taking Ginny's hand, he led her back in the direction of their campsites. At the edge of the field, Harry stopped. He needed to apologize to Ginny for what he'd done. Ginny, I'm sorry. Unable to look at her, he kept his eyes on his feet. For what, Harry? Ginny paused for half a second before saying, you'd better not be apologizing for my git of a brother. No, not that, although I'm sorry about that, too. No, I feel I should apologize for. No matter how hard he tried, the words wouldn't come. An awkward silence ensued. Why was it so hard to explain himself? Because you're afraid she'll get angry with you and hex you, that's why, and rightfully so. I didn't mean to. Nope. The words still wouldn't come. Harry, are you trying to apologize for looking at me? Grateful Ginny had been able to somehow figure it out, he nodded. Her deceptively dainty hands cupped his face and brought his gaze up to hers. At least she didn't appear angry. Then again, she could strike pretty quickly when her temper was piqued. Harry, answer me this. Do you like how I look? Did she just ask what he thought she just asked? She must have, because she looked as if she was waiting for his answer. Now, how should he answer that? Should he be completely truthful and say that yes, he very much liked how she was beginning to look, so much so that he tended to have certain responses to her? No, he probably should leave that last part out. On the other hand, he couldn't exactly say no, either. That would hurt her feelings. Plus, it would be an outright lie. In the end, he went with a simple, "Yes, I do." "Well, I'm relieved to hear it." Harry stared at her in shock. "Harry, I'm thrilled that you like to look at me like that, because, to be honest, I've looked at you, too. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. You're getting some muscles, and well, it looks good." She gave him a teasing smile. "As long as you aren't staring at my chest, such as it is, when I'm talking to you. Or that you aren't staring at my bum all the time, then I don't mind you looking." Heat flooded Harry's cheeks at just the thought of looking in either place. She had a chest, he knew. Of course she did. All girls did. He couldn't help but notice that. He'd just never really looked before. Yes, he'd wanted to, but had so far been successful at keeping his eyes from roaming to that part of her. The same went for that other part of her she mentioned. Yesterday, coming back with the water, had been the closest he'd come to actually looking there. And, now that she'd drawn attention to both of those areas, it was going to be doubly difficult to keep his eyes from wandering. Suddenly, her comment about looking at him clicked in his brain. "Hang on. You've looked at me. Really?" Harry checked himself out, trying to see what it was she saw. He was unsuccessful. All he saw was a scrawny 14-year-old boy. "I think you need your eyes examined." Ginny wrapped a hand around his right bicep, squeezed gently, then cheekily quipped, "Nope. I can see just fine. Now, let's get back before someone comes looking for us." Upon arriving back at their tents, they were set upon by Hermione hugging them and going on and on about how glad she was they were okay. Fred and George set about cleaning Harry's and Ginny's scrapes and scratches. "Bet you wish you had that book Madame Pomfrey gave you," Fred said to Harry with a wink. Harry nodded. It certainly would have come in handy. He looked around, but only saw the twins, Ron, and Hermione. "No one else is back yet." George shook his head. "I imagine Dad is with the other ministry officials trying to sort everything out. Sirius is probably with him. I thought I saw Bill and Charlie still in the woods a minute ago, having a heated discussion by the looks of it, but I don't know where they are now." Harry exchanged meaningful glances with Ginny, but remained quiet. No one needed to know just what that discussion was likely to be about. Once all of his and Ginny's superficial wounds were cleaned, Ron asked the question Harry had been expecting. "So, what happened to you two? You were right there with us, and then you were gone." "Lost sight of you," Harry explained. "With all the dirt in the air, it became difficult to see or even breathe, so we stopped behind a tree to get our bearings. Then, more fighting broke out. And we were pinned in place. When no one from the ministry showed up, Ginny took up the story. We decided to act ourselves. Harry protected us with Protega while I began disarming and using Petrificus Totalis on fighters so they couldn't start up again." "Ginny, Harry," Hermione gasped. "That's illegal. You're both going to get into trouble for using magic." Ginny snorted. "I seriously doubt the ministry is going to take the time right now to worry about a little underage magic, especially when Harry and I helped them out." Just then, Charlie returned to the tents, obviously still in a foul mood, and disappeared into the Weasley tent. Harry exchanged another concerned glance with Ginny. "What's wrong with him?" Ron asked. "Nothing to be concerned about," Bill replied, having just arrived. "He's just having a hard time right now." Bill made a point to look at Harry and Ginny when he spoke next. "Don't worry about him. He'll get over it." Shortly after that, Mr. Weasley and Sirius returned to the tents. Mr. Weasley directed his kids and Hermione to begin the process of packing up to go home. Harry squeezed Ginny's hand as a way of saying goodbye, then went into his own tent to pack. The match was over. Therefore, there wasn't a reason to stay any longer. More aware of Ginny after their talk at the World Cup, Harry found himself sneaking occasional G Lances during their morning workouts when neither she nor Sirius were paying any attention. He wasn't sure, but he thought maybe Ginny watched him, too. The thought made him more self-conscious than before. Every move he made felt clumsily executed. Then, she smiled at him, and he completely forgot to be self-conscious. The closer her birthday came, the more Harry could, periodically, see a sadness in her eyes. Though she hid it fairly well behind smiles and jokes. Obviously, it was settling in that the two of them and Sirius would be leaving the country in a mere few days. He couldn't even begin to imagine how difficult it was for her to leave her family behind, so he supported her the only way he knew how, by holding her and listening whenever she felt like talking. On the 10th of August, instead of doing a full workout, Sirius had them do their sit-ups and push-ups, then called a halt. Yesterday, Sirius had told Ginny to bring her money for a day of shopping. Harry knew from his talk with her last night that Mrs. Weasley hadn't been thrilled with the idea but relented when Sirius casually mentioned he didn't mind paying for new clothes appropriate for where they were going, but that he'd let Ginny pay for what she wanted. Now, here they were, at a huge, multi-storied building. The ground floor, Harry noted, contained men's and teenage boys' clothing, from very formal to very casual. Harry having done his clothes shopping already, the trio moved to the first floor via escalator, which Ginny commented softly on how easy it would be to get around Hogwarts with them. They stopped on the first floor, heading for the teen section, collecting a shopping trolley as they went. As they approached the shirts, Harry scanned the various offerings of clothing and his gaze landed on some lingerie. Blushing furiously, he tore his eyes away, hoping neither of his companions noticed. To Harry's relief, Sirius was too busy telling Ginny to pick out what she liked, regardless of cost, to notice anything else. Focusing on the shirts in front of him, he was struck by the sheer number of styles available, and those were just the casual ones. He shook his head in wonder. The good thing was, it seemed to perk Ginny up a bit. She chose several t-shirts in varying colors, some with pictures, and some simply solid colors. After trying on some dressier shirts, Ginny picked out her favorites. Then looked torn between two others. Get them both, Ginny, Sirius suggested. Ginny glanced at the pile of shirts already in the trolley and shook her head. I don't have that much money, really. Ginny, Sirius said softly. I'm paying for this trip, despite what I said to your mother. What? No. Mum will check to be sure I spent my own money. Trust me. Then we'll compromise. I'll buy the clothes. And you can buy something to occupy yourself on the flight over. It's about a 7.5-hour flight. On one of the upper floors here, there's entertainment, books, magazines, music and such. We'll look there when we're done here. Ginny looked as if she wanted to protest, but Sirius apparently had anticipated her response. Let me do this, Ginny. Please. You deserve it. Ginny sighed in resignation, then smirked. Fine, but you get to explain everything to Mum. Fair enough. Now, put those blouses in with your other shirts, and see what else you can find. You'll want a few pairs of jeans along with some shorts, a swimming costume, 2 or 3 formal outfits, sandals, court shoes to go with those formal outfits, and trainers, too, if you need them. Ginny stared at Sirius, dumbfounded. I wasn't joking when I said I was paying for this. Take full advantage. But I still need to get school uniforms, books, and supplies. Don't worry about those. We'll get them when we get there. Harry needs his, too. It took a bit more persuasion before Ginny was convinced to shop to her heart's content. After the shirts, she tried on different styles of jeans before deciding on 2 black pair with glittery pieces on the back pockets, a blue pair with some loopy stitching on the back pockets and around the seam of the front pockets, and a plain khaki pair of trousers. Shorts came next. She asked Harry's opinion on a few styles and colors. Harry stammered out a response. He didn't even know what he said, really. He didn't know about that kind of thing. For him, if it was comfortable, it was perfect. Besides, did she really expect him to tell her he thought something looked bad? He may not know much about girls, but he was pretty certain that was the quickest way to get hexed. She ended up picking a couple of pairs that would match anything, then found a few pair with bright solid colors. Harry stared, unable to say a word, when Ginny modeled some formal dresses. She looked so pretty. Each of them proved she was definitely changing. Harry mentally smacked himself for thinking that. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, he turned away before he had any other inappropriate thoughts. Unfortunately, he now faced the lingerie section. His face burning, he whirled the other way, certain he could hear Sirius snickering. His gaze firmly planted on his feet, he startled when someone tapped his shoulder. Turning back around, he found Sirius grinning at him. "Harry, why don't you go see what's on the next floor? I think you'll be a bit more comfortable doing that." "Yeah, sure. That's probably a good idea. I'll just, Harry waved a hand in the general direction of the escalators. "I'll just go, then." Harry was in such a hurry to disappear. He missed Sirius telling Ginny she could relax and pick out some underclothes if she needed any, not to mention a swimming costume. 30 minutes later, Harry was joined by the other two. Having used a special lift for patrons with their trolleys. A pair of sandals, 2 pairs of flat-soled court shoes, and 1 pair of trainers topped the pile of clothes. Glad to be done with the embarrassing part of this trip, Harry pointed out the different entertainment areas. He pointed to their left. "Music is over there. Films are, too. Straight ahead are books and magazines. Over there on the right are some kind of handheld games. I think I'd like to check out the books and magazines," Ginny declared. "Okay, Harry. Where do you want to go?" "Music, I think." Sirius nodded. "I think I'm going to look at the book offerings, myself. Stay alert. Not that I think anything will happen, but you never know. As someone I know enjoys shouting, constant vigilance." Harry wandered the aisles of CDs. He had a decent idea of what he liked, but most of the band names he saw, he was unfamiliar with. Against one wall was a machine with a screen and some headphones. Having no idea what the machine did, Harry hung back, hoping someone would come along and use it. Sure enough, someone did. Harry moved close enough to watch without alerting the person that she was being watched. The young girl put on the headphones, waved a CD case under. Harry didn't know what the thing was, tapped some buttons next to the screen, then began nodding her head rhythmically. The girl pushed a few more buttons, listened, then removed the headphones. Harry quickly turned away, feigning interest in the display before him until she passed by. Making sure no one else was around, Harry stepped up to the machine. Putting the headphones over his ears. Finding a volume dial, he turned it to the left, minimizing the sound level. Holding up the CD he'd picked up, the Muggle group Imagine Dragons, since he was familiar with their wizarding counterpart, held it under the red light as the girl had done, and was surprised when a list of the songs appeared on the screen. Choosing a song at random, he pushed the button marked, play. Only a snippet of the song played, but it was enough for Harry to decide he liked it. After listening to a few more, he determined he wanted the CD. Along one side of the display was a list of suggested bands. After listening to a few of those, Harry found 3 other CDs he wanted. Remembering that he wanted to get Ginny a CD player of her own, he picked up one of those before wandering to the books. The top floor held household items. Both Harry and Ginny picked out a suitcase for their clothes and a shoulder bag to take onto the plane with them. Having finally finished their shopping, the trio went to pay. Ginny's eyes grew wide as the cost of her clothing was being totaled. She began shaking her head. "Sirius, no. That's way too much. Let me put some things back." Sirius motioned for the clerk to keep totaling the items before turning to Ginny. "It's not too much. It's almost not enough. If it makes you feel any better, you can consider this your birthday gift." "That's the argument I intend to use on your mother. You can't turn down a birthday gift." "I don't know." Ginny was still not convinced. "I'm embarrassed that everything cost that much. I wasn't really paying attention to the price tags like I should have been." "Ginny, I promise," Sirius patiently said, "it's not an issue. This is one time where you don't have to worry about prices. Enjoy it, okay? Are you absolutely sure?" "I couldn't be more positive." "Well, okay. Thanks, Sirius." Ginny watched anxiously as the numbers continued to rise, afraid Sirius would change his mind, despite what he said. Eventually, the sale was completed. She kept her mind off the outrageous amount of money Sirius just spent by focusing on her own transaction, more than happy to use her own money. It truly was an amazing feeling to be able to do so. Once Harry paid for his items, the 3 of them returned to the house. Sirius instantly placed an undetected extension charm on the suitcases. Not seeing that she would be needing the jeans or trousers, Ginny silently packed those away along with the court shoes and sandals. In 2 days' time, she would be leaving with Harry and Sirius. Melancholy settled in again, coupled with a little fear. Never had she been so far from home before. The idea thrilled and scared her, though she knew, with the mirror Sirius made, her mum would be easy to reach. "Ginny, are you all right?" Harry asked softly, sitting on the floor beside her, concern shining from his eyes. Ginny, unable to hold his gaze, nodded. Was she, truly? All she knew was that getting the clothes, the books and music, and especially the suitcases made their trip more real. It wasn't just something happening in the near future anymore. She worried she would hate the new school. She felt anger at Dumbledore for not having better control over Hogwarts. She even felt some excitement at the adventure of it all. Basically, Ginny was an emotional mess, but she didn't want to admit it to Harry. Apparently, she didn't have to. Upset. If you're having second thoughts about this, it's okay. I wouldn't blame you if you decided to stay. Ginny jerked her head up to stare disbelievingly at her boyfriend. Upset. Yes. All right, a little. I'll admit I'm a bit scared. It's a new school in a new country. What if I don't like it? I can't just leave. I'm also angry at Dumbledore for what he's put you through. How could he sit in his office and do nothing to find out who had been attacking you? Surely, he could have done something. He's supposed to be the greatest wizard in recent history, after all. Second thoughts. No, and no, I'm not letting you go off on your own. We're a team, remember? I'm even a little excited about this, which makes no sense in light of how else I'm feeling. And sad to leave your family. Quote. That, too, in a way. It's not like I've never been away from them for a long period of time, obviously. I guess it's more that I'm used to having my brothers at school. And having the option to go home during the holidays. That's understandable. It's familiar. What's familiar is comforting, safe. Except when it isn't safe, which brings us right back to the whole point of all of this. Ginny said, waving a hand at the suitcase and neatly stacked pile of clothes. Her shoulders straightened resolutely, her chin rising a notch. I just have to remember that I'll be leaving my mirror with Mum, so I can talk to her and see her whenever I need to, and if I ever need to talk to my brother, he has his mirror. I won't be completely cut off from them. Do you really think Sirius could get my parents an international portkey for Christmas? I don't see why not, but if he can't, I'll try. My stupid fame has to be good for something. Ginny blinked furiously at the sudden wetness in her eyes. Throwing her arms around his neck, she hugged him tightly. Harry despised the notoriety he received due to the circumstances of his parents' deaths, and for to say he'd use it for her if he needed to, well, it was simply overwhelming, so she hugged him while she regained some control. Ginny squeezed her eyes shut. Just when she thought she couldn't possibly love him more. He says something like that. For a split second, she wished she could share what she felt with her parents to help them understand that she knew what she was talking about when she said she loved Harry. However, she was ultimately glad she couldn't because what she felt was personal, and to share it with someone other than Harry just seemed so wrong, for lack of a better word. Leaning back, she rewarded the most wonderful boyfriend in the world with a kiss, ignoring the sounds of Sirius banging around in the kitchen. Several moments later, she ended it. Thanks, Harry. For what? You kissed me, remember? All I did was kiss you back. Ginny let out a little giggle. For letting me talk through all that, rather than jumping in with meaningless words like, it'll be alright, or, don't worry. Not to mention offering to use your fame despite how much you abhor it. Harry shrugged. That's what you do for me, let me talk it out to myself. I figured you'd like for me to do the same. As for the fame, like I said, it has to be good for something. And that's why I love you, Harry. Say it in Irish again. I like how it sounds. Tá gra agam do it. Always, Harry whispered with a smile. How do you say that again? I jikan I. Yeah, that's right. You need to write those down for me so I can practice them. I want to be able to say them whenever I feel like it. I can do that. I kind of like the idea of being able to say something and not have anyone else understand. I do, too. Who knows? Maybe we'll pick up a few other phrases if there's another language spoken where we're going. Maybe. He still hasn't told you. No. He's really keeping it a secret. Sirius likes his mysteries. I guess that's good, though. That way, no one can accidentally discover it. Ginny shrugged. I guess we'll just enjoy the discovery as it comes. Do you have some parchment and a quill? I'll write down those phrases for you. Actually, I have something better. Some Muggle paper and a bureau. Sirius bought these once we moved here, saying we were going to be in the presence of Muggles a lot of the time and needed to get used to the way they do things. Harry fetched a piece of paper and writing utensil. The ink is already inside it. Just click the top like this. He demonstrated what he meant, then handed it to her. Ginny took the bureau, studying it closely, curious as to how it worked. She was, after all, her father's daughter. After clicking the top a few times, she put the other end to the paper and moved it across the surface. That's brilliant. It writes so much better than a quill and the paper is so smooth. I almost wish we used these instead. She wrote down the Irish phrases and words that she knew, adding phonetic pronunciations and, of course, definitions. There. Now, you'll know all the ones I do. Harry's brows jumped to his hairline as he looked over the list. You know more than you said. He grinned teasingly. With an emphasis on love, apparently. Ginny blushed. That wasn't exactly my doing. Aisling insisted. Who was I to turn down knowledge? Harry gave her an inscrutable look. You sounded like Hermione just then. She's not the only one who likes to read and learn new things, Ginny retorted, feeling slightly miffed. I know, Ginny. I'm just taking the mickey out of you a bit. Unable to stay irritated with him, Ginny smiled. Returning to her packing, she folded everything neatly, minus 2 changes of clothes and the dresses, and added them into the suitcase. The other items she delicately placed into a shopping bag. He caught Harry's puzzled expression and giggled. He was such a boy. Hermione was still at her house, and Ginny wanted to show off her dresses. For the first time, she had something to be envious of. And she was going to take full advantage of it. Hermione is still at home, she said by way of explanation. Ginny didn't say more, wanting to see how long it would take before he figured it out. He could be thick occasionally. But in this case, it didn't take long. And you want to show them to her. I do. They're so pretty. I've never had anything so nice before. You looked really pretty in them, Harry said, blushing faintly. But smiling, her face heating with pleasure, Ginny beamed. Nice, Harry. Go rabe maith agate. What? Snickering, Ginny pointed to his list. She waited patiently while he scanned the list. She enjoyed watching him mouth the unfamiliar words as he hunted for the phrase she used. It wouldn't take him long to memorize them, and she couldn't wait until they LD say them to each other whenever they felt like it. Harry lifted his head, grinning. Oh, you said, thank you. He looked to the phrase listed below the one for, thank you, for the proper response. I know I'm not going to get this right, but concentrate on the phonetic spellings instead of the actual words. That helped me. It takes some getting used to. I'm still not perfect on my pronunciations. Alright, here goes nothing. Cha file Cha wrote. How was that? Not bad, actually. The only thing to work on is to lessen the first, ch, sound. It's kind of a cross between the ch and the t. But I didn't know how to write that, so I picked the sound closest to it. Okay, I can kind of see where the cht sound comes from with ta, and it's not so difficult to figure how they get file cha from failte. But how in Merlin's name does rote come from romhat? Ginny shrugged. I don't know. I didn't ask. I didn't exactly have the time for a whole discussion on the language. I would like to learn it eventually. Though, it does have a nice sound to it. Oh, you should hear Aisling. It takes on a beautiful rhythm when she speaks it. Ginny's eyes widened. Maybe you can. Do you think Sirius would let you go to the village tomorrow after my party? You could talk to her. That is, if you want to. That sounds like fun. I'll ask him. Harry, Ginny, lunch is ready. Ginny, are you all packed? Ginny nodded as she and Harry joined Sirius in the kitchen. Once again, Ginny was surprised at how adept he was at cooking. He never really struck her as the type to want to learn. She supposed that was why one must never make assumptions about anyone. Oh. As it turned out, Ginny took the suitcase home, as well, so she could pack whatever else she wanted to take. Shish. Had planned on packing her school trunk, but Sirius had made a good point when he reminded her they would be traveling like muggles and wouldn't blend in with a trunk. So, now she and Hermione were in Ginny's bedroom. Open suitcase on her bed, Ginny pulling clothes from it to show to Hermione. That's a lot of clothes. Did you buy all of them yourself? No, I had some help. Sirius insisted it was a birthday gift. I tried to put some things back, but he wouldn't let me, saying I'd need it all this next school year. Hermione picked up Ginny's underclothes with a smirk. And Harry was there when you picked these up, too. Ginny blushed nearly as red as her hair, snatching the bras and knickers from her friend. No, he wasn't, if you must know. Sirius sent Harry up to the next floor to see what was there. He was, however, standing next to me when they came out of the shopping trolley. To be honest, I think he turned redder than I did. Hermione laughed at that visual. Poor Harry. I know, Ginny said with a giggle. At least I didn't have to buy anything else personal. That would have been mortifying. Can you imagine having to buy that stuff in front of two blokes? No, thank you. Hermione wrinkled her nose in distaste. No, that would be awful. In front of Sirius would be bad enough, but he's an adult, he understands about that stuff. In front of Harry, though. No, not for all the galleons and Gringotts. Her expression morphed into one more positive. So, show me the dresses. You've stalled long enough. Excitedly, Ginny reached into the bag she had placed the dress. In, she kept them in the bag so she could claim they were underclothes and not have her mom look at them, and pulled out the first one. It was a summer dress, and she loved the velvety soft black material. When she'd tried it on, the bodice felt more like a tank top, with its straps for sleeves, though its neckline was square. Ginny really liked the knee-length skirt because it gave the illusion. It was a wrap-around skirt by being gathered slightly off-center at the empire waist. She'd always liked that style, but her mum thought it was scandalous. A narrow circle of white crystals near the gathering gave the dress a little flash. Ginny held it up against herself. What do you think? Oh, Ginny, that's gorgeous. You'll look really pretty in that. Yeah, that's what Harry said. Hermione's brows jumped skyward. Did he? Grinning and trying not to blush, Ginny nodded. Just before lunch. Well, he said I looked pretty in all four of the dresses, actually. Oh, Ginny, that's so sweet. I know, Ginny sighed dreamily. I have the absolute best boyfriend in the world. Yes, you do, and I'm absolutely envious. Now, show me another one. Laughing, Ginny reached into the bag again. Quote, I picked this one because it really made me feel older. I was surprised the color didn't look bad on me. The second dress was also a summer dress with no sleeves, in the skater style. The bodice hugged her chest with a gently scalloped edge, which was what made Ginny feel older when wearing it. The skirt was gently gathered at the waist, adding fullness to its A-line, so that if she twirled around, it would flare out in the breeze. What kept the dress modest was a delicately embroidered tulle overlay that covered the exposed shoulders and created a jewel neckline. An overskirt of the same tulle completed the look. Hermione's jaw dropped. Ginny, that's actually rather pretty. And you're right, that pale orange does look nice on you. Sirius thought it was pretty, and I already told you what Harry said. It's a little daring, but I really liked it, and Mum would never buy something like this for me, so I took the opportunity when it arose. And you said Sirius insisted on you getting some formal dresses. Ginny nodded, neatly folding the dress and putting it in the suitcase, as well as the first dress. He did. He must know something about the school year. Or maybe where. He's stopping somewhere along the way that requires nicer clothes. Ginny shrugged. I don't know. He's being quite tight-lipped about things. He hasn't even told Harry anything. That's understandable. He's doing everything he can to protect you and Harry. Besides, not knowing anything about your trip can be exciting. Mysterious, even. True. Okay, the last two dresses are floor length. Ginny let out a cobalt blue dress with a darker blue appliqué floral gauzy overlay. Hermione gasped in delight, then said something about thinking all of the dresses would be sleeveless. Well, don't worry. As you can see, this one has cap sleeves, even though they're still short. I like that they're off the shoulder a bit, and the neckline comes almost straight across, which Mum would like, for sure. It's slightly fitted, though. Which Mum wouldn't like, but it's not too much. My favorite things about this dress, besides the color, are the 5 solid bands that wrap around the bodice starting at the high waist and ending at the hip. And, of course, I love the long flowing skirt. I think that one's my favorite so far. Mine, too, Ginny said while gently tucking the dress into the suitcase. Okay, now for the last one. This dress was a deep purple in color, like a plum or an eggplant. This one the clerk thought had a bit of Celtic flair, with the thin vertical gatherings, I think she called it ruching, on the front. And the way it looks like it has a sash coming from the back and tying in the front for an empire waist. Yes, it does have a bit of a medieval look to it. Hermione shed a hand through the folds of the skirt. Oh, and look how these layers come away from the rest. She held out the edges, on each side, of a couple of layers of gauzy material that appeared to flow from under the faux sash. This dress is really beautiful. And short sleeves, again. I'm so jealous. Maybe you'll have a reason to wear something like this at school, Ginny said, adding the dress to the rest of her new clothes. Hermione snorted. I doubt it. When was the last time Hogwarts had a dance or something where dress robes were required? Well, you should know the answer to that, Ginny quipped. How many times have you read Hogwarts, a history? I know, and it's been a long time, in case you were wondering. That just means that Hogwarts is due. I suppose, Hermione said, obviously not convinced. Come on, help me pack some things. Oh. Once Ginny was back at the burrow, Sirius took Harry to Godric's Hollow, to Harry's complete relief. He'd feared not being able to come say goodbye. He hated the idea of not being here on the anniversary of their deaths, but at least he still could say everything to them that he wanted to say. While he would have loved to have had Ginny here with him, he didn't feel as if he'd fall apart without her like he had previously felt. Thanks to Ginny, he was stronger now. Harry waited patiently while Sirius faced the white marble tombstones marking Harry's parents' final resting place. Harry offered to let Sirius go first, knowing his godfather hadn't really been to see them, therefore, not having spoken to them and said what he needed to say. Harry wasn't sure how long he waited, not that it mattered at all to him, but Sirius finally got to his feet and walked back toward where Harry sat. Go ahead, kiddo, Sirius said in a voice husky with emotion. Harry hesitated a moment to make sure Sirius was all right before making his own way to the grave markers. Where Sirius had knelt, Harry sat, his gaze jumping between headstones. Mum, Dad, I'm back a little early this time. I'm early because I won't be here in October. I don't know how much Sirius told you, but I'm not going back to Hogwarts. Don't get me wrong, I've loved meeting the teachers you had. And walking the corridors you've walked, but it just hasn't been safe there for me. Dumbledore seems to have lost control of the school or lost sight of what he's supposed to be doing, or something. I don't know. I just know that Sirius is taking Ginny and me somewhere else. I'd like to tell you, but I don't want anyone overhearing. Harry looked around to see if anyone was close by and perhaps had overheard what he'd said already. The little graveyard behind the small white church was deserted save Sirius, who now waited by the gate, looking down the road toward the square where Harry knew the monument sat in honor of his parents. He turned his attention back to the graves. You may have noticed I said Ginny and me. Yes, we're still together, and yes, she's coming with me. I love her. I don't mean that in a general sense, either. I mean, I truly love her. I know I'm only 14, but I know what I feel. She loves me, too. She even gave me a claddagh ring for my birthday. Which is hilarious because that's what I'm giving her. Harry's gaze drifted to a stand of trees outside the fence, gathering his thoughts. When he spoke again, his voice was soft. Ginny's birthday is tomorrow. The day after that is when we leave. I can't believe it's nearly here. I have to say, I'm a bit nervous. The people won't know me, though, so that'll be nice. I'll finally just be Harry Potter. Know the in front of it. What if they don't like me? Harry gave a little chuckle. There was a time when I didn't care whether people liked me or not. Ginny changed that. Well, if they do, great. If they don't, I'll still have Ginny. Again, Harry took a moment to gather his thoughts. I'm a little worried about Ginny, though. She's never been so far away from her family. She's really close with them. I know she's going to miss them terribly. I hope she finds some new friends there. I'll feel really bad if she doesn't. I think it'll do her some good, though, to get away from things, to start fresh. She's still bothered by what happened with Riddle her first year, despite the fact she says she's gotten over it. Harry paused as someone walked by on her own way to a loved one. Once the woman was far enough away, Harry continued his one-sided conversation. Ginny and I will be training hard at our new school. We're going to win this war. I just wish you could be here to enjoy it with us. I'll make you proud of me. Take good care of Uncle Remus, and I'll try to make sure Sirius doesn't join you prematurely. Harry sighed. Well, I should probably go. I know our visit was short, but I have to prepare for what's ahead. Goodbye, Mum, Dad. I love you. Standing, Harry lingered for only a moment before turning away and returning to Sirius. The pair walked a short distance out of town before disappearing. Oh. Ginny's birthday celebration began with lunch. Harry, Sirius, and Neville joined the Weasleys and Hermione at the burrow. Ginny took the seat of honor next to her father, just as Harry had done on his birthday. Sitting on Ginny's left put him diagonally across from Charlie. Harry could feel Charlie's weighty stares, but honestly didn't know what else could be said to Ginny's brother. Ginny, herself, had harangued him for his actions, but it obviously made no difference. Harry squirmed in his seat a little. Ginny's second oldest brother wasn't the only one watching them. He had caught Mrs. Weasley's gaze on them more than once, looking as if she would burst into tears at any moment. Mr. Weasley brought out the presents once the meal was finished. Predictably, Hermione gave her a book, this one covering the differences between British English and American English. Thanks, Hermione. You're welcome, Ginny. Some of their phrases and words have different meanings than they do here. I thought you might like to know what they are since you're likely to hear a lot of them. Neville's gift came second, which was a Holyhead Harpies t-shirt. Ginny thanked him profusely before reverently setting it aside. Harry noticed the present from Fred and George was labeled the same as his own gift had been. Considering his gift had been Foo. LL of joke sweets the twins concocted and fireworks, Harry thought it wise to pass it up for another one, which was exactly what Ginny did. From Percy, she received a stationery set, complete with ink and quill. That reminds me, Harry, what are you going to do about Hedwig? You're not going to be able to carry her around. Oh, I guess I never really thought of that. Looking to Sirius, he asked, do you have a plan? Of course I have a plan, Harry. I'll be sending her off with a letter tonight to the headmistress. Hedwig will be there waiting for us to arrive. He chuckled at their excited expressions. Yes, I know I just let some information slip, but it's still not enough to determine where we're going. He grinned cheekily. You're simply going to have to wait. Both teens slumped in disappointment, but were quickly distracted again by the remaining presents Ginny still had to open. Harry was amazed at Charlie's gift. A 1.5-inch translucent green egg with glitter specks of gold hung from a sturdy gold chain. Inside the egg, a nebulous cloud of white shifted aimlessly. It's beautiful, Charlie. Thank you. That's only part of the gift. Cup the egg in your hands and say, Salute. Watch what happens. Quote. Ginny did as instructed, then gasped, her expression one of shock and delight. Harry couldn't tell what was happening, but was content to wait until Ginny was ready to share. Her head suddenly shot up to gape at her brother a moment before breaking out into a huge grin. It's so adorable. Look, Harry. Looking into Ginny's cupped hands, Harry noticed the egg had become all but transparent. Where the mist once was, a dark green baby dragon with golden horns fumbled around, tripping over its wings, still adjusting to walking around. It's cute, he agreed. She's a recent hatchling at the reserve. She's one of the few Romanian longhorns ever born there. Your egg is connected to her, like a window to the reserve. Whenever you want to see her, just repeat what you just did. She's yours, in that you get the honor of naming her. I do. Ginny jumped up and ran around the table to hug her brother. Thanks, Charlie. I'll give her a good name. I'm sure you will. I need to know it soon. Though, so she can get used to hearing it. Ginny regained her seat, deep in thought, occasionally studying the baby dragon. I think I'll call her Maeve, after Q. Ewing Maeve, who taught in Ireland before Hogwarts was built. After all, we're still learning from the dragons, right? Seems appropriate. It's a fine name, Ginny, Charlie said with a nod. Now, whenever you want to see her, just say, Salut, Maeve, and she will appear. To say goodbye, say, pay current, Maeve, and the egg will return to its normal state. Harry watched as Ginny took a final look at her dragon. Then she spoke the words that turned the window back to mist and the egg back to its regular translucent state. Ginny, how did you know about Queen Maeve? Hermione asked. To Harry's amusement, Ginny blushed and said, "You're not the only one to have read Hogwarts, a history." Hermione beamed and Ron groaned, saying, "Not you, too." Harry, not understanding what the problem was, glanced between Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. Not figuring out the issue, he said, "What? There's nothing wrong with having read it. I've read it. It's really fairly interesting." Ron screwed up his face in distaste. "I forgot that you had read it, too." He turned to Neville. "Don't you dare tell me you've read it." "No, I haven't." "Good. You and I have to stand strong against the Nutters." "Git," Ginny muttered with an eye roll. She reached for the last brightly wrapped package, but stopped when a long one slid down the table. Only one thing could come in a package like that. Excitedly, she ripped the paper off. "Bill!" Ginny exclaimed, astounded at what was before her. Harry grinned when he saw what had been uncovered. The firebolt was nearly identical to his. The twigs were the difference. Harry's were made of birch, which was perfect for the ascending maneuvers he had to make as a seeker. The one Ginny had just been gifted had twigs of hazel, presumably to help her make more precise turns, which, incidentally, was exactly what a chaser needed. Harry nearly laughed when Ginny squealed and ran to hug her oldest brother. Bill laughed, accepting the hug. "Well, we couldn't have you using the school brooms. Not knowing what quality they would be. For all we know, they could be older than the Hogwarts brooms." "Oh, Bill, was it really necessary to get her a firebolt?" Mrs. Weasley asked, her worry evident in her face. "A nimbus would have been sufficient if you really felt she needed a broom." Harry inferred from her last statement that Mrs. Weasley didn't like the idea of Ginny having a broom of any kind. He couldn't understand why she felt that way. Ginny flew incredibly well. He loved watching her when she was in the air. She enjoyed flying just as much as he did. Why shouldn't she have a broom? Maybe it was one of those things Ginny had told him about in regards to traditional gender roles. She once said her mom was very traditional. Mom, why shouldn't she have the best broom possible? She handled Harry's firebolt just fine. But it's so dangerous, and if something happened, she'll be so far away. Mrs. Weasley began to cry, so much so that she jumped up from the table and disappeared into the house. The once happy mood turned somber. Harry, feeling terribly about the family troubles, ducked his head, dropping his gaze to the edge of the table in front of him. Very aware of Charlie staring in his direction, therefore, Harry missed Mr. Weasley pointedly stating that things would be fine and that no one was to blame. He also missed the Weasley patriarch going after his wife. A gentle tug on his chin had him meeting Ginny's gaze. Her light brown eyes were clear, and she held his gaze when she spoke. "It'll be all right, Harry. Like Dad said, no one is to blame." Ginny's eyes cut away from his. And Harry glanced in the direction she was looking. She stared at Charlie. "No one is to blame. Now, this is my party, and I say we should be happy. Besides, I have one more gift to open." "Absolutely, we should," Bill agreed. "Open your gift." Harry wondered what Ginny's parents gave her. He was slightly worried her parents gave her clothes. Then, she pulled out something that looked handmade and decided it wasn't a bunch of clothes. It took Ginny unfolding it before he realized it was a smallish throw blanket. It looked to be about 36 inches long and 30 inches wide. 9 blocks of blue, green, brown, red, and yellow were arranged in 3 rows. A small border of dark green followed the outline of the blocks. "It's beautiful, Ginny," Harry whispered. Ginny nodded, running a hand gently over it. "It is. I never saw Mum working on it. Of course, I was gone most of the day there for a while. After that, she must have either worked in the mornings while I was with you, or she waited until I went to bed. She wanted you to have a little taste of home while you were away, Mr. Weasley said upon returning from the house. Your mum will be out in a minute." "Thanks, Dad," Ginny whispered, hugging her father. "I can't top that, but here, Ginny," Ron said, pulling something from beneath the table. "I didn't get the chance to wrap it. Sorry." The box was passed down the table to Ginny, who opened it and grinned. Harry did, as well, when she pulled out 2 handfuls of sugar quills and chocolate frogs. Thanks, Ron. Ron shrugged. Quote, I saw Mum working on the blanket a couple of nights ago. It made me think that you might want something else from here. You know, since their sweets might be different than ours. That was very thoughtful, Ronald, Hermione said. Impressed, to which Ron shrugged and blushed. Forget a birthday there, Harry? Ron asked, snickering. Harry blushed crimson as many pairs of eyes landed on him. Ginny laced her fingers with his and squeezed. Ron, Hermione hissed. And here I was thinking maybe you'd grown up, at least a little. You need to think before you speak, Ginny retorted. I didn't give his gift to him in public, remember? Apparently, it didn't occur to you that he might feel the same way. And really, he doesn't have to get me anything. That's not why we're together. I do have something for you, Ginny, you know that. But yes, I'd rather give it to you in private. There, see. Ginny nearly gloated. Stop being an idiot. Thankfully, Mrs. Weasley brought out the cake, this one shaped like the burrow, and ice cream. Cutting short the sibling argument, Ginny thanked her mum for the blanket with a hug. Once the cake and ice cream was consumed, Ginny, to Harry's amusement, dragged him off into the house, up the stairs, and to her room. Once her door was shut, she whirled to face him. All right, so, hand it over, she said, grinning. I've been waiting for this since your birthday. Laughing, Harry drew the small box from his pocket. Here, happy birthday, Ginny. Harry waited, still grinning, while Ginny tore away the wrapping paper and opened the box. She gasped, her eyes finding his. Then, to his relief, she began to laugh. Now you see why I had laughed when I saw what you'd given me. Yes, I do. It's perfect. Thank you, Harry. Ginny plucked the clatter ring from the box. I love the design. The way it splits at the shoulders, and the way the clatta starts on the bottom left and runs up to the right. Good. I'm glad you like it. I love it. But, hang on. You touched this. You had to have. Is it not silver? Harry shrugged, feeling a bit stupid. Honestly, I never really thought about it. I just saw it and thought it was perfect for you. Maybe it isn't actually silver. Let's find out. No. Harry, don't. Harry plucked the ring out of its box before she could physically stop him, and immediately wished he hadn't. His fingers burned intensely. Ginny quickly took the ring from him and set it aside. Harry studied the fat blisters forming on his fingers. Well, at least they knew it was real silver. After calling his wand, he healed his fingers, thankful for the book of healing spells he'd received for his birthday. See, I'm fine. No harm done. And now we know it's real silver, he said after stowing his wand again. No harm done. Ginny looked positively murderous, her hands on her hips. Harry backed up a few steps. No harm done. Oh, there was harm done. One look at your fingers proves it. You shouldn't have done that. We needed to know, Ginny. You didn't need to hurt yourself. Do you think I like seeing you hurt? I wasn't hurt that much, Harry argued, bringing his hands up to slide into her hair. Ginny caught his right wrist. Nd stared at the fingers that had blistered. Even now, after his healing, the sores were still noticeable, the skin around them still red. It was obviously bad enough. Ginny dropped his hand to cup his face, her expression pleading. Please promise me not to ever do something so stupid again. I hurt when you hurt. I can't promise that, Harry said with a self-deprecating grin. I can do some fairly stupid things sometimes. I don't want to make that promise only to end up breaking it. Then, promise me that you'll think very carefully before you do something stupid. That I can promise. Unless, of course, it's instinctual. Then, I make no guarantees. Ginny sighed. Good enough, I suppose. With a gentle tug, she pulled his lips down to hers. The slamming of a door downstairs broke them apart. Harry looked at the ring still resting on Ginny's desk where she'd put. He wanted to put it on her finger the way she'd done for him. He was tempted to just pick it up and slide it into place despite the physical pain of doing so. Not to mention the tongue lashing he'd likely get. Don't even think about it, Harry, Ginny warned. Harry returned his gaze to hers with brows raised. Ginny snorted. You think I can't read your mind? It's obvious what you're thinking. I'd like for you to put it on me, too, but you're not touching it. Not unless there's something between your skin and the ring. She searched her room for an idea of what they could use. Her eyes landed on her suitcase. I think I know just the thing. Harry could only watch as Ginny pulled out some clothes in search of whatever it was she was thinking of using. His eyes strayed back to the ring still sitting so innocently where it had been left. He wondered if he moved quickly enough, could he grab the ring, rush to Ginny, and slide it onto her finger before the pain became too intense. Yes, she'd be mad at him, but at least he would have been able to personally put it on her. The other way seemed too, well, impersonal. He mentally berated himself for not checking the ring's metal content with the clerk. Now, he would never be able to touch her hand. Aha, here, let's use this. Ginny brought over a very thin, well-worn shirt, holding it out for him to take. Reluctantly, Harry took the shirt. Even though her shirt was thin, he still fumbled the ring, unable to really hold it properly. Without thinking, Harry slipped his hand inside the shirt. With only one layer of material to contend with, he found he could hold the ring much better. Then, he realized his hand was inside Ginny's shirt, and he blushed crimson. It's all right, Harry. It's not like I'm wearing it. The visual that popped into his head made his breath catch, his heart pound, and, of course, caused a different sort of physical reaction. No, no, no. Get that thought out of your head, Potter. That's not happening. However, the emotional side of his brain ignored the logical half because he suddenly wanted to snog her senseless. His hands began to tremble. Licking his lips, Harry inhaled deeply in an effort to gain some control. He fervently hoped Ginny hadn't noticed anything. Clearing his throat, he concentrated on getting a good grip on the ring. Then sliding it on her right ring finger, the point of the heart facing her. It was such an intimate gesture, and it made the need to kiss her that much more difficult to control. Her eyes remained locked onto his. And he could see something in them, but he couldn't figure out what it was, though truthfully, he didn't spend a lot of time trying. Harry started to lean forward to kiss her, but lifted his head at the last moment and kissed her forehead instead. He couldn't kiss her properly now, not while he was feeling so out of control. There was no telling what he'd end up doing or where his hands would wander to. He felt her lean close, and he took a precautionary half-step back, keeping some distance between them. Harry, Ginny asked, looking up at him, confused. Sorry, Ginny, He winced as he tried to think of what to say without giving himself completely away. I want to kiss you. I do. Just, give me a minute, okay? Sure, Harry, she said, searching his eyes, likely looking for an answer to what was going on. A minute or two later, he felt calm enough to wrap his arms around her and pull her into a hug. When he kissed her, it was leisurely like their normal kisses. Rather than the supernova it would have been. Harry, do I really need to come up there? Are you sure you and I don't need to have a chat? Serious sounding so put upon made Harry laugh, effectively ending their kiss. No, serious, you don't need to come up here. He called out after opening Ginny's door. And no, we don't need to talk. The two teens left Ginny's room once Ginny returned the shirt they'd used back to her suitcase. Joining Sirius at the bottom of the stairs, Ginny showed off her ring, mentioning the mystery of how Harry had been able to touch it since it was made of silver. Maybe I never actually touched the ring, Ginny. Maybe I only ever touched the box it was in. I really don't remember. That's probably it, Sirius agreed. Well, it doesn't change the fact that Harry can't touch it. And if I wear it, then I'd have to be extra careful not to touch him with it. Sirius thought a moment. If there was time, I'd say send it to a wizarding jeweler to have some kind of spell put on it. Like the one done to Sickles. That's not an option, unfortunately. Do you think Bill would know a spell to use? Having to deal with all kinds of curses on treasures. Surely he'd know some kind of protective spell. That's a good idea. Come on, Harry, let's go see. They found Bill, and after pulling him aside, Ginny told him of their problem, asking if he knew a way around it. Luckily, he did. Holding the ring in his hand, Bill waved his wand over it and spoke an incantation Harry never heard before. Then, he held it out to Harry. Try it now. Harry reached for the ring with his right hand. But Ginny stopped him. Use your other hand, Harry. You already have blisters on your right hand. Cautiously, Harry picked up the ring. He felt nothing but smooth metal. Grinning, he handed it to Ginny, who simply held her hand out, palm down, effectively telling him to put it on her finger himself. Grin turning into a full-fledged smile, he happily obliged. Nice choice in gifts, Harry. Bill said, drawing their attention. Let me see your right hand. Maybe I can heal it. Oh, it's fine, Bill. I used a pisky on my fingers. He held up his hand to show the elder Weasley. Well, maybe I can heal them further. With a quick wave of Bill's wand, the blister remnants disappeared completely, though a slight redness remained. There. See. Much better. The redness will go away in time. As I'm sure you know. Yeah, thanks, Bill. You're welcome. Glad I could help. Not long after that, Neville said his goodbyes, and Harry thanked Neville for being a good friend. Ginny convinced her mum to let her take Harry down to the village with Sirius as chaperone. It surprised Harry that it wasn't that far of a walk into Ottery Street. Catchpole. Ginny pointed out a few shops. But it was obvious she had one place on her mind. Once they stood outside the shop where Ginny worked the first part of the summer holidays, Sirius volunteered to wait for them at the door. Ginny led him inside. "Dia do it. Ginny. Welcome back." Looking towards the counter, Harry saw a short woman with light brown hair coming their way. She wore brown trousers, white shirt, brown sandals, and a wooden beaded necklace. He smiled when the woman gave Ginny a quick hug. Then, the woman eyed him. "So, this be the young fella you told me about?" "Yes, he's every bit as handsome as you said." She laughed joyfully when Harry blushed. Her eyes dipped, then returned to his. "You be wearin' the ring, I see. It suits you." Ginny held her hand up. "Look what Harry gave me for my birthday." The woman, Aisling, laughed again and said with a wink to Ginny, "See, I told you that you were meant to buy that ring." "When was your birthday?" "Today, actually." "Well, happy birthday, then. Why don't you go and pick something out? As a present from me. There's more in the back if you don't find anything to your lickin'." "Oh, Aisling, I couldn't do that." "Sure you can. I insist. You know where everything is." Aisling walked away, presumably to let Ginny browse in peace. Ginny stood rooted to her spot a moment before half-heartedly wandering around. Harry followed 2 steps behind, lost in thought. Did Ginny really talk about him? Did she really say he was handsome? The idea of her talking like that about him to someone equally embarrassed him and delighted him. Cheshire Cat grinned, stretching his lips. He joined Ginny over in the jewelry section of the shop, the nearly uncontrollable urge to whistle coming over him. "Find anything?" Harry asked her. "I think so. I just feel odd taking it. I know she told me to. But I still feel weird doing it." Harry indicated the stack of shelves in front of them. "Which one are you looking at?" "That one." Harry followed her finger and saw a silver bracelet with a small, flat heart-shaped charm dangling at the clasp. Bisecting the heart was a lightning bolt. The left side of the heart was red-orange like the best fire opal, while the right side was peridot green. As carefully as he could so as not to touch any of the other pieces, Harry picked up the display stand around which the bracelet was wrapped. Holding it out for Ginny, he urged, "Try it on. You won't know if you like it otherwise. I'm going to need your help putting it on." Harry's brows jumped in surprise until she followed her statement with, "Oh, I suppose I forgot to mention on that this is Aisling's stainless steel section. Your ring came from this shelf." Ginny looked him directly in the eyes. "I would never ask you to touch something that I knew would hurt you." "I know. Really, I do. I guess it's just automatic. I'm still not used to the idea of other materials being used for jewelry." Harry snorted. That was déjà vu. "You're going to have to keep reminding me." "No worries, Harry. I will gladly do so." Quote. Once he secured the bracelet around her wrist, he read the description card attached to the stand and snorted again. If he'd simply bothered to read the card. Once he'd taken the bracelet off the shelf, he'd have known what material had been used to create it. It says here that the bracelet is 7 inches long, made of stainless steel, which we knew, and each chain's design of a repeating pattern of 3 short links followed by one long one is called the Figaro design. Watching as the bracelet in question freely slid an inch or 2 on Ginny's wrist, he declared, "I like it. I think it's pretty. It looks nice on you, too. Listen to your young fella, Ginny. That bracelet was made for you. Take it." "Are you certain?" "Of course. Unless you don't like it." "Oh, I do. Then, take it." Young Juan. Ginny thanked Aisling. They chatted a little longer, then it was time to go. The pair of them walked back to the burrow with Sirius bringing up the rear, several steps behind. Upon returning, Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys, hugging Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and thanking them for their kindness towards him. He also thanked them for allowing Ginny to go with him, promising to look out for her, much to Ginny's displeasure. Harry shook Bill's hand and thanked him for the help he'd given to them. A glaring look from Charlie told Harry he shouldn't waste his time. But Harry had to try one last time. "Charlie, thank you for being nice to me, for accepting me so readily. I'm sorry things have come to this. I realize you believe you have Ginny's best interests at heart. And I thank you for being the type of big brother who wants to look out for his sister. I wish I knew what to say to ease your mind, but I just don't. I hope you can come to see how wrong your assumptions are." Knowing he wouldn't get a response from the stony-eyed Weasley, Harry moved to Percy. He thanked the middle Weasley for treating him as if he was any other student. To the twins, Harry said he'd be sure to promote whatever products they had so far, and thanked them for making him laugh, stating he'd needed that very much. Harry shook Ron's hand, but laughed when the unjust male Weasley pulled him into a one-armed hug. "Save it, Harry," Ron joked feebly. "I don't need you getting all mushy. I have my mirror. We'll talk again." When he turned to Hermione, he ended up getting an armful. She fiercely hugged him, and he was certain he heard her sniffle. When she pulled back, a tear had already escaped down her cheek. "I'm going to miss you, Harry. I wish I hadn't treated you so badly at the beginning of the school year." "Don't worry about it, Hermione. In the end, you became one of my closest friends. That's what counts. Like Ron said, you have your mirror. We'll talk again." He gave her a cheeky grin. "Besides, I'm thinking I'll best your scores this school year." Hermione chuckled, but Harry could see the light of determination in her eyes. "We'll see. Just don't spend all your time revising, yeah? If you promise to give yourself plenty of free time, I'll share with you whatever spells I learn, show you by way of the mirror how to cast them." "It's a deal." Harry grinned, knowing full well she'd accept his challenge. "Good. We'll contact you when we can. We won't always be able to since we'll need to contact Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, too. Remember that it's a 6-hour time difference. It'll be later here than it will be there." Hermione nodded. "I wrote it down when you first told us you were going. Nothing specific, just 6-hour difference. That way, anyone who saw it wouldn't know what I was referring to." "All right, well, I guess this is goodbye for now. I still have some last-minute packing to do, and it's going to be a very early morning." Knowing Sirius, he'll get me up extra early and make me do some sit-ups or something. Hermione chuckled a little, which helped to lighten the mood. Harry turned his attention to his girlfriend. Mindful of everyone watching, he simply hugged her. "I'll see you in the morning, Ginny." "Yes, you will. I'm sorry about Charlie. I don't know what his problem is." "Don't apologize for him. He's worried. I can understand that." Ginny pulled back, shaking her head. "You're much too nice. Anyway, go." Softly, she said, "Ta gra agam do it." Harry smiled, happy he knew what she said and how to respond. "I jikan. Then, feeling cheeky and wanting to show off a bit, he added, "Gramo croy." Ginny beamed at him. He'd called her the love of his heart. "Go rabe maith agate." Still grinning, Harry replied. "Ta failti romhat." Ginny laughed at Hermione and Ron's expressions of confusion, and Harry joined her. "Bye, Ginny." Harry left with Sirius, actually looking forward to the start of their trip. Harry checked his pocket for the 100th time since arriving at the airport, and, like he did the 99 times prior, he sighed in relief. Sirius had drilled it into his and Ginny's heads to not lose their passports. Those little books were their identification, and his and Ginny's entry into the United States relied on them. Sirius had brought Ginny back to the house with him, shrunk their suitcases to the size of a deck of cards so they could be stuffed into pockets, then handed over the little books. Upon flipping open the passport, Harry saw a name that wasn't his, paired with a face that wasn't his. Sirius explained, the three of them would be in disguise. Harry would have blonde hair, blue eyes and glasses, while Ginny's hair would be dark brown. Her eyes were darkened to a chocolate shade. Harry now had to answer to Henry Jordan Blaylock. Ginny's new name was Gwendolyn Macy Watkins. Sirius had also changed his appearance and name. He now sported light brown hair and blue eyes. And he was to be called Silas Oliver Blakesley. Harry shook his head. It startled him every time he looked at Sirius. No, he had to think of Sirius as Silas for the aeroplane trip. He really needed to get that straight in his head before he messed up. Looking to Ginny wasn't any better. Gone was her fiery hair, all her freckles that he thought were adorable, and though he liked the dark brown color chosen for her eyes, Harry preferred their natural color. It was so much easier to read them. At least this was only temporary, to help them have a clean break from England. This way, was a lower chance of being discovered and followed. So, here Harry sat as they waited for the announcement to board their plane, ticket clutched tightly in his hand, carry-on bag at his feet. He glanced nervously around, checking out the other people gathered at the gate to see if any of them were paying him, Ginny or Sirius, any attention. Most people were reading, listening to music or fiddling with their mobile phones. Feeling on edge, Harry joined Ginny at the bank of windows, watching the occasional aeroplane pass by. "All right, Gwen." Ginny turned to him, a small smile at his slip tilting the corners of her lips. "Surprisingly, yes. Mum made it a bit easier by treating it as some great adventure, like an extended holiday. She cried, but I think she was excited for me, too." Harry relaxed slightly at the news. He'd been worried it had been a rough goodbye that morning. This was the first chance he'd been able to actually talk to her. He looked out at the aeroplane sitting outside their window, waiting to be boarded. It was much bigger than he'd expected, never having seen one up close, and it was a little scary, even with the knowledge they could apparate away if anything went wrong. How did Muggles stand it? It was such a huge risk to lock themselves into a giant tube, and fly tens of thousands of feet above the ground, leaving their safety in the hands of others. Rai couldn't say definitively if he'd do it had he not been a wizard. "What about you? Are you all right?" Harry returned his attention to Ginny. She was looking up at him, dark eyes searching his blue ones. "Why wouldn't I be? I'm not the one leaving anyone behind." Ginny's brow creased, and her hands landed at her hips. "Don't give me that." Just as quickly, her frown turned to concern, and she softly said, "You're leaving family behind. Too. The only difference is that I can still see mine." Harry shrugged. He wasn't sure why, but leaving was hitting him harder than he thought it would. "I will be fine. Right now, I don't know. I'm excited, yes, but it's more difficult than I thought it would be to get on that aeroplane. I thought I was ready." Ginny gently squeezed his hand. "Is anyone ever truly ready to leave behind all that one knows? I feel like I convinced everyone this was the thing to do, and now I'm letting everyone down by feeling so reluctant to follow through." Harry stared into her deep brown eyes, unable to look away from the conviction he saw in them. He didn't move when her hands came up to cup his face. "You made the decision because you knew it was the right thing to do. That's what convinced the rest of us. You're not letting anyone down by feeling the way you are. It's natural." Harry let out a chuckle. "And here I thought I'd be the one to comfort you." Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, "Thanks, Ginny." As he straightened, he kissed the corner of her mouth. "I don't know what I'd do without you. You'll never have to find out." Her expression brightened when she smiled. "Now, just think about how jealous my dad is that we get to fly on an aeroplane. He's always been fascinated with them." Harry laughed, pulling Ginny close. "Thanks for that. You're right. This is the right thing to do. And yes, I imagine your dad will be full of questions when you talk to him." A few minutes later, passengers were called to board. Harry, Ginny, and Sirius were able to board before a majority of the others due to the fact they were flying first class. Harry marveled at the spacious cabin, with its dark blue carpet and beige chest-high dividers. A crew member led them to one of the curvy roughly S-shaped dividers. A pair of seats nestled in the bottom curve of the S, while a single seat was tucked into the top curve and faced the opposite direction of the seat pair. Sirius motioned for Harry and Ginny to take the pair, so Harry let Ginny have the window seat, and sat, dropping his carry-on at his feet. Ginny dropped her own carry-on and sat in her own seat. Looking out the smallish rectangular window, Harry, too, looked out the window. The crew member who showed them to their seats said their cabin was right behind the flight deck. In other words, they weren't too far behind the pilot of the aeroplane, which piqued Harry's curiosity as to how that area looked. "So, what do you think?" Sirius asked, standing with his arms propped on the dividing wall. "It's nice. But then, I don't have any aeroplane experience to compare this to." I do like that the seats recline a bit, and that there's plenty of room without feeling cramped. Yeah, that's why we're flying first class. Economy class is so cramped you're practically in each other's laps. He tapped the divider with his palm. Well, settle in. It's a long flight. Use the loo if you need to. It's just over there. Sirius pointed up toward the door they'd come through. That's a good idea, Harry mumbled and headed that way. Oh 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 oh. Both he and Ginny watched out the window as their aeroplane picked up speed, clutching the other's hand. Harry nearly held his breath as the ground slowly fell away, his heart pounding. As buildings and trees shrank to miniature proportions, Ginny turned away from the window, burying her face in his chest, her arms wrapping around his waist. Harry held her close. All right, Ginny, he whispered. Ginny nodded, tilting her head so she could be heard. I've just never been this high up before, and we're still climbing. Harry reached over and pulled the shutter down to cover the window. Do you want a book or maybe some of your music? Maybe in a few minutes. Sure. The fear rolled off her, so Harry furiously tried to think of some way to comfort her. The only thing he could think of was gently maneuvering around as much as his seat belt would allow so that he could tilt her head up. Harry leaned down and kissed her. Several minutes passed before they parted. Ginny smiled up at him. Nice touch, Harry. I think I like that distraction. We're still climbing, though. I need to be distracted again. Harry grinned and leaned close once more. The seat belts restricted their ability to fully turn toward the other, making the kiss a bit awkward. But neither team cared. Am I going to have to get some cold water and pour it on you too? Harry pulled away from the highly entertaining activity he'd been engaged in, his face burning at having been caught. The two of them had, apparently, spent their entire ascent to cruising altitude, distracting the other. No, Silas. We were simply distracting each other so we didn't think about how far off the ground we are. Sirius' lips stretched wide. Yes, well, I think it's time you find something else to distract yourselves with. With a sheepish grin, Harry nodded and reached for his bag. Deciding on some music, Harry pulled out his CD player and one of the discs he purchased 2 days ago. Slipping on the headphones, he partially reclined his seat, made himself comfortable, and, closing his eyes, finally relaxed. Oh 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 oh. New York City was a raucous, bustling place, and it gave Harry a bit of a headache. Still, he couldn't keep from watching the scenery fly by outside his taxi window. Ignoring the chit-chat between Sirius and their driver. People were everywhere. Vehicles were everywhere. How did anyone live in this noisy, crowded place? Harry despaired. Telly hoped this wasn't their destination. He didn't know if he could take it. One look at Ginny told him she had similar thoughts. Her darting eyes were wide, mouth slightly open, but her overall expression was one of horror and distaste. She looked up at him and leaned a few inches to whisper in his ear. I hope we're not staying here. This place is balmy. I know. I feel like a little insect with all those skyscrapers. Harry craned his neck to try to see the tops of the buildings. Yeah, I do, too. How's the headache? Harry's gaze focused on Ginny, surprised. He thought he'd hit it well. How did you know? Oh, please. After you had trouble at the World Cup, it made sense that you would have more trouble here. Yeah, I suppose. I'll be fine as soon as I can get away from the noise. 30 minutes later, the three of them arrived at their hotel. Climbing out of the car, Harry took a moment to stretch. He'd walked around on the plane, but it wasn't enough to counter the effects of sitting for so long. The brick hotel was, if Harry had to guess, about average size and had a portico, which was where their taxi stopped, leading into the lobby. Sirius paid the driver, then led the others inside. The lobby was spacious, with windows above them to allow a fair amount of sunshine in. The floor, surprisingly, was made of a reddish stone rather than being carpeted. Sirius picked up their room key, chatting with the clerk for a moment. She smiled hugely as if she knew him. Harry pondered that. She couldn't possibly know Sirius. Sirius returned and led them to some lifts. They didn't have long to wait before one opened, disgorging a family of 4. Inside the lift, Sirius pushed the button marked with a number 2, then sighed. I keep forgetting that over here, the ground floor is the first floor. We're actually another floor up. He jabbed his finger at the number 3. All right, Harry. Headache. We can use our real names now. I don't see why not. I'll remove the glamours, as well. Once we get to the room. Good, because I hated thinking of myself as Henry. Gwendolyn was okay, I suppose. It's not far from Guinevere, which is what Ginevra is. It's just a different version of it. Harry, brows raised, studied Ginny a moment. I didn't know that. He snickered. If you're Guinevere, does that make me Lancelot? The lift dinged and the doors opened, but they ignored it as it wasn't their floor. After a moment, the doors closed again. Ginny wrinkled her nose, obviously not liking the comparison. The way they ended, with Lancelot living like a hermit and Guinevere in a nunnery. No. Her expression turned cheeky. Unless you want to rewrite their story so that there's a better ending. I definitely like the better ending part. Putting on his best gallant air, he said. I'll gladly rescue my fair lady whenever she finds herself in a spot of trouble. In his normal voice, he added, that is, if she couldn't do it herself. Sirius let out a barking laugh. Good save, kiddo. The doors opened on their floor with a ding. Here's our floor. As it turned out, their room was 4 doors down from the lifts. After unlocking their door, the 3 of them filed inside. Harry peeked into the loo as he passed. It wasn't small, but not big, either. In the main part of the room, 2 big beds took up a majority of the blue carpeted floor. A telly was positioned across from the beds. A small desk and chair stood to the right of the telly. Up against what was the loo's wall, and to the left of the beds, a sofa stood. Light from the window next to the rightmost bed streamed in. Harry dropped his bag and collapsed onto the white-covered bed with a moan. It feels really good to be able to lie down. I know that was a long trip. It's only starting, however. Don't worry. There'll be rest in between. Let me have your passports. I'll remove the glamours on them and then on us. Also, give me your suitcases and I'll enlarge them. Sirius enlarged all of their suitcases. Removed the glamours on the passports and handed them back. Then, he waved his wand over each of them to restore their natural appearances. Harry felt a slight tingling sensation that told him he was back to normal. At the moment, he was feeling too drowsy to care. He removed his glasses to rub at his eyes, suppressing a yawn. Get some rest, Harry. You'll feel better. Harry nodded, dropped his glasses onto the bedside table, and lay down. Within seconds, he drifted off to sleep. Oh. Ginny, is something wrong? Ginny turned away from the big bed she'd been staring at. She had yet to let go of her carry-on bag, unsure of what to do with it, but mostly unsure of the sleeping arrangements. She shook her head, not knowing how to say what was bothering her, but her gaze flickered between the beds. Heat staining her cheeks. I think I understand. The other bed is yours, Ginny. I plan on taking the sofa, after transfiguring it, of course. Tonight, I'll put up something between the beds if that makes you feel any better. Are you sure? I don't mind taking the sofa. I'm smaller than you. Ginny, my plan all along was for the 2 of you to take the beds. Hat sofa will fit me fine with a few adjustments. Besides, my animagus form is a dog. I can sleep anywhere. Nodding her acceptance, Ginny lightly dropped her bag next to the bed, not wanting to wake Harry. She knew he must have had a bad headache. All the noise was nearly enough to give her a headache, and she didn't have sensitive hearing. She couldn't begin to imagine how bad it was for him. Honestly, it surprised her a little that Sirius hadn't figured out some way to help Harry in that regard. Maybe he was working on something. Would you like to talk to your mom? Let her know we're here. Ginny whirled around to face Sirius. Excited. Can I? Sure, as long as you don't say exactly where we are. That still can't get out just yet. I understand. She waited as patiently as she could. While Sirius rummaged through the contents in Harry's shoulder bag. Taking the mirror gratefully, she plopped onto the bed and called her mom. I'm going to check things out, Sirius said, waving his hand back and forth. I want to know what's around us. I'll be back. Don't leave the room. I won't. Ginny turned back to the mirror just in time to see her mom's face come into view. Mom, she squealed, then immediately checked to see if she'd awakened Harry. He slept on. Hello, Ginny. How was your trip? Long, but not too bad. Where are you? I can't say, Mom. Sorry. Sirius is still wanting to keep things quiet. We're in a hotel right now. Take a look. Ginny turned the mirror around and stood with her back to the window so that her mom couldn't see any landmarks outside. It's kind of nice. Is something wrong with Harry? Is it that late there? I thought your time was behind ours. That's what I recall Sirius saying. Ginny flipped the mirror back around. It's not late here. He had to glance at the clock on the desk to see what time it was. It's almost 9:30 here. Harry had a headache so he's resting. I didn't see Sirius. Where is he? He's looking around. He said he wanted to see what was around us. And he left you alone. Ginny cringed at her mother's angry yell. Shish. Don't wake Harry, Mum. I'm sure Sirius didn't go far. He wanted to be comfortable with everything. Would you rather him be clueless about where to go if we needed to leave? No, I suppose not. Mrs. Weasley's anxious expression morphed into a fierce look. You had better behave yourself, young lady. Seeing as there aren't any curtains separating those beds. Ginny simply stared at her mum. That didn't really make much sense. Curtains aren't going to stop someone from doing something if they really wanted to. I'm not talking about me or Harry, just generally speaking. Well, regardless, you'd better act like a young lady. I will, Mum, Ginny assured her mother, trying desp. Hurriedly to not let her exasperation show. You don't have to tell me that. Well, sometimes, boys will. Not Harry, Mum. Besides, Sirius will be around, remember. Ginny yawned. I think I'm going to lie down, too. I'm feeling really tired all of a sudden. Sirius mentioned something called jet lag. It makes you feel tired after a long flight. All right, Ginny. Be good. Be safe. Have fun. I miss you already. I miss you, too, Mum. And we will be safe. I'll be good. I love you. I love you, too. Bye. Bye. That one word was difficult to get out. Her vision blurred momentarily. No tears. It was really no different than going to Hogwarts for the school year. At least this way, she could actually talk to her mum. Setting the mirror on the desk, Ginny crawled onto the bed, and dropped her head onto the pillow. Harry was right. It did feel good to lie down. Sighing as her body relaxed, she closed her eyes. Oh. Harry startled awake, already whispering the words required to retrieve his wand and reaching for his glasses. All right, Harry. Harry rolled over. Ginny sat on the other bed, book open in her lap, gaze filled with concern. Yeah, fine. I don't know why I woke up so suddenly. Running a hand down his face as he tried to wake up, he returned his wand to its resting place against his arm. How long did I sleep? Nearly 2 hours. How's your head? Better. Harry spied Sirius lying on the sofa-turned bed. Did you get any sleep, Ginny? I did. I talked to Mum a few minutes, then felt tired, so I lay down for a bit. I'm glad you were able to talk to her. How did it go? It was fine. The usual, be good, have fun, etc. Anyone hungry? Sirius asked from his bed, sounding still half asleep. Starving, actually, Harry replied. Ginny nodded her agreement. Good. Let's go down to the hotel restaurant. Harry's stomach agreed quite loudly with that suggestion. After making a quick stop in the loo, Harry followed the other two out of the room. They had to take a lift down to the ground floor, first floor, whatever one wanted to call it. Finding a table, the trio took their seats and perused their menus. Sirius, did you know that woman at the counter when you picked up our key? No. We were technically too early for check-in. I had to get friendly and bribe her a little. Since our room was ready, she took the money and let us have the key. Oh, okay. I wondered about that. A girl not much older than Harry came by to take their orders. She continually glanced his way and smiled at him. That is, she did until Ginny scooted her chair close to his. Harry was glad she did. For the other girl had started to make him uncomfortable, despite the fact that, deep down, in a place he'd never admit to, he kind of liked the attention. Even he wasn't so thick as to not recognize the flirtation. It was a supreme ego boost. Sirius snickered once the girl left. I think you effectively made your point, Ginny. Their food arrived a short while later. The three of them concentrated on filling their empty stomachs. Oh. Harry, let me try something. They'd returned to their room after a quick tour of the hotel. I've been working on a spell. Similar to Muffaliato that I think will help you. I've been using myself as the test subject because I didn't want to get your hopes up. I think I've figured out the right incantation for it. It should help lower the noise level. We won't know if it actually works until we get out there, though. Harry shrugged. It was worth it to have Sirius try. Standing very still, Harry let Sirius wave his wand in a circular motion next to one ear. Then the other. Harry didn't notice any difference, but then, there wasn't an overabundance of sound in their room, either. Stepping away, Sirius eyed him. Ready to see if it worked. Sure. Good. Because I have tickets to the theater, an early matinee performance. Ginny, you can have the shower first. Wear one of your dresses. People usually dress a little nicer to these things. What's the name of the play? It's a musical, actually. Sirius' lips twitched. Beauty and the Beast. Harry stared, expressionless, at his godfather a moment, not sure whether he was being pranked. Before turning his attention to Ginny. She looked as if she didn't know whether to laugh or not. A giggle escaped her control, and that was all it took before the three of them were laughing heartily. Oh 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 oh. Ginny stepped out of the loo, hair freshly washed and dried using a handy little domestic spell, wearing her black dress. Harry barely managed not to gape. Our long hair had a bit of extra shine and so did her lips. Her hair was pulled back away from her face and tied at her nape. He couldn't help but watch her as she passed him. She hadn't simply pulled her hair into a ponytail like he'd first thought. No, the sides were pulled back and looked to be woven in some way with the rest of her hair for a couple of inches, then tied into a ponytail, but whatever she used was hidden somewhere under the braiding. Harry had no clue how it was done. He just knew it was really nice. The rest of her hair hung down her back with a slight curl at the end. Harry blinked, coming back to himself. When a hand grabbed his shoulder. Your turn, kiddo, and maybe make it a cold one, yeah. Blushing furiously, Harry grabbed what he needed for his shower and ducked into the loo. Afterwards, he dressed in a pair of black trousers, white dress shirt buttoned all the way up, and dark charcoal gray blazer. He sighed in frustration after unsuccessfully getting his freshly washed hair to lie flat. Well, there was nothing for it. He'd just have to go to the theater with it the way it was. Harry left the loo and Sirius went in to get his own shower. As Harry busied himself sliding his black belt through the proper loops, and having to start over again due to missed loops, he didn't see the appreciative once-over Ginny gave him. It wasn't until after he put on his CKS and black court shoes that he looked up to find Ginny watching him. Fighting the heat that threatened to flood his cheeks, he glanced away, though the idea pleased him. You look nice, Harry. Thanks. You look really pretty. Thanks. Ginny replied shyly. Have you ever been to the theater before? No. There was rarely extra money growing up. We managed a few things, but the theater wasn't one of them. Which is why, Sirius said, coming out of the loo, dressed similarly in style to Harry, we are splurging on this trip. You both deserve more than you had. Harry opened his mouth to respond. But Sirius held up a hand to stop him. I'm not saying that Remus didn't do the best he could, Harry. Actually, he did fairly well, all things considered. I just mean that you both deserve to be spoiled a bit. Harry, now understanding what Sirius meant, nodded his acceptance. Ginny, I meant no disrespect to your parents, either. They've done a remarkable job with what they've had. Ginny smiled. I didn't think you had meant to insult my parents, Sirius. Good. I have the means to make this trip fun and enjoyable, and I have every intention of doing so. After a quick glance at his watch, he said, we need to go. Oh. So, Harry, did the spell work? Yeah, it helped a lot. Thanks. Glad it worked. So, what did you think of the musical? They were back in the hotel room and in their casual clothes again. Ginny, sitting on her bed, looked up. I thought it was good. The actors were very talented. Great love story. A thought popped into her head and she giggled. Did she dare say it? Oh, why not? Every girl should find herself a beast. Sirius barked in laughter. Ginny laughed, too, and ducked the pillow that came flying her way courtesy of Harry, though he did have a smile on his face. Picking up the pillow, she launched it back at him, catching him by surprise and hitting him in the face. Her retaliation brought about a war, each of them hurling fluffy bullets at each other as the pillows landed beside them. It was a fast and furious battle, but it was short-lived, ending by mutual agreement. Exhausted suddenly, Ginny yawned. Feeling as if she hadn't slept in days. She stared morosely out the window at the bright daylight. It was only 6 o'clock. How was she ever going to get used to the time difference? It was a good thing they ate dinner after the performance. Why don't we all go to bed? Granted, it's early here, but it's midnight at home. I can close those heavy drapes to make it fairly dark in here. Sounds good to me, Ginny said through a yawn. Harry agreed, unsuccessfully stifling his own yawn. While Sirius used the duvet from Harry's bed to hang as a divider between the beds, Ginny disappeared into the loo to change into her sleeping attire. When she came out, a white curtain hid her bed from view and the drapes were pulled closed, leaving the room a fair bit darker than it was. Thanks, Sirius. No need to thank me. Good night, Harry. Good night, Ginny. Sleep well. I'm sure I will. Yawning again, Ginny climbed into bed. As she lay there, her mind drifted over the events of the day, despite being utterly knackered. She couldn't believe that she'd awakened that morning in her own bed at home, and now, here she was, in a hotel room, with her boyfriend in the bed next to hers, so close she could almost reach out a hand touch him, and his godfather on a sofa transfigured into a bed. An ocean stood between her and everything she knew. Yet, she didn't feel sad. The day had been a good one. The flight had ultimately been uneventful. Ginny giggled quietly as she thought of Harry's method of calming her nerves. It had certainly worked. Being able to talk to her mum really helped to keep Ginny from being too upset. Her mum was still acting as if it was a grand adventure, though Ginny preferred this mum to a weeping mum. Ginny rolled her eyes at having been reminded to behave herself and act as she was raised to act. As if she needed that reminder. The theater was nice and the musical was good. Ginny, obviously, could relate to Belle, who was able to look past what was presented on the outside, to the heart of gold on the inside. Finding love in the process. Belle's beast turned out to be a prince with a curse having been cast upon him. Ginny sighed softly, the ghost of a smile on her face. Her own beast was also the result of a curse. And he was every bit the prince Belle's was. She wondered if Harry had noticed any parallels between the characters and themselves. Perhaps he had. As the beast had begun to connect to Belle, Harry had laced his fingers with hers, had squeezed her hand, then had continued to hold it the remainder of the performance. She hadn't been able to keep from toying with his ring. It still thrilled her that he wore it and it probably always would. The smile he'd given her at that moment made her sigh dreamily just thinking about it. Another yawn interrupted her thoughts. Ordering her mind to think of something calming, like the sound of the river on the edge of her parents' property as it flowed over the rocks, eventually, her eyes drifted shut, only to open again a few hours later. Ginny groaned. She was so tired, but she badly needed the loo. Sliding on her dressing gown, Ginny slipped out of bed and paused at the edge of the hanging duvet, double-checking to see if the other occupants were asleep. Rhythmic breathing met her ears, so she tiptoed past Harry's bed, past the sofa-turned bed, and ducked into the loo. Once the door closed with a soft click, Ginny used her wand to give herself some light. After she'd finished and washed her hands, she doused her wand light. Carefully opening the door, she waited until her vision had adjusted again to the dark before padding into the room. As she passed by Harry's bed, her gaze was drawn to her sleeping boyfriend and her steps faltered. He lay on his back with his right arm outstretched and his left hand resting on his chest. His head was turned slightly toward the right, as well. Sometime during the last 4 hours, he dislodged his bed coverings so that they now draped across his hips. However, what really held her attention was the decent amount of exposed skin where his shirt tail had ridden up, rising and dropping softly with each of his breaths. The soft glow from the clock on his bedside table, why had it been moved from the desk? Gave Ginny enough light to fully appreciate the view she'd been afforded. She'd never seen him without his shirt, although she almost had once when he'd started to use his shirt tail to wipe sweat from his face, but then he had thought better of it. Ginny could admit she'd been a little disappointed that he had. Now, she had the opportunity to look all she wanted and she took it. When he'd first shown up at Hogwarts, he'd been very slender. Now, his body was becoming lean, trim, even more so than the last time she'd noticed his changing physique. She could, help but wonder how his chest looked, if it had gained any sort of definition yet. Hopefully soon, she'd get the opportunity to discover the answer to that. Behind her, Sirius shifted positions. Ginny startled a bit and quickly ducked behind the makeshift privacy screen. Tossing her dressing gown across the foot of the bed, she climbed in and snuggled under the blankets, her heart thumping at almost having been caught staring at her sleeping boyfriend. No, she hadn't been simply staring. She'd been leering, and she certainly didn't want to be caught doing so, but it brought up another interesting thought. Would Sirius lecture her about propriety and hormones, or would he be more lax about it? Ginny fell asleep trying to decide. Oh. Sirius grinned when Ginny scurried behind the hanging duvet. He'd awakened instantly to the feeling someone was tiptoeing through the room, though not sensing danger, he'd feigned sleep. It took all of 2 seconds to realize it was simply Ginny heading to the loo. He'd still been awake when she'd crept past him again, only to stop and stare at Harry. When it became apparent she wasn't going to move anytime soon, he slid his leg across the mattress of his bed. Ah, hormones. Those wonderfully evil things in the body that make adolescence such a chaotic time for teens and parents, alike. Sirius sighed, his amusement gone. Things were about to get really interesting it seemed. He wasn't blind. He'd noticed during their workouts the looks being passed between the kids when the other wasn't paying attention. And of course, he'd known why what the pair had been doing before their return to the tents at the World Cup. After all, he, himself, had passed the time engaged in that very activity much of his time at Hogwarts. Making this If with dating teens was going to be difficult enough. Add a dash of hormones and a healthy dose of special circumstances like Harry's, and you have a recipe for a very volatile situation. Randy teens could easily get up to more than they should. Sirius would just need to keep a close eye on things. Thankfully, Harry hadn't shown any interest in Ginny beyond what was normal for his age, but his lycanthropic DNA would assert itself in this aspect sooner or later. Remus had been certain of it, and that was enough to make Sirius certain. He just had to be ready for when it happened. Sirius blew out a breath, running a hand down his face. He just had to do his best. He really didn't think Harry would do anything with Ginny, but under the influence of all those hormones, there were no guarantees. Sirius stared up at the ceiling and asked his best friends for guidance. August 13th Saturday. Harry was excited to do a little sightseeing. There hadn't been enough money growing up to do much of anything or to go to very many places, much less to actually travel to tourist places. Despite the cacophonous roar of the city, Harry found it had a certain appeal to it. He could easily disappear here if he so desired. Could become just one more person in a sea of humanity. His name would never bring that look of recognition to someone's eyes, nor would it cause a person to search for his unusually shaped scar, a scar that was all but gone now. Harry's eyes flew over everything that passed outside his cab window. He had no idea where they were going. Apparently, Sirius was enjoying all the secrecy. It didn't bother Harry because he knew, if it was important, Sirius wouldn't keep it quiet. Harry had the impression Sirius hadn't had a lot of fun, not truly, in a long time. Leaning back in the seat, he let his godfather have his fun. Besides, not knowing where they were headed made it a bit more entertaining. Traffic made it slow going, but eventually, they crossed a huge bridge, wound their way through more skyscrapers. Then arrived at a break in the glass, steel and concrete. It was a park of some sort. Harry didn't care. The greenery was a welcome reprieve from all the grays and blacks of the city. The taxi pulled to a stop and he, Ginny, and Sirius climbed from the back seat, stretching their legs. Once the cab was paid, Sirius led them through a nice park with walking paths. Bench seats with a view of the harbor, fountains, and statuary. Off in the distance, Harry could barely make out something, a large statue, he thought, but wasn't sure. He looked over to Ginny and grinned. Her gaze bounced from side to side, taking it all in. He squeezed the hand he held, bringing her attention to him. Having fun? Yes, of course. Good. Harry called to Sirius, who was 2 steps ahead of them. So, where are we going? Sirius pointed out into the harbor. See that out there? That's where we're going. Can't come to New York City and not visit the Statue of Liberty. In order to get there, we have to take a ferry. What's a ferry? Ginny asked. It's a type of boat. On some, you can drive your car onto it, and it'll take you across a body of water. Then you drive off the boat. This one, however, only carries people. It'll take us out to the island where the statue is. Come on, let's go. The fair is coming. A short while later, everyone disembarked at the island. Harry craned his head back to stare up at the statue. That's brilliant. I couldn't get us tickets to the crown area, but I did get us pedestal tickets. There's a museum and an observation deck inside. Ginny stared up at the statue's head. I'm not so sure I would have liked going up that far. Probably not, Sirius agreed. I'm not so sure I could have walked up 354 steps, either. Harry shook his head. I certainly wouldn't have. The trio wandered the museum, then climbed the stairs to the observation deck. Not being much higher than the average Quidditch match, Harry was rather comfortable and enjoyed the view of the Manhattan skyline. Ginny, too, looked relaxed. The three of them wandered the 360-degree deck, taking in the various views. At one point, Sirius pulled out a Muggle camera and snapped some pictures of the teens. Where did you get that? Harry asked, laughing. From the hotel yesterday when I went to scout out the area. You were resting. I wanted you two to have some mementos, something for Ginny to show her family when she can. Can we do some shopping, too? I was hoping to send them a little something. Not for each of them, obviously. But something for the entire family. Sure we can, Ginny. I plan on us being in New York for a few days. That way, we'll have ample opportunity to adjust to the time difference. The remainder of the morning was taken up visiting Ellis Island, where millions of immigrants once started their lives in America, seeking new freedoms and opportunities. I just had to bring the two of you here. It seemed appropriate. Quote, Harry had to agree. He and Ginny had come to America for the freedom and opportunity to learn what they needed to in order to win the upcoming war. Harry wasn't naive. He knew things were going to get bad before they could get better. All the more reason to be prepared. As he looked around, he tried to see it how it had been all those years ago, to imagine how those people felt having endured the worst possible conditions just for the chance at a better life. It was humbling, really. No matter what his life had been like, it was a sure bet the people who risked it all to come here had lives that were much worse. Ginny squeezed his hand and he met her gaze. Harry could see that she felt the same as he did. Letting go of her hand, he draped his arm across her shoulders and pulled her close, placing a kiss on the top of her head. Sirius insisted on taking their picture on the front steps of the building, like so many others before them. His enthusiasm for doing it right made Harry laugh. But if we were going to do it right, shouldn't we have come here first, then gone to the Statue of Liberty? Harry couldn't help pointing out. Sirius Threy. Harry, a look that clearly said, don't bother me with details. Just play along. Ginny giggled, which set Harry off again. Oh. After lunch the trio returned to their room to rest, the time difference still giving them a little trouble, though they were adjusting better than any of them thought they would. Once they awoke, Sirius asked them if they felt like going out again. Harry looked to Ginny for her thoughts. She shrugged and nodded. He turned back to Sirius. Sure. Are you going to tell us where we're going this time? Well, Harry, remember on your birthday you said you thought Ginny would like that amusement park. When Harry nodded, Sirius continued. It just so happens, there's a smaller version not far from here. Beaming, Harry breathed, brilliant. To Ginny, he continued, you'll like it, Ginny. There's all types of rides. They're fun. We don't have ride anything you don't want to. Sounds like fun. So, a short time later, the three of them walked through the entrance to Coney Island. Immediately visible were roller coasters, a water ride, and rides that spun. They started with something called the Tickler, in which the three of them sat in a half-moon-shaped car that glided side to side along a track with vicious switchbacks, swift dips or drops, and incredible spins that plastered them to back of the car, unable to move for the duration of the spin. They rode several roller coasters, which Ginny declared to be lots of fun. Sirius allowed Harry and Ginny to ride a smaller version of the London Eye by themselves. Naturally, Harry took the opportunity to kiss Ginny whenever they reached the top of the rotation. Dizzy from the other spinning rides they tried, the three played a few games. Harry won a giant yellow stuffed horse for Ginny, playing a game in which he had to get a shot into a cup. It's nearly as big as I am, Ginny said, laughing. Almost, Harry agreed with a smile. Sirius won at a game in which he had to smack mechanical moles that popped up through holes. He now carried around a big stuffed green dog. Ginny and Harry played a game in which they had to roll balls into holes at varying distances to move their mechanical sharks. Ginny's better aim and quicker hands prevailed, and she walked away with a blue stuffed lion. Browsing the shops, Sirius bought them all t-shirts. Ginny bought a postcard of the amusement park, and Harry picked out 2 hats. A green one for Ginny with the park's name stitched in black on the front, and a black one for himself with the name stitched in red. The 3 grew hungry, so ate at a cafe they had passed at the park's entrance. "Have fun?" Sirius asked as they ate. "Definitely," Ginny said, nodding. "Thanks, Sirius, for everything. Hey, we're not done yet. In fact, we're just getting started. However, in the morning, you two will get back to your exercising. Can't afford to lose all the progress you've made." Harry sighed. "I knew it would be coming sooner or later. Work, then play," Sirius informed them. 0000 August 14th Sunday. The next morning, Ginny contacted Hermione with Harry's mirror. Again, Sirius put up the charms he'd used when she had talked to her mum. "Ginny, it's great to hear from you. How is it there? Do you like it? We're still in the same location in which we landed. Sirius is giving us time to adjust to the time difference." Hermione nodded. "That's probably best. I know you can't tell me where you are, but what can you tell me?" "Well, we're in a big city, bigger than London. It's pretty noisy here. I don't think I've seen so many cars and people in one place. We've had some fun, sightseeing and visiting a nice park. It hasn't been too bad, yet, but Sirius is getting Harry and I back into our exercise routine this morning." A teasing grin stretched Hermione's lips while her eyes glittered with suppressed humor. "So," she ventured a little too casually, "what's it been like sleeping in the same room as your boyfriend?" Ginny turned scarlet, though she couldn't keep an answering grin from widening her own mouth. "Oh, Hermione, you just have no idea. We're currently in a room with 2 big beds. Sirius used one of the beds, duvets, to make a partition between them for me." "Sneak any peeks?" Hermione asked with a wink. "Hermione." Ginny felt the heat in her face that had faded suddenly bloom again. She giggled. "Once. I couldn't help it. I had to go to the loo and had to pass Harry's bed to get there. As I walked back to my bed, I felt this urge to look, and I couldn't resist." His duvet had ridden down, while his shirt had ridden up, exposing his stomach. "He's beginning to develop some nice abs, Hermione. There's only one problem, now." Hermione frowned in confusion. What could that be? "Now, I want to know what his chest looks like." Hermione laughed. "I'm sure you'll get your chance. You do realize you need to even things up, right?" What? You need to figure out a way to give Harry the opportunity to look at you while you're sleeping. Maybe in the next hotel you stay in, you should take the bed closer to the loo so he'd have to pass by you at night." "Hermione," Ginny exclaimed yet again, surprised to see this side of her friend. "What?" the girl asked, laughing. "It's only fair. Besides, you'll know exactly what he thinks of you the following morning. If he treats you as he always had, then he didn't look, if he's a little more nervous around you, you'll know he did look and liked what he saw. Think of it as another way to flirt. I can't believe I'm hearing this, considering you're the one who warned me how things could quickly get out of control." Hermione seemed to think about that. "You know, you're probably right. Maybe you shouldn't. I sometimes forget you're not as old as I am. Well, now I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. I like the thought of Harry looking at me while I sleep. It's not as if he hasn't looked at me anyway. He's admitted as much to me at the World Cup." Hermione's brows jumped in surprise. "He told you that?" "Yes, he did, and he felt very guilty about having looked at me. Needless to say, I set him straight on that, telling him how I liked that he looked, and that I had looked at him. He was so shocked to hear that I had." Ginny shook her head disbelievingly. "He doesn't see what I see. He even told me I needed my eyes examined. I have to say, I'm so glad he has that ring. He's going to grab the attention of a lot of girls, the way he's looking. I hope you're not worried about that, Ginny. You know you mean everything to Harry." "Oh, I know. I just would not have to beat the girls off of him. Just give them a taste of your bat bogey hex," Hermione said flippantly. "That would teach them." "True," Ginny agreed, grinning. "Well, I should go. Harry wanted to talk to Ron and Neville a moment before we started our day. Alright. Thanks for contacting me, Ginny. Have fun. Bye. I will. You're welcome. Bye. Hermione's face faded and the normal reflective surface of the mirror reappeared. After dressing in the shorts and shirt she designated as her workout clothes, Ginny returned the mirror to Harry, thanking him for letting her use it. Ginny. Sirius called as Harry reactivated the mirror. I think we're going to make use of the hotel's swimming pool. You can swim, right? Ginny gave him a look as if to say, that's a stupid question to ask. Of course, I can. Our back garden has a pond, and the river otter runs along our property. I've played in both. Sirius' face turned red as he walked over to her. Softly he asked, and you can now. I don't mean to pry. But, Ginny was certain she blushed harder than any time during her conversation with Hermione. Unable to meet his eyes, she replied to the floor, yes. You, don't have to worry about that at all this month. She heard him inhale deeply. All right, then, he said a bit awkwardly. No more needs to be said about it. Forget this conversation ever happened. Gladly, Ginny eagerly agreed. Before ducking back behind the duvet to change into her swimming costume. Ginny had instantly fallen in love with it, and once she'd tried it on, she hadn't wanted any other. She felt more mature in it. Despite the fact it was fairly modest. The vibrant tropical green color of the halter style, leaf-printed top showed off her budding curves, making them hard to miss. Down the center of the top to where it split was a seam. From that seam, horizontal gatherings branched outward emphasizing what she had there, albeit she didn't have as much as other girls her age. Ginny especially liked the fact that the top split a few inches above her navel, falling to each side with a ruffled edge to her hips, and continuing on around the back. That left a roughly triangular section of her flat stomach open to view. The other thing she loved about this costume was the darker shade of tropical green colored, drawstring boy short bottoms, rather than the typical high-cut bottoms of most swimming costumes. The drawstring and a 2-inch band at the top matched in color and pattern to the costume's top. Ginny grinned. She felt good in it, and she definitely hoped she caught Harry's attention. Well, there was one way to find out. Sitting on her bed, she donned her swim shoes, grabbed her beach towel and brush, slipped a hair tie onto her wrist, then stepped back around the duvet. She noticed Sirius had entered the loo. Harry still chatted with Ron and Neville, until he happened to glance up at her. Inwardly, Ginny felt like squealing and jumping with joy as Harry's gaze took in her swimming costume. Ignoring Ron and Neville on the other end of the mirror. It wasn't until Ron practically yelled Harry's name before Harry returned to his conversation. Ginny too. RNED her back to him to brush her hair and play it. She grinned at Harry's sudden lack of communication skills, and from the corner of her eye she could see him throwing glances her way. Oh, yes, this was indeed fun. Sirius came out of the loo dressed in a t-shirt and athletic shorts. Harry took that moment to end his chat, grab his swim trunks and a shirt, and disappear into the loo. Ginny hopped. She'd finally get a look at Harry's chest, certain that it had gained some definition by now. Once Harry returned from changing his clothes, Sirius took down the duvet divider, cast a temporary spell to protect their eyes from the chlorine in the pool, and the three of them wandered down to the pool. Once there, Sirius explained he wanted them to swim laps, as many as they could in 30 minutes. The pool area was otherwise empty as it was still early. It wasn't a long pool, but it was long enough to get a good workout. Dipping her foot into the water, Ginny discovered it was the perfect temperature, not too warm. But not too cool, either. Dropping her towel on a nearby table, she sat on the pool's edge and waited for Harry, doing her best not to stare in anticipation of his shirt coming off. Then, Ginny was rewarded with a very pleasant view. With his chest now bare, she could plainly see that his shoulders had widened a bit, his chest and abs were more defined. Harry was definitely maturing. Quickly, she turned away, fighting the blush that threatened to stain her cheeks. Ginny was glad he sat on the edge of the pool the next lane over, putting a little distance between them. She'd never been so close to him with so much skin showing, on either of them. Sirius sitting on the edge halfway down the length of the pool caught Ginny's attention. Why aren't you getting in? "'Cause I get my exercise simply keeping up with the two of you. Now, go ahead and get in." Once the teens were in the water, he reminded them of his instructions. This isn't a race. Pace yourselves. Why? Oh, you have 30 minutes to do as many laps as you can. To the opposite side and back will constitute 1 lap. You need to keep your own count. Understood? Yes. Sirius pulled out his watch. All right, then, your time begins, now. Swimming was a discipline in which Ginny excelled. When she was little, her mum would take her and Ron to the pool in Ottery Street. Catchpole a few times each week for swimming lessons and to be around other kids. It was one of the few luxuries Ginny was ever given. She took to the water like a fish. Ginny's proficiency showed now as she neared the other end, executing a perfect swimmer's turn by ducking under the chest-high water and pushing off the wall with her feet so she was face down in the water. She was on her way back before Harry reached the wall. That wasn't to say she was way ahead of him. However, by her best estimate, he lagged behind her by mere seconds, 5 seconds at the absolute most. Throughout those 30 minutes, Ginny used 3 different swim strokes. By the time the 30 minutes were up, Ginny's shoulders ached so badly, she barely managed to lift herself out of the pool. She could have used the steps, but her pride wouldn't let her. She walked over to her towel and used it to soak up some of the pool water from her hair. She would have liked to have collapsed in a chair, but again, her pride wouldn't let her. Harry didn't seem winded at all. So she did her best not to show that she was. You're bound to be sore after that, Sirius commented. Come on over to the jacuzzi and relax. Trust me, you'll like it. Curious about tea. The tiny round pool that Sirius motioned them toward, Ginny headed that way. It wasn't big, nor was it very deep. Molded seats sprouted from the inner walls at regular intervals. Stepping in, she gasped. The water was very warm. Sitting on one of the little bench seats, the water just barely covered her shoulders. Harry took a seat across from her. I'm going to turn this on for 5 minutes. Then, we're going back to the room. Ginny was about to ask what Sirius meant by turning it on, but the suddenly bubbling water startled her, not to mention feeling a jet of water at her lower back. She would have been embarrassed at her reaction, but Harry had jumped, too. It didn't take long before the heat and moving water massaged the aches from her muscles and she sighed. Yeah, Harry said with a little laugh, exactly. I really want one of these. 5 minutes later, 2 drowsy teens climbed from the jacuzzi feeling much better than when they had climbed in. Sirius glanced around before us, in his wand to dry their swimming costumes just enough so water didn't drip on the floor. As he did so, he suggested to Ginny that maybe she instruct Harry on how to perform the strokes she'd used, which set them both blushing. Then, Sirius led them past the pool, heading for the door. A sudden idea popped into Ginny's head, and by the looks of the grin on Harry's face, he had the same idea. He oceaned what he was thinking and Ginny nodded, confirming she had the same thought. Harry held up 3 fingers, then counted down to 0, at which time Ginny helped Harry shove Sirius into the pool. The 2 teens laughed, an arm around the other, as they waited for Sirius to surface. He quickly shot back up, sputtering and scolding them. Harry, you're lucky my watch is waterproof. Ginny, don't let him corrupt you. Harry snorted. Are you kidding? She was already thinking it. You have met Fred and George, remember? The Weasley twins known for their pranking. Besides, did you really expect me, the son of a marauder, to not take the opportunity when it was so conveniently presented? Sirius conceded Harry's points and held out a hand. Help me out. Harry shook his head, still grinning. I'm not stupid, Sirius. You can use the stairs. Ginny giggled and waved as she and Harry walked over to the door to wait for Sirius. She laughed even harder when Harry spoke up again. Come on, old man, we're starving. That seemed to spur Sirius into action. I'll show you just how old I am. Let's go, Ginny. Sirius has to dry off before he can leave. The 2 dashed out of the pool area, towels over their shoulders. Harry's shirt in his hand, and headed for a lift. Luckily, someone exited one of them as Harry and Ginny arrived, so the 2 of them ducked inside, Ginny smacking the button for their floor. By the time the door closed, Sirius still hadn't caught up to them. He wouldn't apparate into the room, would he? Harry shook his head. Too much of a chance of being seen. Harry, Sirius has the room key, remember? Harry held up the key with a grin. No, he doesn't. Ginny's jaw dropped. How did you get that? Nicked it right out of his pocket. Ginny grinned, but it faded as a sudden urge to kiss him hit her. Harry's own smile disappeared as he looked into her eyes, some emotion deepening their green color. Ginny just started to close the distance between them when the lift stopped with a ding. She jumped back, but was happy he took her hand, threading their fingers together. Once inside their room, Ginny was slightly surprised when Harry tossed the key onto his bed, and turned back to her. Then, there was no room for surprise because Harry kissed her, an arm wrapping around her waist, and a hand cupping her head. Ginny's own hands slid into his hair. The tingling she always felt when kissing Harry filled her now. She was enjoying the kiss immensely when, suddenly, Harry pulled away from her, red-faced, dropped his towel on his bed, and sat on it, his shirt bunched in his hands and resting on his lap. He wouldn't look at her, either. Ginny thought he looked uncomfortable or embarrassed but wasn't sure why he would be feeling that way. Harry. Yo. You should probably take a shower or change your clothes. Sirius will probably be here any time. Ginny wanted to force the issue but she knew him well enough to know that would be the wrong thing to do. Letting out a frustrated breath, she collected a change of clothes, her bag of toiletries, shot Harry an annoyed glare, and disappeared into the loo, muttering about stupid gits who refused to talk. 0000. Harry winced as the door shut with more force than was necessary. He was lucky she hadn't hexed him. Heaving a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. He really had no choice but to pull away from her, lest she discovered exactly how he reacted to her, and Harry wanted to avoid that at all costs. It was too embarrassing. Part of the problem was that swimming costume. He didn't remember seeing that in the trolley when paying for her clothes. When he'd first glanced up at her, every single thought as to what he was doing had flown right out of his head. It wasn't that the costume was immodest by any stretch of the imagination. Harry had seen smaller ones that barely covered anything. It was more that he'd never seen that much of Ginny before, and the swimming costume made him realize she was beginning to mature nicely. Harry groaned and shifted positions, chastising himself for even thinking that. He shouldn't be having those kinds of thoughts. Ginny had just turned 13, for Merlin's sake. Propping his elbows on his knees, he dropped his head into his hands. What was he going to do? Surely, this wouldn't be the only time he and Ginny went swimming, which meant he needed to pull himself together. Harry, still calling himself every stupid name he could think of, barely paid Sirius any mind when he came in. Harry, you're in for it. No, what's wrong? Did something happen? Harry wasn't sure how to answer that. Yes, something did happen, but how did one go about explaining that to one's godfather? He felt the bed dip beside him. Sometimes it's better to just say it and get it over with. Sirius advised gently. Harry groaned again, took a deep breath, and let the words come tumbling out in a rush. When we came back, I kissed her, and it wasn't a normal kiss, but a somewhat heated one, and then he winced and felt heat flare in his cheeks again. I had to pull away from her. I told her she should get a shower or something because you'd be back soon, and now she's angry with me. Sirius was silent a moment, but Harry didn't care. He kept his gaze glued to the floor. Let me guess, you pulled away because you had a very normal. Yes, Harry, Ginny has 6 older brothers. Don't you think she'd know by now about this kind of thing? She's 13, Sirius. This shouldn't be happening. She doesn't need to know that it is. Harry, Sirius tried again, patiently, she'd understand. And of course it should be happening. You're 14 years old, you're dating a lovely young girl who is becoming a lovely young woman, and you're in love with her. So, under all those circumstances, this is very normal. I just don't want her to think I'd push her into anything. I don't think she would. Sirius paused again before continuing on. Harry, I have to ask. Are you, feeling a primal urge, to, you know? Harry's head shot up out of his hands. No, he declared unequivocally. His certainty vanished in less than a second. At least, I don't think so. How would I even know? I'm fairly certain you'd know, but that's something you'll have to figure out on your own, unfortunately. I wish I could help you, kiddo. Just think about what I said in regards to Ginny. She might surprise you if you give her the chance. Maybe so, but Harry couldn't envision trying to explain things to her. What was he supposed to say? Sorry, but sometimes when we kiss, I get randy. He shook his head. He couldn't do it. He couldn't say that to her. He'd just have to be careful from now on. Harry snorted. Yeah, right. As if he had any control over it. It may not even be an issue anymore if Ginny stayed mad at him. Perhaps he should tell her to just hex him and get it over with. Yeah, he could volunteer to take her bat bogey hex. Maybe then, she could get her anger out and be done with it. Harry sighed heavily. He was not looking forward to that, but it had to be done, the sooner the better. The door to the loo opened and Ginny exited, nodding to Sirius but ignoring Harry. Gathering his courage, Harry stood and walked over to her bed, knowing his approach was the equivalent of tickling a sleeping dragon. The door to the loo opened and closed again, and Harry figured it was Sirius' way of giving them some privacy. "What, Harry?" Ginny asked him, her voice cold and unfeeling. "I'm sorry, Ginny. Hex me and get it over with. I don't want you angry with me the entire trip." "I'm not going to hex you, Harry." "Why not? I deserve it, don't I? You can hit me with your bat bogey hex, I don't care. Just please, don't be mad at me anymore. Tell me why you pulled away from me so quickly," Ginny shot back, her arms crossed over her chest. "You've done that before, yet you've never given me a good explanation as to why." Harry felt heat creep up his neck, into his face, and burn his ears. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Twice more, he tried to speak, and still he couldn't force the words out. Sighing, Harry dropped onto Ginny's bed, his back to her. Dropped his elbows to his knees, and propped his head in his hands. Closing his eyes, he tried to speak one final time, and this time, the words came. "Sometimes," he softly admitted, "I like being next to you or kissing you a little, too much. I mean, I get these strong, feelings, sometimes, and that was it. That was all he could force past his dry mouth. Silence hung heavily between them, and Harry felt its oppressive weight pushing him down. He didn't dare open his eyes, afraid of Ginny's reaction to what he said. The seconds ticked by and Harry wished she would say or do something to put him out of his misery. "That's why." Harry cringed a little at her tone of voice. He couldn't determine if she was mad or just disbelieved him. He was totally startled when she sat next to him, caressing his arm. "Merlin, Harry, I wish you had just said something before. You do remember that I have 6 older brothers, don't you? I've picked up a thin G or two just being around them and overhearing conversations. Did you think that would bother me or something?" Harry shrugged, relaxing slightly since Ginny seemed to not be annoyed with him anymore. "Partly. It's embarrassing, really. It shouldn't be. It's a natural reflexive response, and honestly, I think I like that you have such a strong reaction to me. We're meant to be together, right?" Harry nodded. "Well, our lives would be very boring if we didn't respond in that way to each other, don't you think? But you're only 13, Ginny. I shouldn't be. Don't give me that, Harry. You can't help how you feel. Just like I can't help how I feel." That admission made Harry's head jerk out of his hands so that he could see her. "You, feel something, too." Ginny nodded, a soft smile on her lips. "I do. I feel all tingly inside when you kiss me like that, so much so that I sometimes wish you'd never stop. So, see, you're not alone. Ginny, I hope you know I'd never try to do nothing that you're not ready for or don't want. I know that, Harry." "Good." Ginny's shoulder bumped him. "Feel better now?" Harry smiled, relieved their chat wasn't as awkward as it could have been. "Actually, yes. Thanks, Ginny." Sirius chose that moment to exit the loo. "Is everything settled?" Ginny nodded. "It is now." "Good. Glad to hear it." Harry rose, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed for the shower. As he walked by his godfather, Harry heard him mutter, "I told you she'd understand." Harry chose to ignore him and rushed through his shower so that they could go out sightseeing again. About an hour or so later, the three of them climbed out of their rented car at a train station. A sign above the ticket office read Catskill Mountain Railroad. The teens followed Sirius to shish out the ticket agent proof of their paid tickets. After a brief conversation, Sirius pointed to a short line of small buildings. "If you need the loo, now is the time to go. The ride is 45 minutes long and there isn't a loo on the train." Harry eyed the indicated structures warily, but he needed to go, so he stepped up to one and opened the door, not certain what to expect. To his surprise, it was actually rather clean inside. After taking care of business and washing his hands, he exited to find Sirius standing alone. Apparently, Ginny had braved the lose as well. Sirius took his turn, leaving Harry to wait for Ginny. Soon, the three of them were together and finding seats on an open train car. Before long, the train was loaded and left the station. Someone came over a speaker giving the passengers a brief history of the area and telling them to watch for wildlife, especially along the banks of the Esopus Creek that paralleled the train tracks. Harry had to admit, Sirius was GHT in insisting they wear jeans and take a jacket. The air was definitely cooler here. The train startled a few does away from the creek. Harry watched them disappear into the woods, and suddenly grabbed Ginny's hand, whispering furiously to his companions. "Look, there, by those trees. It's a stag. I see it," Sirius whispered back, his gaze focused on the creature no more than 20 feet away. "Me, too." The stag seemed to stare at them before regally bowing its head and running off into the trees. Harry sat back against his seat, lost in the moment. It felt to Harry as if the stag had teared into his soul and approved of what it saw. He knew he was being fanciful, but it didn't matter. It was as if his father had come to see him. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry tightened his grip on Ginny's hand briefly, giving her a small smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just was surprised to see it. With Dad, you know." "We know, Harry," Sirius reassured him, patting his shoulder. "From my understanding, it's rare to see a stag. Unless, of course, they choose to be seen. I felt like it was staring at us, at me. I know that's silly, but that's how it felt." "It's not silly at all, Harry," Sirius said quietly. "I also thought it was watching us. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. We'll never know." They settled down and enjoyed the rest of the trip, spotting a bald eagle flying overhead, a heron standing in the creek, and a few other woodland creatures scurrying between the trees and the creek. The three made it a game to see who could spot the animal first. All three of them were competitive and took the game seriously, putting forth great effort to outdo the others. In the end, with his skill at finding a hiding snitch, Harry beat out the other two, but barely. "That was fun," Ginny declared after the train ride. She slowly rotated to take in the surrounding hills, seemingly attempting to commit the view to memory. "It's so pretty here. Who would have thought that a short drive from that huge city was this?" Her hands rose to indicate their surroundings. "Yeah, this I like. I could get used to this." Sirius smirked, obviously enjoying himself. "Well, don't. This isn't our final destination." Harry glared at his godfather, though there wasn't much heat behind it. "And you still aren't going to tell us where that is, are you?" He said it more as a statement, rather than a question. Sirius adopted a horrified expression. "And spoil all the fun." Harry rolled his eyes at that, shaking his head, as they returned to their waiting car. He and Ginny climbed into the back seat as they had done for the trip there. Harry liked the idea of Sirius driving them around like a chauffeur. More importantly, he could sit next to Ginny and hold her hand. "Sirius, this is the third email you've taken us somewhere in which we had advanced tickets. How exactly did you manage that?" Sirius steered them from the car park and onto the street in the direction of a town called Shandaken, according to a street sign. "Harry, what did you think I was doing on those times I wasn't around Hogwarts after you made the decision to not return?" Harry shrugged, though he knew Sirius couldn't see him. "I don't know. I guess I thought you were busy getting us the houses." "Well, I was, but I was also planning out this entire trip." "But, how?" Ginny asked. "London has a great library. Ed their computers to find all these great little attractions. I used their maps to plan out our traveling route." "Okay, but how did you pay for everything in advance?" Sirius gave a little sigh of resignation. "Suffice it to say, I had money in some accounts I left here when I went back to England in search of you and Remus, money I haven't touched in a long while. I quit what I was doing here and returned to England, hoping to find you. It took longer than I expected. Though I hadn't used that money in so long, the accounts were still active. That's what I used for our tickets, and it's what I'm using to fund this trip." Harry exchanged a confused look with Ginny. Sirius couldn't have come to America to purchase all their tickets before they'd left after converting gold to Muggle money, so he either had someone do it, or he had a huge amount of Muggle money stashed away. Harry figured it was the latter, remembering Sirius had once said he'd been in America for some time after that night. He thought about Sirius' connection to the band that had come to Hogwarts at Easter. How could Sirius have known them? The only way he could have was. Harry's eyes widened as he stared at his godfather. Hesitantly, he asked, "Were you ever in the music business?" Ginny's gaze flew to Harry, then darted between him and Sirius. "Well, what other explanation is there, Ginny? Think about it. He has all this Muggle money. He's on a first-name basis with a band, and he sent that band a letter and received a very personal reply." "It makes sense. It does make sense," Ginny agreed, nodding. Both turned their attention to the man at the wheel. Harry wasn't sure they'd get a response. Sirius seemed very reluctant to talk about that part of his life. But then, Sirius nodded. "I was, at one time. I'm not too proud of it, though." "What? Why not?" "Because I should have tried harder to find you, Harry. I was your godfather. I should have been there for you. Instead, I gave up and wallowed in my own self-pity. Dumbledore told me you were where you belonged, so I turned my back on my obligation to you, and did my own thing over here. I made a fortune, grew tired of the lifestyle, and disappeared again. I returned to England and hid out, not doing much of anything. That's when I saw the Daily Prophet article about you finally attending Hogwarts. I was curious as to why you hadn't been there before, but didn't have the courage to go see you. As you know, it was October when I finally talked myself into going." Harry swallowed painfully. He cleared his throat before he could speak. "Well, you're here now. That's what counts." Deciding things had become too somber, Harry tried to lighten things up by saying cheekily, "So, you're famous over here, then?" Sirius let out a bark of laughter. "A bit, yeah, but don't worry. It's nothing like what you get back home." "Good to know." Harry winked at Ginny. "So, then, oh wonderfully famous godfather of mine, when do I start getting some pocket money?" Ginny snickered. Sirius snorted. "Kiddo, you have your own money. There's no need to go latching onto mine." Ginny, getting in on the fun, piped up, a look of sincere innocence on her face. "But, Sirius, his is still at Gringotts." "Oh, no you don't. You're not pulling that on me. Lily used to do that to me and I couldn't say no to her. I know for a fact, Ginny, that Harry pulled a nice bit of money from his vault for this year. That will have to last him." Both Harry and Ginny laughed. Harry said, "Well, we tried, at any rate." Harry turned back to Sirius. "So, where are we going now?" Sirius leaned over to his right, fumbled with something, then a rectangular, folded paper was tossed over the front seat. "Take a look for yourself." On the front was the Statue of Liberty and a giant waterfall. The words, "New York," boldly proclaimed where those landmarks could be found. Harry unfolded it to find colorful lines like cracks in a windowpane covering the paper. Dots wit. H names were scattered all along the lines. It only took Harry a second to realize what he was looking at, then another second to find on the map the area they had just visited. "Oh, here we are." Rai folded the map to a more manageable size and showed Ginny. "This is a map of New York. It shows all the roads, cities, rivers, lakes, and mountains in the state. We're here." He pointed to Phoenicia in Catskill Park. Then moved his finger northwest to the town that road sign indicated. "And here's Shandaken, Merlin." Ginny breathed as her eyes roamed the section of the map she could see. "The state is huge. It's bigger than you think." Harry unfolded the map completely. "There's the entire state." Ginny's jaw dropped. Her finger touched the area of the map they were in. "We're in just a tiny section of it. Here's your trivia for today, kids. New York has a total of 54,555 square miles. England has a total of 50,346 square miles." Harry exchanged wide-eyed glances with Ginny. He shook his head in disbelief. Unable to imagine a land so big. Refolding the map to only show their area, Harry laid it back in his lap and sat back to enjoy the rest of the car ride. Less than 30 minutes later, they pulled up to a quaint-looking building with a rounded tower attached. A sign out front read, "Welcome to the Catskill Kaleidoscope, the world's largest kaleidoscope." "What's a kaleidoscope?" Ginny whispered to Harry as they walked up to the door. "I don't know, but we're about to find out." The trio entered the building and joined the small crowd inside. A staff member welcomed them. Then continued with a short history of kaleidoscopes in general and then with a few specific details on theirs. Again, Harry and Ginny exchanged surprised looks when they learned the one they were about to see, housed in the silo, stood 60 feet high. The speaker led their group into the silo and suggested they find a spot to lie down. Mats with tiny pillows were arrayed haphazardly on the circular floor. Relatively close to the door, Sirius chose his mat. Harry and Ginny took mats that lay close together, but were a short distance from Sirius. Once everyone was settled, the lights went out, leaving the room so dark it was impossible to see anything. Harry felt Ginny's fingers intertwine with his and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Music began to play, a dreamy kind of music that could easily lull one to sleep. In almost the same instant, a dizzying, twisting, mishmash of colorful pictures displayed above them, morphing into themselves and into other things, some pictures recognizable, while others were simply geometric shapes. By the time the show was over, Harry felt strangely relaxed. He shook his head in an effort to dispel the lethargy that had come over him. Looking around him, a few others seemed to have the same problem. He looked to Ginny. She was sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Sirius, too, was sitting, a hand running over his face. Well, that was different, Harry murmured. Yeah, Ginny agreed. That made me a bit dizzy. They sure like circles. Harry thought about the number of times circles had played prominently in the mesmerizing designs. I hadn't realized it, but you're right. He shrugged. Maybe since this, he waved a finger around them, is round, they went with a theme or something. Ginny shrugged, too. Not that it matters. She stood and held out a hand to help him to his feet, which he accepted. With a tug stronger than one would think from someone her size, Harry gained his feet. After switching hands, he turned to Sirius, finding him already at the door, waiting for them. The teens waited while those in front of them filed out of the room. What did you think? Sirius asked them as they headed for the gift shop. I don't know. It was odd. It made me feel really tired for some reason. Maybe it was the music. It made me dizzy a bit, Ginny added. What about you, Sirius? Did you like it? It was a unique experience, certainly. Harry stepped into the gift shop and felt his jaw drop. Bloody hell, that's a lot of kaleidoscopes. Every shelf in the shop was filled with kaleidoscopes. Some were large, while others were small. Some were made of glass. Others made of both stone and glass. Others contained housings of metal. Kaleidoscopes resided in ordinary objects like baseball bats and clocks. All of them had a price tag. As they wandered through the shop, Ginny giggled. Can you imagine what Fred and George would do with one of these? Harry grinned. I think the better question is, do I want to imagine what Fred and George could do with these? Quote, find one to send to them, Ginny. My treat, Sirius told her. We'll figure out how to get it to them without giving away our location. Maybe if we used the post, we could make it work. I, for one, am interested in seeing how those two use something like this. Are you sure? Ginny asked, looking uncertain. Of course, I am. We're not leaving until you find one for them. Well, all right. It was obvious to Harry that Ginny still wasn't convinced. Taking her hand, he led her down an aisle. Come on, let's take a look. Oh. Lunch was at a local diner. After lunch, Sirius drove them back towards the city. It took Harry a little while to realize they weren't heading back to their hotel. Where are we going now? Just sit back and relax, kiddo, Sirius said from the front seat, his voice taking on a tinge of exasperation. So, that's what Harry did. When he leaned back into his seat, Ginny laid her head on his shoulder, kissing the top of her head. He sighed and focused on relaxing, breathing in deeply and exhaling fully. His eyelids grew heavy. Before they'd reached the main highway that led back to New York City, Harry had fallen asleep. When he next opened his eyes, he saw they had driven into a multi-level, enclosed car park. Sirius pulled into a spot and parked. Harry stretched, gently waking Ginny up. Oh, good, you're awake. A nice walk will help wake you up. Sirius glanced around. No one was nearby. How would you like to see America's Ministry for Magic? Yeah, sure. Harry enthusiastically climbed out of the car, taking a moment to really stretch. What are we doing here? Or is this another secret? What we're doing here is getting a portkey. Where the portkey is going is a secret. Of course it is. Sirius quickly performed the spell he devised to prevent audible overload for Harry, then the three of them walked out of the shadows, heading south. Harry wasn't too fond of getting bumped and jostled along. 3 blocks later, they could see a tall building. Manicured greenery lined the pavement. As they drew closer, a long row of different flags flapped in the breeze. Looking closely, Harry thought he saw England's flag. "They have our flag," Ginny exclaimed, pointing. "Of course they do," Sirius said, his amusement obvious. "Welcome to the United Nations headquarters. Representatives from all over the world come here. They regulate peace and have some really important talks." Behind the row of flags sat a long white building that curved slightly at its ends. A large area in front of the building looked to contain some huge works of art. "That's where we're going?" Harry asked, once again finding himself in shock. "What better place to put it, Harry?" Sirius intentionally was vague in his question. "This way. Foreign accents won't draw any attention." "It really is the perfect place," Ginny agreed. She snorted. "Hermione would love to see this." "I think Percy would love to see this," Harry joked. "There's a few shops inside. We can get them both some books or something once we're done." Stepping inside the building, Harry immediately felt a subtle change in the air, like the weight of the world hung there. Harry could relate. At least here, though, it wasn't oppressive, simply weighty, just as one would expect upon entering a place such as this. Come to think of it, he hadn't felt all that stressed about his fate, either, since Ginny had come into his life. Yes, it still bothered him. Of course it did. The difference was, he didn't fixate on it anymore. He was taking steps to prepare himself and Ginny for what was coming. That was all he could do. Mentally shaking himself out of his reverie, Harry followed Sirius to a door marked with a big sign of the letter M. Sirius opened the door and stepped inside, holding the door open for the teens. Harry's brows rose at that. People were coming and going not far away. He looked to Sirius incredulously. "Don't worry, Harry. They don't see us. Just like they don't see this door. There's a special spell, like a notice me not charm, in this little area." Harry noticed a big brass plaque on their left next to a glass door. It read Magical Cooperation, International and International Offices. On their right, a plaque beside another glass door. In fact, all the doors in the corridor were glass, read Quidditch Headquarters. Harry was certainly glad to see that. Maybe things wouldn't be as different as he thought. The next door's plaque read Magical Creature Control, Creature, Being, and Apparition Office, Office of Goblin Interaction, Pest Removal Board. The next group of offices dealt with reversing accidental magic, obliviations, and excuses for the muggles. Official-looking wizards and witches exited the following office. Harry heard them discussing some law, so he figured that the office contained the American version of the Auror Division and Magical Law Department in England. As they passed by the door, he looked at the plaque. Wizencourt, Law Offices, Illegal Use of Muggle Items Office, Courtrooms, ICW. He'd been correct. The last door they came to was the one they needed. Apparitions, Broom Regulations, Flow Network. And Portkeys read the plaque. Sirius entered, then waited for Harry and Ginny to enter before walking to the front desk. As it appeared in the other offices, this one was also divided into sub-offices. After a brief discussion, the witch at the desk directed them to the appropriate door. While Sirius dealt with the necessary paperwork for procuring a portkey, Harry and Ginny stayed in the main office. Watching as notices magically appeared in or disappeared from trays and parchment airplanes flew up toward the ceiling and disappeared into a rectangular hole in the wall. "Where do you think that goes?" Ginny asked, watching the parchment planes. "If I remember right, Muggle buildings have these vents that allow warm or cool air to travel throughout the building. Usually, there's some sort of cover over the hole." Harry watched one plane speed towards the main desk, dive-bombing the poor witch by landing right on top of her current work. He thought he saw a faint plume of smoke waft up from it. That one must have been urgent. All of the office vents are connected, just like in the Muggle section of the building. Using the vents was a good idea, really. I wonder what the age is for apparating here. A passing wizard heard Ginny's question and stopped to greet them. "Hello. I couldn't help but overhear your question. From your accent, I think it's safe to assume you're tourists." Both kids nodded. Apparating lessons can be taken at the age of 15. A license can be had at the age of 16. A license can also be obtained earlier if proficiency is shown, but no earlier than age 14. "I hope you enjoy your stay." The wizard went about his business. That's a whole year earlier than at home, Ginny marveled. Ginny excitedly grabbed Harry's arm, turning to face him. You could get your apparition license this year. Harry grinned, her excitement infectious. That would be brilliant. I've already asked Sirius to teach me. Maybe he'll teach the both of us. Ginny sobered slightly. Harry, I won't be old enough to get my license. Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, that doesn't mean you can't learn. Maybe we'll be here long enough for you to get your license. Or maybe Sirius could put in some paperwork and let you take the exam early. Either way, you'll know how and will be able to do it by the time you take the exam. What are you two whispering about? Sirius inquired, exiting the office behind them carrying a short length of rope, and motioning for them to follow. Out in the corridor, Harry answered him. They let teens my age get an apparition license. The standard age is 15 for lessons and 16 for a license, but if someone my age can show proficiency, then they can get a license. And, let me guess, you want to work on it. And you want me to teach Ginny, as well. We've already talked about it, Sirius. You said you'd think about it, but you did admit it would be a good idea. And, yes, I do want you to teach Ginny. She needs to know how just as much as I do. The trio stepped out into the summer sunshine, all three squinting a moment in the bright light. As they trekked back to the car, Sirius was silent. Harry hoped his godfather was thinking over the decision to teach him and Ginny. Harry got his answer once they'd arrived at the car. All right, I'll teach you. I can't deny that it would be a good thing to learn. Yes. Thanks, Sirius. Harry yelled and hugged Ginny. Turning back to Sirius, Harry remembered the piece of rope. Since Sirius seemed to be in a mood to be compliant, Harry figured it wouldn't hurt to ask his next question. So, what's the portkey for? You'll find out tomorrow, Sirius said, amusement lacing his voice. Ginny, brow furrowed in confusion, glanced at the rope before lifting her gaze to Sirius. Why do we need it? For that matter, why didn't we simply use a portkey to go directly to our school? Sirius leaned his back against the car. Good questions, Ginny. I'll answer your last one first. I didn't want our movements tracked. I had to be truthful on the paperwork I filed just now, so there's now a record of us being here. Tonight will be our last night in New York City. I'd really prefer our movements not be tracked beyond this city. I don't understand. Ginny still looked confused. You can't track a portkey. No, but you do have to write down where you plan to go when you apply for one. That's what can be tracked. Oh, that makes sense. Now, as for why we need it, it's taking us to an interesting little place in the morning. Sirius chuckled. I suppose I could have apparated us there. Actually, once we landed, I could have simply apparated us to the school. Harry groaned at the thought, making Sirius bark in laughter. And that's why I didn't. I'm not sure Harry's stomach could have handled it. I can't help it, Harry muttered, scowling at the ground. Ginny's hand rubbing his back soothed him. And, yet, you want to learn to apparate. I do. It has to be better going alone than by side along. We'll see, but it'll have to wait until we get to the school. Sirius winked at Ginny. Harry's gastric fortitude, or lack thereof, notwithstanding. The main reason I chose to do it this way was so we could all see some sights. Harry scowled again at his godfather, but it only made the man laugh again. Rolling his eyes, Harry did admit to himself that, had they apparated a long distance, he likely would have given them a visual they'd rather not have witnessed. Besides, seeing a bit of the country he was going to be living in for the next several months was actually nice, and it had been fun so far. Yeah, you're so wise, oh godfather, Harry intoned with mild sarcasm. And don't you forget it, kiddo. Now, get in, and we'll get some dinner. Then, maybe we'll go to Central Park and wander around there for a bit before we go back to the hotel room. Cheekily snapping out a salute, Harry climbed into the back seat with Ginny. Laughing, Sirius circled to his side of the car and climbed behind the wheel. Soon, they were out of the car park and heading for a restaurant. 0000. 10 o'clock the following morning, Harry, Ginny, and Sirius appeared on a wooden dock inside an open-ended building. Harry stumbled and very likely would have fallen into the water next to them if Ginny and Sirius hadn't grabbed him quickly enough. Sirius shaking his head and chuckling. Harry, you need to work on your landings. Shut it, mister, I'm so perfect I have no issues whatsoever. Remember what happened the last time the three of us were near water, old man. Harry ruined his threat by snickering. Looking around the interior, Ginny asked, "Where are we?" Sirius pocketed the rope and led them out of the good-sized boathouse. Turning to face Harry and Ginny, he threw out an arm and, adopting a formal air, declared, "Welcome to Dark Island. Singer Castle awaits." "A castle?" Ginny eyed Sirius dubiously. "Here." Harry looked in the direction Sirius indicated. A short distance away, on a field of green grass, stood a 4-story, gray-brown granite castle, and a 4-story tower. Compared to Hogwarts, this one could barely be called a castle. At the top of the tower, a golden clock face informed him it was only a few minutes past 10 o'clock. Halfway to the castle, they were greeted by a docent, who proceeded to welcome Th.M. and gave them a brief history of the castle and island. Harry thought it odd that the person never questioned the fact that the three of them hadn't arrived with any groups, until the man mentioned they currently had a tour party in the castle and had a private tour group coming later. Harry reckoned the man had assumed they were another private party, even though there was no boat tied to the dock behind them. Stepping inside, Harry's brows jumped to his hairline. The entranceway was much bigger than one would expect. To their left was a booth in which visitors paid for the tour. Sirius walked over and pulled out his wallet. Across from where Harry and Ginny stood, a suit of armor stood guard on each side of an enormous marble fireplace. Harry supposed it wouldn't be a castle without either one. "Well, of course it has suits of armor," Ginny commented somewhat sarcastically, unknowingly echoing Harry's thought. "And a fireplace, don't forget," Harry added. The two teens caught the gaze of the other, then snickered. The others on the tour milled about, waiting for the tour to start. Sirius returned from paying, which signaled the docent it was okay to begin. Their tour guide Ned the tour with the story of how the castle came to be built, before leading the group up a marble staircase. Harry turned to Ginny. "And, of course, there's the requisite marble staircase leading out of the entrance room." Harry whispered in Ginny's ear, adding to their previous conversation. Ginny snorted loudly, and slapped a hand over her nose and mouth. Sirius curiously studied Harry and Ginny, brows raised. Harry sheepishly scratched the side of his nose with his thumbnail, doing his best to hold in his laughter. "Sorry," Harry whispered. "I'll explain later." The next room they found themselves in was the breakfast room. The room was big enough to hold several medium-sized round tables. Plush light-colored carpet covered the floor. 3 walls were nothing but tall Gothic-styled windows with blue curtains that had been pulled up and out of the way to reveal a marvelous view of the St. Lawrence River. "It's beautiful from up here," Ginny remarked of the vista. She looked around the room, a dreamy expression on her face. "I can almost imagine what it would be like to eat breakfast in here every morning, watching as the sun slowly lit the river." Looking out at the river, Harry could almost picture it, himself. Maybe one day they'd have a nice home with a spectacular view. He certainly could afford to have one built. That was years from now, once the world was free of Voldemort. So Harry mentally filed away the thought of his and Ginny's home. On the next floor up, the group was taken to the library, a walnut-paneled room filled with mostly books from when the castle had been first built. Ginny murmured something about Hermione liking the room, and Harry had to agree. Their scholarly friend would, no doubt, find the old books fascinating and would want to sit down and lose herself in each of them. As his gaze took in the room, he thought he saw a ghost disappear through a wall. He glanced at Sirius then Ginny to see if either of them had noticed. They hadn't. He looked back to the section of wall where the pearly white apparition vanished, and was slightly startled to see the ghost's head sticking out of the wall and staring straight at him, beckoning him to come closer. Sirius, Ginny. We're being hailed. Look." Both looked in the direction Harry indicated. Ginny gasped slightly. Sirius had a noncommittal response, but it sounded to Harry as if he was intrigued. Deciding to see what the ghost wanted, Harry walked over, albeit cautiously, not knowing whether it was simply a ghost or actually a poltergeist bent on mischief. Having been on the receiving end of Peeves' antics once or twice, Harry certainly didn't want to find himself in the same situation, with no way to explain things away to all the muggles. He glanced around to see if the muggles were paying him any attention. But they were too busy studying the book spines and listening to the guide. Not wanting to be caught talking to a wall, Harry casually glanced around the room while asking what the spectre He saw now that it was a young woman clothed in a long dress that was typically worn 70 years ago, wanted. Follow me. There's something you should see. The young woman disappeared through the wall once more. Sorry, but how are we supposed to do that? Harry asked softly, trying not to gain any of the muggles' attention. What is it you want us to see? The GHO. Saint popped her head back through the wall again and giggled. Move the panel, silly. It leads to a secret passage behind the wall. Hurry. You need to see this. Baffled by the ghost's words, Harry looked to his companions for help. Ginny looked just as puzzled as he was. Sirius seemed more wary. Noticing that their tour group was moving out of the room, Harry turned back to the ghost. We can't. Our group is leaving. We have to stay with them or they'll get suspicious. Nonsense. They never see anything. You are the one I've been waiting for, aren't you? Harry froze at that. What do you mean, the one you've been waiting for? Many years ago, I was told to wait for the Seeker, that he would be coming and I was to show him the castle's secrets. Harry exchanged glances with Ginny and Sirius. He wasn't sure what to think of that, and neither, apparently, were they. He noted their group moving on to another part of the castle, but no one gave them a second glance. He returned his attention back to their transparent friend. What makes you think I'm the one you're looking for? I mean, I am a seeker, but that's just in Quidditch. The young ghost stared at Harry and he felt as if she could see into his very soul. You are the one. You have sought many things in your life, some of which you've found. Her eyes landed on Ginny then moved to Sirius before returning to Harry, some of which you have yet to discover. Come, I must show you. The ghostly young woman disappeared again through the wall. Harry turned to his girlfriend and godfather for guidance. What do you think? Should we follow her? How would we explain our absence from the group? Sirius walked to the door and looked out. They're long gone. I don't think they've even noticed we're not with them anymore. Honestly, I don't think it would hurt to find out exactly what she wants to show you. She obviously knows something about you. Maybe it'll help you, Harry, in your fight against Riddle, Ginny suggested. I don't think you should ignore her. Quote. Thinking it over, Harry decided they were probably right. He couldn't risk the chance that whatever it was might just help him. The choice made, Harry began running his hands along the section of wall the ghost had gone through. She'd said he simply needed to move the panel, so there had to be a button or lever or trigger of some sort. When he couldn't find anything, he balled a hand into a fist and hit the side of the panel, hard enough to let out his frustration, but not so hard as to do any damage. He heard a click, and the panel slid silently aside, revealing the narrow, lit stone passageway the ghost woman had mentioned. Let's go before someone notices, Sirius advised. Harry went first, followed by Ginny, then Sirius. The woman reappeared and beckoned them to follow. Sirius pulled the panel shut behind them. Hope no one is claustrophobic, Sirius muttered. Harry, curious about their guide, asked, Who are you? How did you come to be here? My name is Margaret Potter. My sister, Nancy, married George Bourne, son of the man who built this castle. I was here visiting. Harry wasn't listening, just moving on autopilot. His brain had stuck on the woman's name. Margaret Potter. Could she be a relative? Did his grandfather have any relatives? Surely, he would have heard, wouldn't he have? Maybe Uncle Remus hadn't known. Would Sirius know? Potter. Ginny gasped, clutching his hand. Harry, do you think? I don't know, Ginny. Harry looked over his shoulder as best he could. Sirius, do you know if it's possible? I don't, Harry, I'm sorry. Disappointment flooded Harry. For a brief moment, there had been the hope that he actually wasn't the last Potter in the world. But then, just because neither Uncle Remus nor Sirius had known, that didn't mean that there weren't other relatives. Maybe he could ask the goblins to check his family vault for some record of his ancestors. Surely there would be one. Excuse me, miss. But you wouldn't happen to have had any relatives come from England, would you have? The ghost stopped moving and Harry had to brace himself against the walls, which really wasn't all that difficult. Seeing as they were barely wide enough for a full-grown bloke to keep himself from walking through her. She turned to face him, her gaze thoughtful. Ultimately, she shrugged. I don't know. I suppose it's possible. After all, most people in this country came from somewhere else. Why do you ask? Harry took a deep breath, taking comfort in feeling Ginny's hand gently rubbing his back. Because my name is Potter. Harry Potter. I was told I was the only one left. The ghost woman, really, she looked to be about the age of a Hogwarts 7th year, studied him carefully. A Potter, you say? I'm sorry I can't help you more. Daddy never really talked much about his family. I think there was some sort of family trouble. It's okay. Maybe I have a book on my family history just waiting to be looked through. Deciding a change in topic was in order, Harry queried, so, what is it you wish to show us? Follow me. The apparition began to glide again in the direction they had previously been heading. Reaching behind him, Harry covered the hand resting against his back with one of his own. It was a bit awkward walking that way, but they managed. His fingers toyed with the ring he'd given to her on her birthday. So far, Bill's charm was working, but Harry knew that wouldn't last long. They definitely were going to need a more permanent solution. Harry made up his mind to insist that be one of the first things done as soon as they arrived at their school. He mentally kicked himself for not double-checking the ring's metal content. He'd just been so excited to find it, and nothing else seemed right. The four of them descended a narrow set of stone steps that reminded Harry of the spiraling staircase that led to Dumbledore's office, except these steps didn't move. Another lit hallway connected to the steps, with branches to either side of the steps. Their ghostly guide continued straight ahead, so Harry followed. They stopped at a large, wooden door several minutes later. The young woman floated through it. Harry, shrugging, reached for the old iron ring being used for a handle, and gave a sharp tug. Harry had to admit, he hadn't been prepared to see what appeared to be a newly stocked potions lab in a Muggle castle. By Ginny's gasp as she entered the room, Harry surmised she had been caught by surprise, as well. Sirius merely looked around in interest after closing the door behind him. From the looks of the thick layer of dust on the bottled ingredients, the lab hadn't been used in decades. Open books with spiky, scrawled notes in the margins lay on a tabletop. Other ingredients stood next to them, some shriveled with age and indecipherable. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry. Okay, so it's a potions lab, Harry said, not understanding why they had been taken down there. Yes. It's a bit odd in a Muggle castle, but it's not extraordinary or anything. Margaret, looking frustrated, waved her arm around. Look, see, understand. Confused, Harry turned to Ginny and Sirius. But neither of them knew what was meant. Harry strode over to the cabinet and studied the bottles and jars. Nothing abnormal there. Turning around, he noticed Ginny studying the book, touching it as little as required to turn a page here and there. Sirius was busy examining some shapes in one wall, running his finger along them. Stepping closer, Harry could see that it was a chain of triangles that spanned the length of the wall. That's odd, Harry commented. Why would someone carve triangles into the wall? Sirius shrugged. Who knows? It was a different time then. Maybe it was high fashion or something. Shaking his head, thinking he'd probably never know the answer, Harry joined Ginny, who was still looking through the book. Find anything interesting? Ginny sighed. Not really. This is an old text. Older than this castle. The writing has faded so much I can't read it. After attempting to read a passage on one of the pages, Harry gave up. The book had been written in Old English, or something similar, and the style of the letters looked to him like squiggles. Harry could feel the disappointment and frustration radiating from Ginny, so he cupped her face and placed a kiss on her forehead. Then a soft one on her lips. Though he would love to really kiss her, he held himself back. They had an audience, after all. He promised himself the next time Sirius took a shower, he would take full advantage of the opportunity and get in a good snog. Taking a half step back, he met Ginny's gaze and smiled. It's fine, Ginny. One hand slid into her hair. Ma, we'll solve this little mystery later, and maybe we won't. Don't let it bother you. It just seems so important. Why else would she bring us here? You don't understand, now, but hopefully you will. Harry and Ginny startled at their transparent guide's proximity. Your journey of discovery has only begun. Do not forget what you have seen here. Now, you must go. Join the others. I'll lead you to them. The four of them left the potions lab behind, bypassing other corridors branching off the main one they were following. Where do those lead? Ginny asked of their guide, as they passed another corridor. Oh, there's tunnels that lead all over this island. I think they were built as a safeguard against attack, but I'm not certain. After all, the family who built this castle were Muggles, so who would be attacking them is a mystery. After climbing several sets of narrow stone steps, their ghostly guide stopped them. Your group just left. If you're quick, you can catch up to them. Harry regarded the space in front of them a moment, wondering if there was another latch or lever like the library panel they used to get into the secret passage, but he didn't see one. Upon closer inspection, he realized what exactly it was he was seeing. He felt really dumb for not noticing before, his face heating with embarrassment. A few seconds later, the trio filed into the room, Harry holding the massive painting that had rotated 90 degrees. Harry thanked the girl for her help, but whipped around, wand in hand, at Ginny's gasp. Realizing her reaction to have been born of surprise rather than fear, he stowed his wand and took a good look of the room. Harry really couldn't blame her. Upon each of the walls, heads of deer, elk, caribou and moose were prominently displayed. In the case of the wall adorned with the moose head, a fireplace took up some of the space, ready to be used. The side tables, chairs, sofas and desks of the room were made of a rich mahogany wood. The forest green upholstery and window hangings, along with a matching green area rug, gave the room a very masculine feel. Ginny shook her head. I don't think I could ever be comfortable in a room like this. She shuddered. That's just so cruel. I don't understand how anyone could do such a thing. It's one thing to hunt for food, but to stick its head up there like some kind of trophy is just mean. It's so Malfoy-ish. Harry draped his arm over her shoulders, pulling her into his side. Don't worry. You won't have to worry about a room like this, ever. His reward was for Ginny to wrap an arm around his waist and to kiss his cheek. The contact of her lips against his skin sent little electric pulses zipping through him, giving him gooseflesh. His cheek tingled, his breath caught, and he fought hard to suppress the shudder that threatened to expose just how affected he was by her sweet kiss. We should go, Sirius advised, unknowingly helping Harry focus on something other than the girl he held, before our group gets too far. Right, Harry agreed, clearing his throat. One glance at Ginny's smirk told Harry she was well aware of how he'd felt and took joy in causing such a reaction. Taking Ginny's hand, Harry followed Sirius out of the room, catching up with their tour group at the top of the staircase they'd seen upon entering the castle. After thanking the docent for the tour, he three wandered back toward the boathouse where they'd arrived. Taking out their portkey, Sirius told them each to take hold, then activated it, returning them to just outside the United Nations headquarters building, hidden by a stand of decorative trees and shrubbery. After Sirius dropped the length of rope into a wicker basket sitting beside a shrub, the three of them walked out to the street. Sirius hailing a taxi to take them to the airport, their luggage currently residing in their pockets. 0000. Again, Harry distracted Ginny from their ascension, just as he had initially done. In just over an hour, the plane landed. Sirius hailed another taxi that took them to their hotel. It had the same exterior and name as the other one, leading Harry to believe it was owned by the same people or company that owned the first one. This time, their room was located on the top floor. Once he'd entered the room, Harry could see it wasn't just the outside of the building that matched the other hotel. The rooms were identical, as well. Not that it mattered to him. He didn't care what the rooms looked like. All that mattered was that the beds were comfortable. Not wanting to assume he would be taking the first bed again, Harry turned to his other two companions. I claim the sofa, Sirius said, dropping his bag onto it. Not knowing how to ask Ginny which bed she wanted without stuttering his way through it, Harry kept silent, opting to raise his eyebrows in question and motioning towards the beds. Prickling heat burned in his cheeks and the tips of his ears. He couldn't help it. Just he thought of Ginny and beds made his insides feel all twisted together. Would you mind terribly if I took the first one? Ginny asked anxiously. She turned to Sirius. I know it would be more difficult to put up a barrier. Don't worry, Ginny, Sirius reassured her kindly. It's not a difficult thing to do. To show he didn't really care which one she chose, Harry dropped his bag on the floor at the foot of the second bed and plopped down, falling backward with a sigh. Folding his hands behind his head, he looked over at his godfather. So, why did we come to Buffalo? Sirius grinned. Rummaging around the desk, he pulled out a color brochure from a little tray sitting there. He held it out to Harry. Can't come to New York without seeing one of the country's best waterfalls. It's only 30 minutes away. Harry looked over the brochure, reading the little informative tidbits it gave. Sounds like fun. But first things first, I need to check things out. Yes, this one is laid out like the other one. But I want to be sure. Harry's heart began to race. Maybe he wasn't going to have to wait for Sirius' shower to get in a little snogging after all. All his hopes were ruthlessly dashed when Sirius suggested Ginny talk to her family again since she hadn't done so in a couple of days. Pasting a smile onto his face, he dug out his mirror and handed it to Ginny. His disappointment melted away at the excitement shining in her eyes. He couldn't begrudge her the time spent staying connected to her family. Family truly was one of the most important things a person could have. And really, he did feel a bit guilty for not keeping in touch with Hermione, Neville, and Ron as much as he could have. He needed to do better. To give Ginny a bit of privacy, Harry pulled out his music player, slipped the earbuds into his ears and started the music. This group had a heavier style than the first one he'd listened to, lots of guitar and drums, a driving rhythm that called to the savagery that lived within him. The band members played and sang with a wildness that Harry could easily understand. Keeping the beat by tapping his stomach, he tuned everything else out. 0000, Sirius Chuck led to himself as he closed the door behind him. He'd seen the look in Harry's eyes, could practically see the wheels turning in the boy's head. Sirius had to do something to defuse that situation. And knew that suggesting Ginny talk to her parents would be the proverbial blast of cold water that Harry needed. In a way, Sirius felt sorry for the two of them. They'd had little to no time alone together. And that wasn't changing anytime soon. A long shower or two was the best he could offer them. After scoping out the locations of the exits and where the pool, exercise room and restaurant was, he headed back to their room. Unlocking the door, he stepped in. Ginny's giggles immediately cut off. Sorry to interrupt. Here, I'll cast the same charm I used before so that your conversation can remain private. Waving his wand and walking around her bed, he cast the spell. He grinned at the sight of Harry lying on his bed, eyes closed, knees bent, his stocking feet flat and tapping out the rhythm to whatever it was he was listening to. Sirius doubted Harry could hear much of anything else, but just to be safe, he continued the spell, effectively encasing Ginny in a bubble. She could hear them, but they couldn't hear her. If he were to be honest with himself, he was glad Ginny seemed to be coping well. Granted, they hadn't been gone long, but so far, so good. Ginny's relaxed manner certainly made this trip easier. A thought occurred to him as he reached for the door of their loo, giving him pause. What if she was coping too well? Would he even know? Should he say something and hope she gave him a sign of her true feelings? And how in Merlin's name was it that a 13-year-old girl had him anxiously worrying over something that hadn't even occurred? Rolling his eyes at himself, Sirius entered the loo. Knowing full well that there was a very good chance Moony, Prongs, and Lily were laughing uproariously at his expense. 0000. Ginny put the mirror on the table beside her bed. It was nice to talk to both her parents this time. Naturally, her dad was full of questions about the aeroplanes and everything else Muggle-related, though he took it gracefully when he asked something she couldn't answer. She wanted very badly to be able to tell them everything. She sighed. Just a little longer. She had to be patient just a little while longer. The talk with Hermione was entertaining. When Ginny admitted, after taking note that Harry couldn't hear anything but the music in his ears, to taking the first bed and letting Harry have the one by the wall, Hermione's brows rose, but she couldn't hide her grin. Which in turn, made Ginny giggle. That was when Sirius returned, placed the privacy charm around her, and disappeared into the loo. Ginny couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, though. Hermione was at home with the one she fancied and couldn't do anything about it, and here she, Ginny, was complaining about not getting any alone time with her boyfriend. Her frustratio over the lack of quality time with Harry threatened to explode all over anyone in the vicinity like a volcano blowing its top. Was it really too much to ask for a bit of time to snog her boyfriend? It almost physically hurt to hold his hand every day, sleep nearly within an arm's reach of him at night, and not kiss him the way she really longed to. She wasn't sure how much more she could take. Ari might just find himself getting snogged in Sirius' presence, whether he liked it or not. Ginny's gaze wandered to her boyfriend and she felt the rush of affection's warmth fill her. Now that she wasn't concentrating on what she wanted to say to her family, she could detect strains of the music he listened to coming from the earbuds. Despite having acute hearing, he turned the volume up higher than he normally did, risking a massive headache, just so she could have some privacy. Oh, she was so tempted to show him how much she appreciated his selflessness, well, as long as he didn't take that selflessness to an extreme. At any rate, Sirius exited the loo so Ginny let him know it was safe to remove the charm. He nodded, produced his wand, and began the motions for disabling the charm he used. Silly question, I'm sure. But have a nice chat. Ginny nodded, grinning. I did. Dad asked me about a million questions about the aeroplanes. He asked about other things, like what we've been doing. I told him what I could. Keeping things very generalized. I appreciate you doing that, Ginny. I know it can't be easy to not be able to share everything with them. Sirius' gaze flicked to Harry still tapping to some unknown beat. I'm just terrified that we'll be discovered. In a way, we're very exposed, traveling the way we are. If anything were to happen, we'd be on our own. I understand, Sirius, and so does my family. We all want what's best for Harry. Her own gaze jumped to boy they were discussing. Speaking of what's best for Harry, you wouldn't happen to have any headache potions, would you? I'm fairly certain that volume is up louder than it really should be, and that his head is going to be bothering him. Sweet, wonderful git. I do, but I'm saving them for the full moon. Well, they're more a general pain potion than a headache potion. Regardless, I'd rather save them if at all possible. I do have some muggle headache pills I picked up at the hotel's front desk in New York City. She hadn't even thought about the full moon. How could she have forgotten? Face burning with her shame, eyes tearing, Ginny turned away from Harry. She was so awful to have not remembered that. Harry couldn't forget it. The least she could do was remember it, too. Oh, she was a terrible girlfriend. She didn't deserve a boyfriend as sweet, and caring, and selfless as Harry. She flinched at the soft pressure on her chin, forcing her to meet Sirius' concerned gaze. I haven't even thought of the full moon, Ginny tearfully whispered. I'm so terrible. Harry deserves better. Ginny initially resisted Sirius' attempt to draw her into a hug, but his gentle strength won out, and she let herself be enfolded into his arms, at least temporarily. Afraid Harry might turn off his music and see her crying, she stepped away from Sirius and wiped the tears from her face. You're not terrible, Ginny. There's been a lot happening lately. So it slipped your mind. It's not the end of the world. I can guarantee you that Harry is better off with you than without you. Okay. Sniffling, Ginny nodded. Thanks. She quickly inhaled and let it out slowly, taking another swipe at the wetness on her cheeks. So, what's the plan for that night? We won't be here, we'll have moved on. For that night, we'll have a bigger room. In fact, it's a suite, with 2 bedrooms and a sitting area. I have enough wolfsbane potion for the week leading up to the full moon. He'll have a room to himself so he can transform in there. All the walls will have a silencing charm placed on them to keep any sound DS from escaping to where they shouldn't go. More in control of herself, Ginny nodded. Sounds like a plan. Speaking of, what's the plan for the rest of today? Sirius shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, just to wander around, see what's here. Maybe do some shopping. Sounds like fun. Good. Why don't you go drag Harry back from Music Land, and I'll get the headache medicine out. Sirius grinned wickedly. I'll give you 10 minutes to drag him back to reality however you see fit. Well, within reason, of course. Ginny blushed furiously, but couldn't keep the smile from her face. She knew exactly how she planned to get Harry's attention. Stepping lightly to Harry's bed, she waited until Sirius was settled on the couch, his nose in his book, before gathering her hair in one hand and leaning over to press her lips to Harry's. He startled, but a second or two later, he deepened the kiss, fervently giving her the snog she'd been wanting. 10 minutes later, Ginny jerked away and rubbed her leg. Ow! Sirius had thumped her leg sharply. Time's up, Sirius said impenitently. Turning back to Harry, she saw he'd pulled the earbuds from his ears, looking at her in concern. I'm fine, Harry. I suspect you aren't, though. Thanks for the privacy, but you didn't have to go overboard with the volume. I don't want you hurting. Harry shrugged. I didn't want to overhear anything that I shouldn't. Wanted you to be able to say whatever you wanted to, without the fear of being heard. Ginny sat next to him on the bed. Sirius handed over to her the medicine and a cup of water. Here, she offered them to Harry, take this. It's what muggles use for headaches. It'll help. Glad he didn't try to downplay how much his head bothered him, Ginny watched him swallow the pills and hand the empty cup back to Sirius. After requesting that Harry let him know when the medicine began to work, Sirius returned to his book, leaving Harry and Ginny alone again. While they weren't being watched, Ginny took the opportunity to lean in and give Harry a soft kiss. "Ta gra agam do it," she whispered, telling him she loved him. "Go seer I, mo croy. Forever, my heart." Ginny beamed. It hadn't been the first time he'd used the term of endearment. But that didn't mean the effect from hearing it had lessened. Sometimes, she simply couldn't believe she'd been gifted with Harry as her best mate and boyfriend, and he truly was a gift. Whether he wanted to believe that or not, which she knew from previous conversations that he didn't believe it. She could only hope that she'd shown him every day how much she appreciated him. The two of them sat on his bed, shoulders touching and leaning against the wall, talking softly as they waited for Harry's headache to subside. 0000. 2 days later, Harry awoke, his breath hitching as he stretched. Reminding him that the full moon was now a week away. Oh, how he wished that transformation suppression potion, the details of which had been found in the basilisk's lair, had worked for him. Granted, there was a good chance it would have no effect on the pain he endured pre- and post-transformations, but it would have been nice to have found out. He briefly wondered if Snape was even still working on it. Maybe there was still a chance the potion would work for him. That was something to ponder another time. Taking his time, he slowly sat up. "All right, Harry," Sirius asked upon noticing Harry was awake. "Stupid question. Of course you're not. If you need a pain potion, I have a few doses." Dragging a hand over his face, Harry shook his head. "No, let's save them. I'm sure I'll want them later." "Okay, well, Ginny's getting dressed. Why don't you get your clothes out? You can change when she comes out. Then, we'll head down to the hotel gym." Yawning and running a hand through his hair, Harry nodded. "Yeah, okay." Grabbing his glasses from the bedside table, he got up and dug around in his suitcase for his exercise clothes. As he waited for the loo to be free, he checked the weather. It looked to be a clear day. Yesterday, it had rained, forcing the three of them to spend the day indoors. It would be a good day to visit that huge waterfall, Niagara. He suspected they would have gone yesterday if it had been clear. Harry couldn't conceive of something so huge, and was looking forward to seeing it, maybe have some more pictures taken. Turning back to his godfather, Harry asked, "How did Ginny seem? Was she okay? Did she seem to be in much pain?" The blank look on Sirius' face clued Harry into the fact that she hadn't said anything. "Oh, I thought you knew." He faced out the window again, his heart constricting, as he softly said, "She's been affected by those marks I gave her, you know, when Uncle Remus died. Obviously, she wasn't turned. But her tastes have changed when it comes to certain foods, and she told me she gets sore with the coming of the full moon, too. Not as badly I do, but still. Sorry, kiddo." She didn't say a thing. "I'll make sure you both get some extra stretching in before moving on to the main workout." "That would be good." Ginny chose that moment to step out of the loo, dressed in her usual shorts and t-shirt. Hair pulled back into a ponytail. He'd always feel guilty about the scars he'd given her, but whenever she smiled at him, like she was now, her smile never failed to chase the guilt away. Returning her smile, Harry walked over to her. Bracing himself, he admitted to having let out her secret. "Oh, it's okay, Harry." Sirius would have figured it out eventually anyway. "No harm done." She flashed him a teasing grin and winked. "Now, go get dressed so that we can get this torture session over with. I want to go see that waterfall." Harry grinned. "Well, then, I guess I'd better get around, then." "Here, Harry," Sirius said, holding out a smoking goblet, "take this before we get too busy." Grimacing, Harry dutifully downed the potion before disappearing into the loo to change his clothes. 0000. The visit to Niagara Falls was fun. The power of all that water rushing over the cliff was simply spectacular, and very humbling. One tends to forget that one is truly at the mercy of Mother Nature. They took a boat ride that took them along the basin of the Canadian Horseshoe Falls, which, needless to say, sprayed them all. Thankfully, they wore protective gear that kept them mostly dry. Sirius insisted on taking a few pictures, just like all the other tourists. From there, Sirius talked them into taking the Cave of the Winds tour, too, which, after taking them down into the gorge, allowed them to walk along a boardwalk up to the hurricane deck mere feet from the actual falls. Harry held tightly to Ginny's hand and made sure she was sandwiched between himself and Sirius, Sati. Had the high-powered winds buffeting them didn't knock her around too terribly much. Although they wore more protective gear, Harry could feel his clothes and hair dampening thanks to the wind blowing the spray. Those little droplets managed to find every gap between his gear and his clothes and hair. He had to admit, it was thrilling to be so close to all that rushing water. Even though he was certain he looked like a drowned rat. Harry posed with Ginny for some pictures once they reached the top. He even managed to get Sirius to stand beside Ginny so he could take their picture. Then, naturally, Ginny turned it around and made Harry stand beside Sirius. They thought about crossing the Rainbow Bridge into Canada, but neither Harry nor Ginny was very comfortable with the height, so they chose to do a little souvenir shopping instead. For lunch, they stopped at a diner, then returned to Buffalo. After making sure they had everything packed, they left the hotel. So, where to now? Harry asked, not expecting an actual answer. You'll see, Sirius answered, apparently still keeping the mystery alive. It's about half the size of Buffalo, population-wise. It's not far away, only about an hour and a half, so we're driving this one. Harry shrugged, not really caring how they reached their next stop. He was feeling a bit tired after that long walk up to the hurricane deck at Niagara Falls. Maybe he'd rest on the way to wherever it was they were heading next. Ginny must have thought he needed the rest, too, for she patted her shoulder once they'd climbed into the back of the car. I make a fairly decent pillow. You look like you could use the sleep. Sliding down into his seat, Harry dropped his head to Ginny's shoulder. Before long, the motion of the car lulled him to sleep. Sometime later, he woke to someone gently patting his cheek. Lifting his head, he stiffly sat up. Yawning, he took off his glasses to rub his eyes in an effort to wake up more. We're almost there, Ginny softly informed him. Replacing his glasses, Harry asked, Where's there? The front seat, Sirius answered, Welcome to Erie, Pennsylvania. Harry could only gawk at the hotel Sirius drove up to. It was big and tall. It was fancy, and it was situated on a huge body of water. Okay, maybe not on the water, but it was certainly right on the edge. Once they'd parked and climbed out of the car, Harry turned to his godfather. Brows raised in silent question. What? Sirius asked, obviously not bothered with his choice in hotels. I thought this would be a great place to stay. Harry Figu. Read he must have seen the anxiety creeping into him at the thought of some place fancy, because Sirius went on to say, Trust me, it's not like you think. Just reserve judgment for now. When they stepped into the lobby, Harry immediately relaxed. With the comfortable furniture centered around a fireplace, other tables and chairs, and a staircase leading to the upper floors, it reminded Harry of the Gryffindor common room. Just with nicer furniture and housed in an upscale building. This one was lit by a chandelier of light bulbs rather than candles, but the feeling the room gave off was still the same. Up a lift, which had been tucked behind the stairs, down the hall, and they were at their room. Ginny entered the room first, gasping as she dropped her bag on the first bed and continued to the window. The drapes were wide open. The large lake filled most of the view. It's huge. I don't think even the Hogwarts lake is that big. That would be Lake Erie, one of the 5 Great Lakes. The 4th largest, as a matter of fact. Quote. Ginny's eyes grew round. There's 3 lakes bigger than that one. There are. That's the same lake we saw parts of in Buffalo. How do you know all this stuff? Harry asked, not sure he should believe what he and Ginny were being told. It sounds a bit dodgy to me. With a cheeky grin, Sirius tapped his temple. I read, Harry. You might want to try it sometime. You never know what you might learn. I read. Harry shot back and, feeling a bit nettled, crossed his arms over his chest. His pique melted away the instant Ginny's hands landed on his shoulders from behind. Of course you do, Harry, she said, brushing her lips against cheek. You certainly challenged Hermione in classes and you wouldn't have done that if you didn't read. Wow, Harry, Sirius said, shaking his head sadly. One touch from Ginny and you're purring like a kitten. He heaved a sigh. I guess there's a new beast master, now. Before Harry could ask what that meant, Sirius changed the subject. I'm taking a quick look around. Be good. Have a chat with your friends. I won't be long. We'll only be staying the one night. With that, Sirius pocketed the room key and left. Harry turned around, gathering Ginny into his arms, and kissing her forehead. As much as he would love to do some more snogging, he figured Sirius really wouldn't be gone very long, and being int. R-rupted wasn't high on his list of things he wanted to have happen. A few seconds passed before he pulled slightly away. Looking into Ginny's eyes, he thought maybe she was disappointed, but then she smiled. And he realized she understood his unwillingness to go beyond their embrace. Harry dropped his head to hers and sighed. I didn't think this would be so difficult, being with you all day, every day, but it is. Don't get me wrong, I love that we're together. You hate holding my hand and not really being able to spend some time alone to talk or get in a good snog. Harry leaned back to look into her eyes again, surprised she'd verbalized exactly what he'd been feeling. Yeah. How did you know? Because I feel the same way, Harry. Good to know. Harry sighed again, then let Ginny go. When do the Hogwarts letters usually come? Do you think Dumbledore has figured out by now that we're not in England anymore? I don't know. Let's talk to Ron, Hermione, and Neville and find out. Harry retrieved his mirror and the two teens lay shoulder to shoulder on Harry's bed, propped up on their folded arms, and spent the next while talking to their friends. As it turned out, the Hogwarts letters had been sent out. Ron grumbled about having to have dress robes for the upcoming school year, complaining that his were stinky ancient maroon relics with lace. Harry thought Hermione was excited about the prospect of attending a formal school function, judging by the exasperation on her face as she listened to Ron's complaints. Harry couldn't tell what Neville was thinking. So, Ron, Ginny started in with a smirk at her brother, you do realize that this means you need to ask a girl out, don't you? That's normally what happens when there's a formal school function. The color in Ron's cheeks leached out, leaving an ashen complexion behind, his eyes wide. I what? Ginny nodded, still smirking. And there's no backing out or going alone, either. Mum already bought your robes. You wouldn't want to upset Mum, would you? Harry bit the inside of his cheek to keep from grinning. Deciding to get in on the fun, he said to Hermione, so, Hermione, anyone in particular you're hoping will ask you to whatever school function is coming? Harry. Hermione screeched, then sputtered, blushing furiously. Ginny snorted, then hid her face against Harry's shoulder. He could feel her shaking in silent laughter. To give her some time to compose herself, he asked Neville if he was looking forward to wearing his dress robes. Neville shrugged, looking a bit uncomfortable. There. Black like our school robes so it won't be too awful, but I just don't know if I can actually ask a girl to go with me. There isn't anyone I'm particularly interested in anymore. But there was once. Why not ask her to go as friends, then? Quote. Neville's gaze jumped to Ginny, her head still resting on Harry's shoulder, before looking away and shook his head. I can't. You'll find someone, Neville, Hermione quickly said. You're a great bloke, and Harry's brow furrowed in puzzlement as he watched and listened to the conversation play out between Hermione and Neville. Neville had sounded a bit sad when he'd said he couldn't ask the girl to go to the school formal with him. And what was with that quick glance at Ginny? Did Ginny know who Neville had once fancied? Hermione seemed to, ing by the way she jumped in and started praising Neville. Their hotel room door opened, causing Harry to tense, but upon seeing it was only Sirius entering, he relaxed and returned to his friends. When there was a lull in the conversation, Harry asked about Dumbledore, if any of them knew whether the headmaster discovered he and Ginny weren't returning to Hogwarts. Ron spoke up first. Nothing's been said yet. Or, at least, Mum and Dad haven't said anything. Neville agreed with Ron. I haven't heard anything, either. Then again, it wasn't that long ago when the school letters were sent out. Right, Harry. Hermione, nodding, looked to be considering something if the little furrow in her brow was any indication, and Harry was sure that it was. He was proven correct. The letters were a little late this year. Knowing Dumbledore, he'll likely try to find out why he hasn't heard from you. I'm meaning that he may do whatever he can to find you, and if he does, to talk you into going back to Hogwarts. Every muscle in Harry's body tensed. Well, that won't happen, he stated unequivocally. I'm not going back, not until I'm more prepared to face things there. Fingers caressed his arm, instantly soothing him. Harry shifted a tiny bit to allow his hand to connect with hers, giving her a small smile in thanks. Sirius stepped up to the bed and looked into the mirror. Will you let us know if you hear anything about Dumbledore? It would be good to have some warning. I don't think he'll find us, but he's as crafty as they come. I'm not going to underestimate him. The three immediately agreed. However, Hermione appeared worried. Sirius, we know you went to America. Is that a problem? Should our memories be altered? My entire family knows you went over there. What about them? Ron said, nodding, now looking just as worried as Hermione. No need for anything drastic, Sirius reassured them. There is one thing you need to know. And Ron, you should tell your family this as well. Dumbledore is a master legilimens. Which means he can get into your heads to see your thoughts. Do not look him in the eye. That's how legilimency works. Look between his eyes, look at his forehead, or his nose. Wherever, just not directly into his eyes. Understood. Again, the three nodded their agreement. Hermione muttered, so we treat him like a basilisk. Ron and Neville paled at the comparison. Harry felt Ginny's shudder at the reminder of her first year and immediately wrapped his arm around her, squeezing her gently. Before he withdrew his arm, he brushed his lips across her temple. In the lightest, but no less sincere, of kisses. Sirius nodded. If that's what it takes to remind you, then, yes. Try not to be obvious about it, though. His guardianship duty fulfilled, Sirius plopped onto the sofa to read. Harry and Ginny continued discussing the upcoming school year, Hermione lamenting the fact that Ginny was going to miss out, to which Ginny responded by reminding her friend that Sirius had insisted she buy the dresses, so she likely wasn't going to miss out on any formal school functions or dances. A few minutes later, Harry and Ginny bid the others goodbye, knowing it was getting late back home. As it was dinner time, the three wandered down to the hotel restaurant to eat before Sirius drove them to the local mall, getting lost along the way. As they'd only previously visited individual shops before, the mall took Harry and Ginny by surprise. Both teens likened the atmosphere to a very busy Diagon Alley, that is, if Diagon Alley was 2 or 3 times its normal size. Had people rushing here and there, music blared from unseen speakers, and was enclosed in a building. All was going fine until they wandered into one particular shop. T-shirts hung against walls with novelty items filling shelves on the floor. Reading a few shirts or sayings on the trinkets had Harry's brows jumping in surprise. Ron would have had his mouth washed out with soap if he'd uttered some of the phrases Harry saw. Further into the shop, Harry noticed a trend towards more vulgarity, and began to feel a bit uncomfortable. Upon one shelf, on blatant display, was a novelty item that made Harry blush so hard he was certain he glowed. Diverting his gaze, his eyes landed on something else that compounded his blush. He reached out to grab Ginny, intent on pulling her out of the store, but Sirius was there first. One hand on each of their elbows, nearly dragging them out and not stopping until they were well away, muttering the entire time. Not a word, either of you. Especially you, Ginny. Your mum would hex my bits off if she knew you saw stuff like that. Ginny, just as red as Harry, snickered at Sirius' choice of words, then burst into a fit of laughter. Pointing back the way they'd come, she choked out, "You could always get more." Harry let out a snort of suppressed laughter. In spite of his best efforts, he couldn't hold it back and it exploded out of his mouth. He laughed so hard he could barely stand, tears dampening his cheeks. Eventually, he did manage to get himself under control, but for a while afterwards, a single glance at Ginny would send him snickering and blushing again. Their night out enjoyed, the three returned to the hotel and decided to go to bed early. Sometime during the night, Harry needed some water, so he fumbled for his glasses and somewhat stiffly rose. A digital alarm clock dimly lit the room, but not well enough to really see by. He proved it when he smacked his toes into the leg of the chair at the desk. Pressing his lips tightly together, he winced as the pain throbbed in time to his heart, all the while silently screaming every curse word that came to mind, along with some of the phrases he'd seen earlier. Once he thought he could He hobbled his way to the loo, extra careful to not hit anything else. Next time, he swore, he would use his wand and just do his best to hide the light. Thirst quenched, Harry passed by Ginny's bed again, freezing in place when she rolled onto her back. Her hair spread across her pillow, and that surprised him because she normally plaited it to avoid tangles. In the faint light, her hair looked nothing like its usual vibrant self. Harry found he missed its color, which was entirely stupid since he just saw it a few hours ago. Following, in reverse, the splash of darkness across the white pillow. His eyes landed on her face, relaxed in sleep. Her pale complexion combined with the clock beside her made it easier for him to make out her features. He tilted his head to on. He sighed in contemplation as he studied her face. The curve of her brow to the softly jutting cheekbone with its hollow underneath, and the angle of her jaw flowing into a gently pointing chin that often, Harry knew from personal experience, was raised in determination, all hinted at the true beauty Ginny would be once she reached adulthood, not that Harry thought she wasn't already very pretty. He very much thought so and was glad she belonged to him. That thought made the beast inside him let out a possessive howl. His gaze dipped lower, but he turned away before he looked somewhere he shouldn't. Unfortunately, his brain didn't cooperate and brought to mind the things he saw in that shop earlier, raising his body temperature from both embarrassment and something else. It was that something else that forced his feet to move him back to his bed, his tender toes forgotten. Dropping his glasses onto the bedside table, he lay down, pulling the blankets up to his waist, and tucked his hands behind his head. Expelling a huge breath with puffed cheeks. He felt electrified, and the yearning for her lips against his, the ferocity of it, shook him, literally and figuratively. Why now? Why did this happen now? It wasn't as if he and Ginny hadn't spent the last few days in close proximity. Was it the full moon's approach? Or was it? Harry nearly groaned aloud. Uncle Remus had warned him this might happen. How was he supposed to function now if all he could think about was? No, he couldn't go there. He had to gain some semblance of control, to force his mind to stop throwing up enticing images. Harry feared he was in for a long night. 0000, Thursday, August 18th. Harry, rise and shine, kiddo, came a voice that Harry truly wanted to ignore. He moaned and rolled away from the hand lightly shaking him. Come on, Harry. It's 9 o'clock. I let you have a lie-in, but now it's time to get up. I have a treat for you today. Yeah, well, he'd been having a real treat, too, in the form of a spectacular dream. The instant he recalled the details of said spectacular dream, his eyes flew open, his face reddening. He'd been dreaming of himself and Ginny, which, in and of itself wasn't unassuming as he'd dreamed of the two of them before. No, this time, they'd been kissing rather intensely, and his hands were in places they had no business being. To further torture him, his brain conjured the taste and feel of her lips against his. Burying his face in his pillow, he groaned, unable to even look in Ginny's direction. I know it's hard to get up. Harry couldn't help thinking, you might be surprised. Then, Sirius mentioned taking it easy on the exercise. Good. He wasn't so sure he could handle a full workout today. Careful to keep his gaze from finding Ginny, he rolled onto his back, pulling his knees up, hoping that would be sufficient to prove to Sirius he was really awake. Sure enough, Sirius moved away to his bag and pulled out the bottle of Wolfsbane potion. Harry struggled to sit up. But by the time Sirius returned, he was braced against the wall, preparing himself for the potion's horrendous taste. He had yet to look in Ginny's direction, but if she noticed his lack of attention, she didn't say anything. He took the lightly smoking, potion-filled cup and gulped down its contents. Grimacing, he handed the cup back to Sirius before grabbing his glasses. After gathering the comfortable shorts and shirt he wore to exercise in, Harry disappeared into the loo. 0000. Minerva sat at her desk reviewing her lesson plans for the year when she felt the sudden urge to check the school roster. Brushing off the sensation, she went back to looking over her lessons. Minutes later, the feeling returned, stronger than before. Sighing heavily, she stood and stepped over to the magical quill that penned and addressed all the school letters. Next to the quill lay a current school roster. Not knowing what else to do, Minerva picked up the roster and gave it a cursory glance. Growing annoyed with herself, she started to drop the list back onto the table, but her eyes scanned the middle year again, and that's when she realized something. Paying closer attention to the individual names, she went down the fourth year list one more time. Not finding the name she expected to see, she scanned the fifth year, then the sixth. Doubting she'd find his name under the seventh year list, nevertheless, she checked it too. Sure enough, it wasn't there, either. Running her finger down the third year list, she found another name missing. They're not here. At all. Puzzled, Minerva studied the roster again. Nothing had changed. Neither Harry nor Ginny's name appeared anywhere on the list. What in Merlin's name was going on? Could they be on holiday or something? She could believe that of Harry. No doubt Sirius took Harry traipsing all over the British Isles, and no one deserved it more, but what about Ginny? And if they were taking a holiday somewhere, why would it register with Hogwarts as if they wouldn't be attending school? Minerva set the roster back onto the table where it resided, her thoughts jumbled. She knew that, in order for the Weasleys to have taken any sort of real holiday, they would have had to have come into a lot of gold, for it was well known they barely managed to get by. Her instinct screamed that something wasn't right. Surely, Molly or Arthur would have said something if things weren't okay, but Minerva couldn't think of any other explanation. Checking the time, she saw that it was 9 o'clock, early, but not too early to make a fire call. Stepping over to her hearth, she dug into the jar sitting on the mantel. Tossing the glittery powder into the fire, she knelt down and stuck her head into the green flames, calling out for Molly. "Oh, hello, Minerva." Molly greeted her warmly. "How are you? Getting ready for the new year?" "Well, I have a bit of a mystery on my hands." "May I stop in?" "Certainly. I'll make some tea." "All right. I'll be there soon." Minerva withdrew her head from the fire, stepped over to her desk, then hesitated. Should she mention this to Albus? Being the headmaster, shouldn't he be informed? What if she ate something and this little mystery amounted to nothing? Her status as deputy headmistress did have its perks, however. It could wait until she had more information. Quickly organizing her lesson plans, Minerva returned to the table, grabbed the roster, then returned to her flow and stepped in, calling out her destination. "Hello, Minerva. Come on into the kitchen and we'll have that tea." "Thank you, Molly. I appreciate you allowing me to come over so early this morning." Molly waved a hand. "Oh, it's nothing, Minerva. It's always nice to have company of the adult variety." Minerva followed Molly into the kitchen and sat at the heavily gouged, thick wooden table. Molly's comment provided the perfect opening. Cupping her tea, she gently broached the subject for which she'd come. "How are the kids? Ready for another school year?" "Yes and no, depending on who you ask." Well, that was a bit vague. She'd have to try again, try something more direct. "I would assume Hermione would be the one who is ready for the new year. Perhaps she can influence Ron, though if she hasn't done so by now, perhaps it cannot be done." She looked over the tops of her glasses. "And I imagine the twins hard at work finding ways to amuse us all." Watching Molly closely, she asked, "What of Ginny? I've always thought she was a mix of her brothers." Minerva's careful scrutiny paid off. The cheerful light in Molly's eyes dimmed and she tensed ever so slightly. Her smile faltered somewhat before broadening again. "Oh, yes, I do believe she's looking forward to school." Reaching into her pocket, Minerva pulled out the folded roster she'd brought with her, tapping its edges on the tabletop. "I don't mean to put you in an uncomfortable position, but I must know." Minerva unfolded the parchment, hence slid it across the table until it rested in front of Molly. "Something came to my attention this morning. Really, I'm not sure how I missed it, but 2 names are missing from that school list." Molly paled, then jumped up and fiddled with the tea kettle, rinsing it out and preparing it for more tea. She, then, arranged biscuits, just so, on a platter and brought it to the table. "Biscuit, Minerva?" Molly asked, sounding nervous. Out of politeness, Minerva took one, but set it down rather than eating it. "Please, Molly, tell me what's going on." Molly took out her wand and cast some privacy charms. "I shouldn't be telling you this, but I need to talk to someone about it." Her shoulders drooped and Minerva thought the woman looked as if she carried a heavy burden. "Harry and Ginny aren't here. And they won't be here until June." "What? Where did they go? What about school?" "I don't know exactly where they went. Sirius wouldn't say. They left a week ago. I've been in contact with them and they're fine." Ginny sounds as if she's enjoying herself immensely. As for school, they'll be attending one wherever it is they end up. You let Ginny go off to parts unknown with Harry and Sirius. Molly sighed. It was either let her go or have her try to get to Harry on her own. Arthur and I thought it best to just consent to her going. As Ginny so succinctly pointed out, she's destined to help Harry in some capacity to win this war we're going to be finding ourselves in. Since that's the case, it made sense to let her go. You see, Harry decided a few months ago that Hogwarts wasn't safe enough for him, which as we saw, was quite accurate. He wanted to prepare himself mentally, physically, and magically for what's coming and didn't feel he could do that at Hogwarts. He also wanted Ginny to be just as prepared. Quote, Minerva, reeling from the news, fell back against her chair. She hadn't, in her wildest imaginings, expected this. She couldn't deny that Harry's assessment of Hogwarts was true. She'd been nearly giddy at seeing Harry for the first time at his private sorting. She'd missed having a Potter at Hogwarts. The one that showed up, however, was far from what she'd anticipated. He'd been sullen, aloof, studious, and it broke her heart to see the son of her two favorite students that way. He should have been a typical 13-year-old boy, but when the sorting hat declared him a Gryffindor, and he'd looked up at her with Lily's eyes, she'd seen something ancient in those green eyes that haunted her even now. Then, little Ginny had managed to draw him out, and it had been like watching an old, dull, hard shell crack open to reveal the most amazing creature inside, ready to stretch its newborn wings. It had been a good sort of transformation, and it had been very good to see. Under Miss Weasley's tender care, Harry had become a new person, laughing, playing, enjoying life. Albus had been right when he'd said to her once that love had power. She hadn't believed it at the time, but she did now. How could she not after having witnessed it firsthand? And she was certain there was love between Harry and Ginny. Harry looked at Ginny the way James had looked at Lily and vice versa. Again, if she hadn't witnessed it herself, she would have scoffed at the notion of two children so young being capable of actually romantically loving each other. Realizing she'd been quiet for several minutes, she turned her attention back to the woman seated across from her. I can certainly understand his thinking. I've been rather put out with Albus over his lack of action and discipline concerning certain students. I can't attest to his motives as he doesn't share much of anything with me, but I think he hoped to get Harry to rely on him for information and help. Molly snorted, looking much calmer than she had. Yes, that certainly worked, didn't it? I agree. He did not handle the situations well, nor will he handle well the fact that neither Harry nor Ginny will be back. Molly's eyes grew round with fear. You cannot tell him about this. Promise me, Minerva. Knowing Albus, he'd try to track them down. Sirius didn't want to give him that much time. He figured Red Albus would have a much harder time leaving the school for extended periods if he didn't know until the feast that the kids weren't returning. Oh, you have nothing to fear from me, Molly, I assure you. My lips are sealed until Albus says something first. Thank you. Minerva smiled. I'm glad to be a part of this little scheme. Albus has lost sight of things somewhat, or so it seems. This is just what he needed to force him to refocus on what's important. I'm looking forward to seeing Albus' expression. I must admit, I'm a little saddened that Harry won't be around, but I understand that he has to do what is right for him. I thoroughly enjoyed seeing him at school, especially once Ginny broke through that tough exterior of his. You should be very proud of her. Molly nodded, her smile tremulous, her eyes misty. We are. I can't help worrying. She's alone with a boy. Well, okay, not alone, but you know what I mean. She's 13, claims to be in love, and is sleeping in the same room as her boyfriend. How am I supposed to not worry? Take comfort in the fact that you raised her right. That girl is strong, and is exactly what Harry needs. I'm a firm believer in things happening the way they're meant to be. Thank you, Minerva. I feel a bit better now. Being able to talk about everything has helped. Minerva nodded, as it always does. The two sat at the table and chatted a while longer before Minerva declared she had to return to Hogwarts and her lesson plans. Once she'd settled herself back at her desk, the smile that stole across her face could have put the Cheshire Cat to shame. As she'd told Molly, she was especially looking forward to the start of the school term. 0000. It wasn't until they were in the car and on their way to the next city that it dawned on Ginny what it was she'd been missing all morning. Her gaze flitted, again, to Harry, who was leaning against his door, sound asleep, his complexion more pallid than the day before. For a little while that morning, he hadn't looked at her at all. At first, she'd been excited, thinking perhaps he'd risen sometime during the night and ended up ogling her a bit, just as she'd done to him. Sirius had announced he was taking them to a water park, hence one of the reasons he didn't have them work out extensively, and Harry's face filled with color, an almost panicked look in his eyes. He said nothing, however. About a half hour after they'd arrived at the park, Harry had seemed to loosen up and took her hand on occasion, when they weren't going down the slides, at any rate. He'd laughed while they'd played. But something was missing. Then some blokes had begun chatting with her, just being friendly, and Harry had thrown them some fierce scowls, but he'd been ignored. When that hadn't scared them away, he started making some snarky comments worthy of Malfoy, and she had feared they'd come to blows. Once the blokes left her alone, Harry had stalked off toward one of the slides. Sirius, then, had pulled Harry aside and the two exchanged some heated words, though she couldn't tell what was said. Looking back on it now, Ginny could see she hadn't helped the situation any. She hadn't been flirting with those blokes or anything, but she had sort of enjoyed their attention. She'd been puzzled and hurt by Harry's behavior. She'd been angry with him at first, but quickly realized what must have been the underlying cause for him to act the way he had. The coming full moon had never had such an effect on him before. No, wait, there was one other time, when he'd tried that suppression potion and, therefore, couldn't take the wolfsbane. He'd been rather possessive then. Ginny shook her head. It didn't make sense. Harry was taking the wolfsbane potion now. Why was he acting as if he wasn't? She rubbed her forehead and sighed. She was going to have to give him a little latitude. After all, he couldn't help how the full moon affected him. The lack of warmth between them had been troubling. Perhaps he'd felt it, too, for he'd ended up quietly apologizing to her on the way back to the hotel. She glanced at Harry once more. She hoped to never feel that coolness between them again. A muted buzzing drew her out of her contemplation. Realizing it was Harry's mirror, she dug around in the bag at Harry's feet for it, activating it once she'd found it. Her mum's anxio's face appeared on the mirror's surface. "Mum, is everything all right?" "Oh, Ginny, I'm afraid I may have made a mess of things." Ginny felt the car turn and, looking up, noticed that Sirius was pulling into a rest area along the highway. Neither the change in direction nor the slowing speed woke Harry. She returned to her mum. "What do you mean? What happened? I'm so sorry. I needed someone to talk to about everything and." Sirius pulled into a parking spot, turned the key off, then took the mirror from Ginny. "Molly, what's going on?" "I'm sorry, Sirius. Minerva came to visit this morning, asking why Ginny and Harry's names weren't on the school roster. I'm so sorry, but I told her the kids wouldn't be back. I didn't tell her where you'd gone, if that's any consolation. Not that I know where you're going anyway. Also, she said she wouldn't tell Albus because she's upset at how he mishandled the situation at Hogwarts." Sirius was silent for several seconds, looking off into the distance. Ginny hoped he wasn't angry with her mother. The whole idea of Ginny leaving hadn't been easy on her mum and, as strong as she was, Ginny knew she'd crack eventually. She sincerely hoped Sirius would realize that. As it turned out, she needn't have worried. "It's okay, Molly. It's not easy keeping secrets, and sharing your burdens is always preferable to holding them in. It's actually nice to know we have Minerva in our corner. Maybe she can distract Albus when we need her to. I'll contact her, though, and talk to her directly. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for not being angry, Sirius. I know you wanted to keep this completely quiet. I wanted to call earlier but was afraid to. I grew so anxious over it, I just had to try. Really, Molly, it's fine. Here, I'm going to hand you back over to Ginny. I have a bit more driving to do." The instant Ginny took the mirror back, her mum began apologizing again, nearly blubbering incoherently about betraying the three of them. "It's fine, Mum. You heard Sirius. Harry would say the exact same thing if he was awake. Harry's sleeping. Is he okay?" Ginny glanced at Harry. Yes, he was still soundly asleep. Was he okay? Not really. He'd been thoroughly knackered by the time they had left the hotel an hour ago. Full moon's coming, Mum. Oh, yes, of course. The poor dear. He's, you know. He's taking his potion, Mum. Of course he is. Ginny's tone normally would have an eye roll accompanying it, but she didn't want to press her mum too far. Her mum must have guessed, however. Of course he is. You're right. I shouldn't have bothered asking. I'm a mother, Ginny. It's my job to worry over my children. I know, Mum, but that's one thing you never have to worry about. Harry faithfully takes that potion because, to him, there's no alternative. He simply couldn't fathom not taking it. I know. I don't mean to doubt him. Please, give him a hug for me and tell him I'm sorry he's feeling so poorly. I will, Mum, Ginny said with a smile. Okay. I'll talk to you again at a later date. I love you. I love you, too, Mum. Bye. As soon as her mother's face was gone from the mirror, Ginny leaned forward as far as the seat belt would allow and softly said, "Thanks for not being angry with Mum." "You don't have to thank me, Ginny. The whole thing was bound to take its toll. We're still a few days away from our final destination, so I'll contact Professor McGonagall and get her thoughts." "How will you do that?" Sirius scratched his head. "I haven't quite figured that out yet." 0000. Harry. The soft voice accompanied a soft touch on his arm that instantly awoke him, sent tingles down his arms and at the nape of his neck as gooseflesh rose the hair in both places. Sitting up, Rice slid a finger under his glasses and rubbed at one eye, then the other. "We're here." Looking around, the first thing Harry noticed was that their tall, expensive-looking hotel sat overlooking a river and some high-rise buildings on the other side of said river. Two large ferries were docked on their side of the river, presumably waiting for passengers. Between the car park and the river, railroad tracks followed the riverbank. He yawned as Sirius found a spot in which to park. "Where are we?" "We're in Pittsburgh, Harry," Sirius answered. "It's about a 2-hour drive south from Erie." He pointed out the window at the river. Pittsburgh is situated on 3 rivers. This one is the Monongah, I forget how it's pronounced. We'll be staying here for tonight and tomorrow night, and flying out on Saturday. Harry knew better by now to not even bother asking where they were flying to. Climbing out of the car, stretching out his muscles, he thought, again, about his behavior earlier in the day. He'd brooded a long time that morning over the incident with those blokes. Seeing his Ginny laughing with them had made him insanely jealous, and he knew he'd made Ginny mad. Being in the presence of Muggles had been the only thing that had saved him from being hexed, he was certain. The beast within forced words from his mouth that he never would have otherwise said. What shame. Him more was the barely audible apology he'd offered her so much later. So, while Sirius stepped up to the counter to get their room, Harry drew Ginny a short distance away. He gulped, stuffed his fists into his front pockets, and looked her in the eyes. "I'm sorry for how this morning went. I don't know why I reacted so strongly. No, I take that back. I do know. I was jealous. All I could think was that you were mine and no one else had a right to talk to you." He whipped his hands up in supplication as her face clouded and she started to speak. "I know you're not a possession, Ginny, and I know you can talk to whomever you wish. I didn't mean to be a git. It was like I'd suddenly been taken over, saying things that I knew weren't right. I couldn't stop myself." He paused and Ginny jumped in with, "Are you done? Can I speak now?" Harry nodded, nearly cringing at the indecipherable look in her eyes. Was she angry? She didn't look it, exactly. He supposed he just had to wait for her to say what she wanted. Good. Ginny crossed her arms over her chest. "Look, Harry, I won't deny that I was angry with you. You barely looked at me from the moment you woke up. Then, you started holding my hand. And I thought things were at least a little okay until you said all that rude stuff and ignored me." She paused, her arms dropping so that she could wrap a hand lightly around each of his wrists, sliding them down to take his hands. "But then, I started thinking." Ginny briefly looked around them, but they were alone, Sirius still getting their key. "The last time you acted even remit. Similar was the one time just before the full moon. You know which time I'm talking about." Harry nodded. It had been when he hadn't been able to take the Wolfsbane potion because he was trying the suppression potion. He'd heard blokes had swarmed around Ginny when he'd had to keep his distance and had become just as jealous then as he had this morning. I believe that it's all tied into your issue, which makes it a lot easier to take. You're not acting that way voluntarily, therefore, I can overlook it. So, are we okay, now? Harry stared down at Ginny with eyes growing more lupine each day. She was right. His attitude did have to do with his lycanthropy, but there was more to it than just being unable to control his temper. He wouldn't tell her that, though. No, there was no way. He would tell her about his dream, his highly inappropriate dream, nor would he mention how badly he'd felt the need to stake some sort of claim on her. That certainly wouldn't be well received. For now, the urge had passed. And with any luck, it wouldn't return, making everything a non-issue anyway. Yeah, we're okay, Ginny. I'm really sorry. I know, Harry. Sirius joined them at that moment, dangling the room key in front of them. Let's go. Our room has a nice view of the river and city. The spacious room did, indeed, have a scenic view, even though they weren't on one of the upper floors. Once they'd resized their luggage, Sirius took them all down to one of the restaurants for dinner in the huge entertainment square adjacent to the hotel. Afterwards, the three wandered before coming across something called an incline. People rode a rectangular car up a steep slope on what greatly resembled a railroad track. There were actually two sets of tracks, one for the car going up, and one for the car coming back down. Both cars appeared to move at the same time. A specially designed and angled base kept the cars horizontal as they traveled up and down the slope. Despite the height of the mountain, Harry and Ginny wanted to see the supposedly spectacular view. For the ride up, the two of them stood at the back of their car, allowing the others to look out the windows at the disappearing landscape beneath them. Sirius stood beside them, ready to calm them down if need be. Harry watched until they were above his comfort level before turning to face up the approaching mountaintop. Though Ginny did try to peek through the window next to theirs on occasion. Her expression told Harry all he needed to know: they were fairly high up. Slowly, but steadily, they climbed, finally entering a white building at the top. When he could, Harry stepped out of the car and into the station, holding tightly to Ginny's hand, and moved a few steps away. Let's take a look around, shall we? Sirius led them out of the station, walked a short distance and stepped up to the chest-high steel railing, gazing upon the cityscape, river and bridge. Harry and Ginny hung back a few steps. Wow. Now, that's impressive. Harry could tell by the tight grip she had on his hand that Ginny wasn't so sure about it, and honestly, he wasn't so sure he was entirely comfortable, either. We don't have to go anywhere if you're not up to it. Sirius looked at the two of them, concerned. Are you all right? I know this is probably higher than either of you have ever been. It can be a bit disconcerting. We can stay here at this part of the lookout. We don't have to go over to the observation deck. Sirius pointed down to the rounded deck that jutted out off the side of the mountain. I'd like to, Ginny spoke nervously. Just give me a minute to get used to it. It's not straight down from here, Sirius pointed out, standing next to the chest-high railing. You can actually see a part of the mountain, if that helps any. We're back away from the edge is what I mean. Harry wasn't sure if that really helped or not. He was sure that he wouldn't be going to the other observation section. He didn't mind some heights. After all, he was a seeker, meaning he had to follow a snitch wherever it went. He'd just never been this high before. On a broom, he had absolute control. He trusted his broom, knew its characteristics, its capabilities and its restrictions. Here, he had none of that knowledge. He had to put his trust in someone he didn't know as far as the construction of the railings and the deck. It may be illogical, but he couldn't help it. It's really kind of nice up here, actually, Ginny said, looking around them. I couldn't imagine living up here, though. A few minutes later, she faced Sirius. Okay, I think I'm ready. I don't want to miss the chance to see the city like this. Are you sure, Ginny? She nodded, keeping her gaze ahead of her. It would be different if it was a full 360-degree view. I think, but since it's just the one side, it's different. You don't have to prove anything to me, Harry said softly. I already know how brave you are. That earned him a smile. But it faltered as she studied him more closely. Are you up to this? Now, wasn't that a loaded question? He did feel tired again, even though he slept on the drive down from Erie. The fatigue, as he knew so well, would only get worse as the week wore on. Harry wasn't sure if she meant that or if she was referencing his comfort with the height. They were now higher up than the Statue of Liberty was tall. None of it mattered, though, because Ginny had gathered her courage and declared herself ready to get closer to the city view. He wouldn't, hold her back. Forcing lightness into his voice, he replied. Like you said, Ginny, it would be different if we were up here on top of this mountain with nothing but open space to focus on. Come on, let's go. As they approached the railing, Harry kept a firm grip on Ginny's hand, completely ashamed of himself for needing that connection. Ginny didn't seem as bothered by how far up they were, and he was fairly certain she hadn't been very high on a broom. Not counting the 2 times she'd played his position for him, so why was he the one having the problem? A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, its twin running down his back made him shudder. Using his shoulder to wipe away the sweat, he berated himself for his weakness and forcefully told himself to look at what lay before him. All right, Harry. Harry nearly cursed. He hadn't realized Sirius had been watching him. It really is amazing, he murmured, after discovering that being able to see the side of the mountain really did help. Yeah, Ginny breathed, her voice reverent. The sky looks so much bigger from up here, probably because we can see so much of it. I feel like such a tiny, insignificant little speck. Insignificant is one word I would never associate with you, Harry declared. Ginny turned to face him fully, her brows arching. I notice you didn't dispute, tiny. Harry shrugged, glad for the distraction. Well, you're shorter than I am, and let's face it. I'm not all that tall. Ginny's hands flew to her hips, her eyes narrowing as she stared at him. Then, to his utter surprise, she laughed, cupped his face and quickly kissed him. Harry barely suppressed a shudder, forcing it into a jolt of electricity that zipped through him, igniting every nerve ending in its wake, and raising the hair on his arms and neck. Well, so much for being tired. The problem now was he really wanted to kiss her back, but he couldn't. Not the way he wanted to, at any rate. Would you like to walk around a little? See what's here? It took a monumental effort. But Harry managed to drag his gaze from Ginny, inhaling deeply in hopes of calming himself down. Instead, Ginny's flowery shampoo, or lotion, or whatever, sent his pulse into overdrive. Clearing his throat rather roughly, Harry stuffed a fist into his pocket while looking back towards the street. Maybe. He shrugged. Sure, why not? The 3 strolled along the street finding restaurants and other local businesses. Took turns posing for pictures next to the railing, Harry hiding his unease. By the time they were finished, it was time for the return trip down the mountain. Harry and Ginny took the back of the car. Ginny seemed slightly more interested in looking out a side window. Sirius made room for her. Harry leaned against the wall of the car, not facing the mountain, but not exactly staring out the window either. He did force himself to take quick glances, but that was all he could handle until they reached a height he was much more comfortable with. Back on solid ground, they returned to the hotel. At this point, the adrenaline rush or whatever he had felt up on the mountain, was gone, leaving Harry feeling drained. Laying on his bed, he almost instantly fell asleep. 0000, Friday, August 19th. Harry moaned the instant he woke up. 3 days. It was only 3 days into the week leading up to the full moon and he already hurt rather badly. Maybe it was due to all the activity lately. Wincing, he pushed himself upright, rubbing the sleepiness from his eyes. He finally joins the land of the conscious. Harry let his hand drop and attempted to glare in the direction of Sirius' amused voice. He opened his mouth to tell Sirius off, but Ginny beat him to it. Sod off, Sirius. Unless, of course, you'd like to experience my specialty. Thanks to you insisting on me practicing during our workouts. I can guarantee my hex will have more power behind it. Maybe you should experience it. Would serve you right, and then, perhaps, you'd have a bit more empathy. Despite his pain, Harry grinned. He loved when Ginny defended him so fiercely. Warmth always filled him up at her words. The bed dipped beside him, his glasses were placed into his hand. His glasses in place on his nose. Harry leaned over and kissed Ginny's temple. Thanks for that, though I don't think he meant anything by it. Both teens turned to see Sirius facing them on the sofa, his hands in the air before him as if he could hold off Ginny's hex. To his glee, Harry could see the fear in Sirius' gray eyes. Good. Sirius needed to fear something once in a while. It was good for him. Harry couldn't T helped but wonder if his mum had managed to strike that same fear in Sirius. If she was even remotely like Ginny, Harry figured she probably did. Harry chuckled when he realized Ginny was letting Sirius squirm a bit. Merlin. He loved that girl. A minute later, she showed Sirius some mercy and let him off the hook. Harry was gratified to hear his godfather mumble about intimidating redheads. Will E preparing Harry's dose of wolfsbane potion. Sirius brought over the smoking cup. I think we'll just do some stretches this morning, then move on to our plans for the day. And what would those plans be? Harry asked before choking down the vile liquid. Something easy and light. First off, we'll be heading. You're actually going to tell us? Ginny interrupted, shocked. Sirius shrugged. Ought I do something a little different today? As I was saying, I have plans for us to go to a glass-making center where we'll get to make our own project. If you're interested, of course. Harry looked to Ginny and found her expression reflected how he felt, intrigued. Finishing off the last of the potion, Harry handed the cup back. Could be interesting, I suppose. It's certainly different. And after that, Sirius grinned. I thought a visit to the National Aviary was in order. They have all kinds of domestic and international birds, with an area where the birds fly freely. Then, maybe, a stop at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History to see some dinosaur exhibits. We could compare the dinosaurs to what we know of dragons. The two are almost certainly related. Tonight, for dinner, we'll go on a Gateway Clipper cruise. It'll take us along the river, giving us a bit of a tour of the city. We'll be dressing up for that. Harry contemplated the activities Sirius had planned for them. Making something out of glass had the potential to be fun. He wasn't so sure about the aviary, but Ginny was an animal lover, so he wouldn't say anything against it. Besides, there could be some birds of prey there. The museum could be interesting. He'd heard a lot about dinosaurs growing up, during the times Uncle Remus tutored Muggle kids. While he didn't exactly want to dress up for dinner, he liked seeing Ginny in her formal dresses, so he'd suffer through it. He hoped he'd be able to do it all. His worry must have shown on his face, for Sirius spoke up. If you start feeling fatigued, you let me know. We'll come back here so you can rest. Right. He grinned slightly. I need to get a shower if we're going to get all of that in today. Ginny grabbed his hand before he could even move. Promise me, Harry, she demanded, studying him closely, that you'll speak up today. All right, I promise. He hated admitting any weakness, but he would to please Ginny. That, and the fact he wanted to avoid her more powerful bat bogey hex. The one time under her normal power had been quite enough. Thank you very much. 0000. That was fun. Ginny looked around them as the three of them headed to their car. Each of them carrying a colorful glass paperweight they had made. There should be something like that in the wizarding world. I bet Hermione could come up with some way to do it. Probably. Harry agreed with much less enthusiasm than Ginny had displayed. Ginny carefully watched her boyfriend. He looked ready to drop. Spots of color on his cheeks from the hot furnaces stood out starkly against his pale skin, giving him a feverish look. Holding onto his hand, she could feel the slight tremors shaking him, as if he'd expended nearly every bit of energy he had. He had yet to admit how tired he was. And she hoped he'd admit to it freely as he'd promised. He really didn't have the chance. Sirius spoke up once they'd reached their car. I don't know about either of you, but that was tiring. I think I need to lie down for a bit. I'm not as young as you two. Is that okay with you? Ginny nodded, throwing him a grateful glance behind Harry's back, to which she was given a conspiratorial wink in response. Belatedly, Harry nodded his agreement with returning to the hotel. Ginny helped Harry into the car, keeping him from banging his head on the door. Really, she wasn't sure he'd have noticed if he had. Sliding onto the seat from her side of the car, Ginny gently collected the glass sphere from Harry's slackened grasp, his deep, even breathing the only sound in the car at the moment. On the return trip, Ginny examined hers and Harry's paperweights. She'd made hers of clear glass with ribbons of a warm-tinted red and fiery orange swirling through it. Harry's was also clear, but his had crisscrossing, waving colors of a brilliant red-orange and a slightly yellowish green, larger at the base and tapering as it reached the top that gave the impression of colored smoke. It had turned out quite nicely. She wasn't certain, but she thought Sirius had also used clear glass and used black, red, and yellow for his colors. All three were just over 2 inches in diameter with a short, flattened edge for stability, and all three contained various amounts of small bubbles from trapped air. Back at the hotel, Sirius helped Harry out of the car and up to their room, then helped him lie down. Placing the glass orbs on the bedside table, she asked permission to contact Hermione, which was given readily. Sirius performed the same privacy charm as before and left her to it. Looking into the mirror, she called her friend, Ginny. Hermione's face appeared, a huge smile on her face. There was motion and then the sound of a door shutting, then motion again. "How are you?" Her happiness morphed to concern. "How's Harry? I know the full moon isn't far away now." Ginny's eyes briefly darted to Harry before returning to the mirror. "He's resting. I think this morning was a bit much for him." Hermione's brows knit. "What did you do?" Thankful there was no condemnation in her friend's voice, Ginny replied, "We went to this glass studio and made paperweights. Each of us was allowed to make one. Here, I'll show you." Reaching out, she plucked the orbs from the table and held up hers to the mirror. "This one is mine." Hermione let out a gasp. "That's brilliant, Ginny. The way the ribbons swirl together. They almost look like flames." Ginny nodded, pleased her intent was clear. "That was the look I was going for." The glass studio based their colors on gemstones. The red and orange I chose take their colors from fire opals. They kind of represent our family, you know. I'm giving it to Dad for Christmas. It's perfect, Ginny. He'll love it. I hope so. She set hers aside and picked up Harry's. "This is the one Harry made." Hermione grinned. "Why am I not surprised that he chose those colors? That red-orange really comes close to matching your hair." Ginny blushed some but smiled. "He does seem to like my hair." His colors were based off of fire opals and a stone called demantoid which, according to the artists at the studio, is a rare type of garnet. "It's beautiful, too. It looks like wisps of smoke in there." "I know. I don't know how he managed to do that." "So, tell me all about it. Was it difficult? What did you have to do? What else have you been doing?" Ginny laughed at the rush of questions. "Calm down, Hermione, and I'll tell you." "Okay, let's see. 0000. Ginny kept a watchful eye on Harry the entire time they visited the aviary. The rest had helped bring back some color to his complexion, not much but more than there had been earlier, and some spirit in his steps. His smile was fuller, his yellowing eyes appeared less fatigued. He even had a healthy appetite at lunch. Though she had to admit she wasn't sure if that was the result of hunger or the fact that he had been asked how cooked he wanted his steak, something neither he nor Ginny had experienced before since neither of them had eaten steak before. Harry had been quite pleased to learn he could get it rare. She, herself, had asked for hers to be medium rare. Ginny quietly giggled as she recalled Sirius' expression of distaste before ordering his, telling the waitress his shouldn't move when pierced. Now, Harry seemed to be enjoying himself, marveling at the wingspans of the birds. Grinning at the antics of some of the birds swooping and diving at all the visitors in the free-flight tropical rainforest exhibit. He often pointed out the more colorful parrots and macaws. Some of the birds had odd bills, which Harry pointed out as well. In her opinion, Harry was very childlike in his enthusiasm. Ginny had the distinct impression he and Moony had been unable to do much of anything fun. She knew there hadn't been a lot of extra money. She'd hoped, however, that they'd managed to have some fun at some point. Harry's loud laughter brought her out of her reverie. She laughed, too, when she saw what had caused such a reaction. Sirius stood stiffly, abject disgust contorting his features as he gingerly swiped one hand through his black hair which had been peppered with bird droppings. Simultaneously, his other hand swiped as best he could at some droppings on his shoulder using his sleeve. "How is it," Sirius grumbled, "that with all these birds flying around, I'm the only one who gets pooped on?" Still snickering, Harry replied with, "Because you're the tallest target." "Yeah," Ginny agreed, joining in, "or maybe they just don't like you." "Stupid birds," Sirius muttered. Another white glob landed on Sirius' other shoulder, and Ginny had to strain to keep Harry upright as he laughed. Of course, it was a real struggle because she was busy laughing, too. Sirius herded them out of the exhibit rather quickly, practically shoving them through the door, arms over his head in a vain attempt to protect himself. Next to the rainforest exhibit was a pair of bald eagles. They were much bigger than they appeared in pictures. It saddened her to read that both had been shot and had to have wing amputations, leaving them unable to fly. Who could be so cruel as to shoot such majestic birds? People could be so cruel, but then, she knew that from first-hand experience. It shouldn't surprise her that cruelty leaked over into the animal world. A little farther down, Harry gasped and grabbed her hand in a painful grip. Following his gaze, she instantly understood and her heart went out to him. In the exhibit, 2 snowy owls sat upon a rock. One of them was identical to Hedwig. As Harry plastered a hand against the plexiglass, Ginny strained to read the sign off to the side. One of the owls was blind in one eye. It didn't specify which, but just a little. Observation showed it was the one that resembled Harry's owl. A little sound of distress emanated from Harry. Apparently, he'd picked up on the owl's disability. Wrapping her arm around his waist, Ginny held him tightly, silently lending him strength. He hadn't said anything, so she hadn't realized just how much Harry missed his owl. Even though Hedwig hadn't been used for letters much, she'd still been a good friend to Harry. Ginny silently swore the first thing they did when they reached their new school would be to see Hedwig. "We'll see her soon," Ginny whispered to him. Harry nodded absently. "Seeing that owl made me realize how much I actually miss her. I wasn't prepared for how much it hurt." "I know." Ginny gave Harry another minute or two. In an effort to cheer him up, she said, "There's supposed to be another free flight enclosure around here somewhere. What do you say we see if Sirius gets pooped on again?" A sad smile tilted one corner of her mouth upward. "We can try to get him in there. Not sure if he will. Though, as Fred and George like to say, anything is possible if you have enough nerve. Come on, we'll figure out a way." 0000. By the time the 3 of them finished at the aviary, Sirius had, indeed, been anointed again in the Wetlands Free Flight exhibit, which earned him a pin badge proclaiming that feat. As it was closing in on dinner time, the museum too was postponed until the following day, so they returned to their hotel. Ginny claimed the loo first, pulling out her pale orange dress and toiletries bag. With a promise to be as quick as possible, she disappeared. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "I'm okay, I guess. Are you up for tonight? If not, say the word and we'll do something else. I'm feeling good enough, I think. I want to take the cruise." "All right, well, why don't you lie down while Ginny and I get ready? You can go last. Conserve your energy." "Probably a good idea." Harry lay back on his bed, tucked his hands behind his head and relaxed. His eyes closed. Though he didn't sleep, he still felt refreshed by the time it was his turn to clean up. He nearly gulped at his first look at Ginny. The pale orange of tea. Dress really made her hair look even more like silky fire, especially since it glistened in the light. This time, she wore her hair mostly loose with only the sides twisted and pulled together, then pinned, somehow, low on her head. Several months ago, he'd given her a black cord necklace with a heart-shaped lapis lazuli stone. She'd never taken it off, usually tucking the stone under her shirt. Now, it was proudly displayed. It and her silver ring were all the jewelry she wore. "While I agree that your girlfriend is a very pretty young lady, Harry, you need to get going or we'll be late. Thank Merlin, we don't have far to go." Blushing furiously, Harry gathered what he needed and went to take his own shower. 15 minutes later, he exited the loo wearing a dark blue, though not navy, waistcoat and trousers with a belt. The same white Oxford shirt he'd worn to the theater, and an orange tie that Sirius had insisted he buy, saying he may want to match Ginny's dress one day. Harry had been skeptical about the color, it being more orange than the dress, but once he stepped out and could compare the two properly, he could tell the tones were the same, if not the tints, so they worked. He quickly donned socks and shoes. Then joined Ginny. "You look really nice, Harry." Ginny fingered his tie. "Nice touch. You can thank Sirius for that. I wasn't so sure I liked the color, but I guess it really does go with your dress. You look really pretty." Harry thumbed the stone heart. "I like that you're letting it show. It would have shown anyway, but I thought it would be nice to have it be seen." "And thus the Mutual Admiration Society has come to a close," Sirius butted in. "Let's go, kiddos, or we won't be making that cruise." Grinning, Harry offered Ginny his arm, which she took, wrapping a hand around his elbow. Stopping in front of Sirius, Harry quipped, "You're getting grouchy in your old age. I think you could do with a girl, yourself, make you more mellow." Sirius R. In his hands down his traditional black suit jacket and black tie, then studied the rest of his attire of black trousers, matching shoes and white Oxford shirt. I think I'm just fine the way I am. Now, let's go. Alright, hold your hippogriffs. It's right across the street. I think we'll get there in time. Sirius didn't bother responding. Instead, he pulled the teens out of their room, making sure he had the key and that the door locked, then rushed them along to the dock. 0000. And you worried we wouldn't make it, Sirius, Harry teased, watching approximately 20 people boarding. Yes, well, if we'd been any further away, we may not have. Once everyone had boarded, the boat left the dock. Not long after that, they were called into dinner. Harry worried slightly over the food. Would he like it? If not, would he be able to eat it anyway? He didn't want to insult anyone. He needn't have worried. The food had been excellent. Though Sirius engaged some of the others in conversation, answering questions about their accents and giving the same story as they had done before, Harry didn't speak much. He preferred to listen to all the stories being told, thinking about the lives those stories represented. It was his job to protect those lives. Seeing those snowy owls earlier had reminded him of why he, Ginny, and Sirius were here in this country. They weren't just tourists. He really should be spending more time reading those defense books and preparing himself for when he could practice what he learned. A nudge from his right drew his attention. Ginny was watching him closely, looking concerned. Are you okay, Harry? Yeah, I'm fine. She narrowed her gaze at him, clearly not sure if she should believe him. Honestly, I was just thinking that I should be doing more studying than I have been. I need to be ready. You will be, Harry. As Dumbledore likes to say, and like him or not, he can be very wise. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. In this case, it does not do to dwell on what's ahead of us and forget to live. Also, happiness can be found, even in the darkest of times, if one only remembers to turn on the light. The dark times are coming, Harry. Let this, and all of our traveling, be our light. We have to have a light, Harry. Otherwise, what's the point? Harry cocked his head to the side, contemplating her words. She was right. These kinds of things were exactly why they would be fighting. People needed happiness in their lives, something he learned firsthand. Without happiness, there really wasn't much point to life. He had momentarily forgotten that. Leaning forward, he kissed her cheek. Thanks for reminding me. That's what I'm here for, Ginny quipped with a cheeky grin. A nudge from Harry's left had him turning in that direction. Grinning, Sirius suggested, why don't you take Ginny out on the floor? Harry looked in the direction Sirius pointed and his happiness morphed to dread. Music began to play, and people were dancing. Dance. He didn't know how to dance. Oh, come on, Harry. Please. Just once. Well, when she asked like that, how could he say no? Taking a huge breath in order to prep himself for the humiliation that was sure to follow, Harry took her hand. Let's go. I have no idea how to dance, remember? As I recall, you did all right. Harry tried to maneuver them to a spot on the edge of the floor on the opposite side so that Sirius couldn't see them, but Ginny was having none of it. She took them right into the heart of the crowd. Just loosen up and move to the beat. She took both of his hands and began to sway, bending a knee a little, depending on which side she leaned. Harry began mirroring her movements, though he felt awkward and embarrassed. He started to look around them to see if anyone took any notice of them, but Ginny reached up and forced his gaze back to her. Don't look around. Just keep watching me. But I'm holding you back, Ginny. I know how much you like to dance. Just shut it and dance, Harry. Before long, Harry had relaxed enough for Ginny to teach him how to spin her in place, which to his surprise, was really rather simple. He found himself enjoying the time with Ginny, getting to touch her arms, waist, hands, shoulders, but he especially liked the slower songs that required closer contact. The only problem with the slower songs was that he had to work hard not to yawn. He was tiring rather quickly, but he didn't want to stop, so he pushed on. After 3 fast-tempo songs, a ballad began to play. Immediately, Harry took Ginny into his arms, resting his cheek against her temple. By some miracle, he managed to suppress one yawn and hide another. The third one, however, he failed miserably at hiding. Ginny practically jumped out of his arms. Harry, you must be exhausted. I'm so sorry. I was having so much fun, I didn't even think. It's okay, Ginny. I was having fun, too. No, it's not okay. Look at you. You're all pale again. You look as if a light breeze would knock you off your feet. Come on, let's go sit down. Finish the song, first. Ginny adamantly shook her head. No, you need to sit down and relax. Sirius met them halfway to the table. Let's go up to the top deck. There's some benches up there and you can get a better view. The city will be lit up soon. I've heard it's a pretty sight. I don't know if Harry will make it, Ginny stated, looking worried. Lead the way, Sirius. Ginny frowned at him. Harry shrugged. It'll be quieter up there. Ginny conceded the point and allowed them to be led up the narrow steps to the top deck. Harry was glad she didn't argue, he feared he might have overdone the activity. Dizzy with rapidly waning energy, yawns came more frequently and, though he tried to hide them, he knew Ginny hadn't been fooled one bit when she reached behind her and grabbed his hand, giving it a squeeze. A long minute later, they reached the top deck. Yes, the view was nice. But Harry just didn't have it in him to fully appreciate it. Ginny tried to get him to lie down on one of the benches, but he refused, so they both sat while he leaned against her, vaguely aware Sirius moved away from them. Possibly to give them a bit of privacy. I'm sore. Harry started to apologize, but ended up having to stifle another yawn instead. Sorry, Ginny. Whatever for, Harry. For being tired. You can't help that. Part of it's my fault, anyway. I should be apologizing to you. No, you shouldn't. I was having too much fun to quit. Here, use my shoulder for your pillow. I'll wake you up when we're back at the dock. Harry didn't have the energy to protest. He hated that he couldn't even fully enjoy a night out with his girlfriend. As his eyes drifted shut, he was certain he felt her hand softly brushing through his hair. Love and safety carried him off to dreamland. 0000. Sirius watched his charges from a short distance. He felt bad for pushing Harry so much today. He all'd have known the kid wouldn't have as much energy as he normally did. There was just so much he wanted to do with Harry, so much he wanted Ginny to experience, that he supposed he became carried away with it all. It looked as if the two were in deep discussion. Going by the expression on Ginny's face, it appeared Harry was attempting to apologize for something. The kid had better just shut his mouth or he'll be in for it. Full moon or no, Sirius wondered if it had anything to do with the incident at the water park yesterday morning. In fact, Harry had acted oddly from the moment he woke up yesterday. Seemingly tense whenever Ginny was near. Today had seemed to be better. Ah, there. Problem solved. Sirius smiled fondly. Ginny, mothered Harry in the same way Lily did for James when he was feeling ill. Sometimes Sirius had to remind himself that it wasn't Lily and James that he saw before him. Harry and Ginny could easily pass as a younger version of the Potters, physically speaking. Personality-wise, the two couples were similar, but Harry and Ginny were also different. They had to deal with issues James and Lily didn't have to worry about. Sirius shook his head, the fond smile streaked ill in places. He watched Ginny run her fingers lightly through Harry's hair, relaxing him enough to sleep. From talking with Remus, Harry had desperately needed the exact contact with another person he was currently receiving from Ginny. Sirius was glad whatever differences they'd had been put aside. His small smile melted away. Though he'd never let on, Sirius worried about the coming full moon. They'll be in a state they know nothing about. Sirius wasn't even sure what the American ministry's laws were in regards to werewolves. He also grew more anxious about the approaching war and the two teens' role in it. Sirius would do his best to prepare them, but there was only so much preparation one could do. A lucky shot, a ricocheted spell, would be all that was needed to take one of them out. Take one out, and the other would likely go, too. That was his ultimate fear. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if he lost either of them, knowing it fell to him to train them. A soft hump caught his attention and he realized they were back at the dock. He sighed. Time to wake the kid up long enough to get him back to the hotel. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.